Viksit Bharat vision by driving innovation, sustainability.
Welcome to everybody and a big thank you for being here today. We'll just begin the session in 5 minutes. Requesting anyone who's not had breakfast to please take it so that we can start the session. Thanking you so much.
Our experience and tech make each journey an opportunity, one that
Requesting all the delegates to kindly settle down. A big round of applause for our guest of honor. जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. Dr. Bibhu Prasad Tarai, Honorable Member of Parliament BJP and Member Standing Committee on Industry Consultative and Member Committee for Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Requesting Shri Manoj Jain sir, Shri Rudram Shriram sir, and Mr. Dipankar to also join us on the dais. Inviting Dipankar sir to please join us on the dais, and Rudra Shriram sir to kindly join us on the dais, please. And it's our honor to invite Shri Praveen Kumar sir, Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. They are the pillars of the Phdcci mission, and we look forward to hearing sir today. Big round of applause for Praveen Kumar sir, please. So very warm welcome to this unique conclave that we are doing, Gati Se Pragati Conclave. And the theme is driving holistic and accelerated growth for inclusive development and seamless connectivity towards Viksit Bharat. We'll be joined by a lot of industry experts, people from the Ministry of Railways, from DPIIT, and from all the other walks who are a part of the Gati Shakti mission. So we look forward to a full day of discussions and look forward to hearing from our dignitaries to how to make this mission grow further. Without ado, may I request everyone to please stand for the national anthem. Thank you. We'll also be joined by Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, slightly later. And unfortunately, Sadanand Sonowal sir will not be able to join us due to some unavoidable circumstances. To formally welcome our dignitaries on the dais, may I request Manoj Kumar sir and Rudra Shriram and Dr. Jitendra Singh to please present a green initiative and a memento to Dr. Bibhu Prasad Tarai, Honorable Member of Parliament BJP, with a big round of applause for sparing time and for graciously accepting our invitation. Requesting them to also welcome Shri Praveen Kumar Sir, Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and for supporting our initiatives always. A big round of applause for Praveen Kumar Sir, please. Jodar taaliyan ho jaye, please. Thank you. I would like to request Dr. Jitendra Singh, Deputy Secretary General, Phdcci, to please give his welcome marks. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, I welcome you everyone to this very important Gati Se Pragati Conclave 2025. And this is a platform dedicated to catalyzing dialogue, collaboration, and action on building an integrated, future-ready logistics and infrastructure ecosystem in India. So we are deeply honored by the presence of Dr. Bibu Prasad Tarai, Honorable Member of Parliament. He is also the member Standing Committee on Industry and Consultative Committees for Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Welcome, sir. And welcome to Shri Praveen Kumar ji, Chairman and Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India. Welcome to Shri Rudra Shri Ram ji, Director DCM Containers, and also he is also leading the Defense Committee at PHTCCI. Welcome to Shri Manoj Kumar Jain, MD Deep Blue Express and Co-Chair PHTCCI Logistics Committee. And welcome to Mr. Dipankar, Senior Advisor and Senior Partner, Grant Thornton. So, in fact, the theme of today's conclave, which is the holistic and accelerated growth for inclusive development and seamless connectivity towards Viksit Bharat. This reflects our shared commitment to building a logistics ecosystem that is integrated, future-ready, efficient, as well as inclusive. And in fact, in today's sessions, we aim to foster dialogue, surface actionable ideas, and build synergies between government, industry, and the broader logistics community. And as we know that the Gati Shakti Master Plan, which is a very, very enabling ecosystem for integrating 16 ministries across roads, railways, ports, waterways, aviation, and many more. As of now, over 434 projects have been started spanning corridors in energy, in cement, minerals, ports, and high traffic routes, totaling an investment of close to 11.17 lakh crore rupees. And also 91 cargo terminals are commissioned and 234 approvals are granted, and this is actually laying a very important foundation for the modern logistics hubs. In terms of road and rail reach, 8,891 kilometers of roads and 27,000 kilometers of railway lines are planned via this system. So this very enabling PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, it has actually broken silos, ensuring synchronized development in which the roads are not dug up post-construction for cable or pipeline work, and every connectivity initiative works in harmony. And at the same time, the PM Gati Shakti initiative will create several exciting opportunities for businesses across sectors. If we talk of logistics and supply chain, the opportunity is to build and operate multimodal logistics parks, cargo terminals, as well as warehouses, and businesses now can apply to Gati Shakti cargo terminals under the Public-Private Partnerships Initiative. If we talk of construction and infrastructure, the opportunity is in terms of engagement in road, rail, airport, and port development projects. And as we know that with more than 100 lakh crore rupees earmarked under National Infrastructure Pipeline, there is a sustained push for fast-tracked projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, PM Gati Shakti is not just a government infrastructure mission. So, it's a national government platform, also a growth platform that opens the door for co-creation between the public and private sectors, and by driving holistic, equitable, and tech-enabled connectivity, the PM Gati Shakti will transform a blueprint of a Viksit Bharat, propelling India towards a sustainable development, global competitiveness, and shared prosperity. So in fact, as we go in the next session, the sessions to come, which are the technical sessions, I encourage all of you to participate actively, also share your perspectives during Q&A, and also contribute to shaping the roadmaps for India's infrastructure-led transformation. So with that, I once again welcome you all and wish the conclave a successful and enriching deliberations. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it is our privilege to invite Shri Manoj Kumar Jain, sir, MD Deep Blue Express, and the co-chair for the PhD Logistics Committee to kindly share the industry perspective with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhavna. And thank you, Dr. Jitendra, for a very intriguing opening session. Honorable Dr. Bibhu Prasad Tarai, Member of Parliament and Standing Committee on Industry Consultative Committees for Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Praveen Kumar, Chairman, Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor, Corporation of India. Shri N.C. Carmeli, Principal Executive Director, Gati Shakti. Mr. Rudra Shriram, Director, DCM Containers. And Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PhD CCI, Managing Committee members, friends from media, and all participants. A very good morning and a welcome to Gati Se Pragati Conclave 2025. It's my privilege to share an industry perspective at today's conclave, an event that marks a critical juncture in our journey towards transforming India's infrastructure and connectivity landscapes. As India's industry representatives, we are at the forefront of innovation, execution, and collaboration, playing a pivotal role and realizing the vision, dream of a Viksit Bharat. So what is driving the innovation and the changes? You know, the global logistics technology and infrastructure demands that we continually adapt. Digital technologies, automation, data-driven processes are fundamentally reshaping this industry. In this context, our sector is not just a facilitator, but it is also a key driver for inclusive development. Our collective experience underscores the importance of agile transformation, wherein investment in state-of-the-art technologies must go hand in hand with sustainable practices and human-centric growth. So what is the synergy between industry and the government? You know, it's thanks to the visionary policy frameworks and robust government support that we are making significant strides, but still we need, in the next phase, a growth requires deeper collaboration between public and private sectors. By working closely with policymakers, leveraging public-private partnerships, we can address this critical challenges. Efficient infrastructure utilization and environmental sustainability are going to be a part of that. Such synergies are vital to unlock the latent potential in our logistics and transportation networks. We need to invest seamlessly into connectivity. Connectivity is the backbone of trade and the lifeline of economic progress. As we pursue a future seamless integration from our well-connected ports and inland waterways to extensive freight corridors, the industry is multifold. We are committed to investing in infrastructure not only to meet current demands, but is also has to be agile enough to adapt to the emerging needs of tomorrow's economy. Enhanced connectivity fosters regional development, reduces disparities, and ultimately contributes to the economic growth and the prosperity of the society. Our industry is acutely aware of its social and economic responsibilities. As we drive technological and infrastructural advancements, we must ensure that the benefits of growth are inclusive. Training, upskilling initiatives, and inclusive hiring practices are as important as infrastructure investments. By aligning our growth objectives with the imperatives of sustainability and social equity, we can ensure that our progress is both robust and responsible. So what do we look ahead? The challenges that before us are complex, but they are outweighed by the vast opportunities that lie in strategic collaborations and innovations. As we navigate this transformative era, our shared commitment, combined with visionary leadership from both industry and government, will be instrumental in shaping an ecosystem that propels India towards holistic and accelerated development. In conclusion, the industry stands ready to be a key partner in this journey, driving innovation, supporting inclusive growth, and championing sustainability connectivity across the nation. Together, let us transform challenges into opportunities and chart a course towards a Viksit Bharat that is both dynamic and resilient, and take our economy to be the second largest economy of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for today's conference. Now it is my privilege to welcome Shri Rudra Shriram, sir, Director DCM Containers from the DCM Group, and he's also Chair of the PhD Defense Committee. Big round of applause for sir, please.
Thank you, Bhavna ji. Good morning, namaskar. Dr. B.U. Prasad Tarai, Honorable MP, and my fellow members on the dais. A couple of weeks back, I was visiting a conference in Munich. And many people in the transport and logistics industry would be aware of this conference. It's called Transport Logistic. It's actually one of the largest transport and logistics fairs in the world. But one has to visit these fairs to see and believe the scale of these conferences. It was, if anyone has been to a fair in Munich or in one of the larger European cities, the fair, let's say, capacities are almost 12 football field stadium size, halls. And this place was packed. It was a mix of technology, infrastructure, road, rail, air, sea, everything close to space in terms of logistics. And I was aware that, Dr. Jitendra had talked to me about coming and, talking over here. Our company's role in logistics is an infrastructure provider. We are one of the oldest container manufacturers, proudly outside of China. So, but to, hold that in charge and to work with the mission of Gati Shakti and the PM Gati Shakti initiative, I think a lot of hand-holding is still required by various government solutions to really bolster this industry. See, coming to simple numbers, if road to rail transportation has to move, cargo transportation has to move to 60% by 2030, I think that's the target. So we're talking about almost 2% per year movement every year, for which one requires 20,000 20-foot equivalent containers. In the domestic sector, I'm not even talking about the, the shipping lines, etc., whatnot. So when we, push, let's say, Indian companies, or, a very selfish thought is, I want Concor to buy from me. But Concor also has a balance sheet to manage. It took me 5 years to understand this. Why is Concor not only buying from India? Why is some other Indian entity not only buying from India? Or why is every NVOCC not only buying from India? It's a simple price to price comparison. I mean, these are not not-for-profits. They have their own balance sheets. They have their own businesses. Gati Shakti is based on 6 main pillars, right? We're all very much aware of these pillars, but I would like to read them out. Comprehensiveness, prioritization, optimization, synchronization, analytical, and dynamic. I agree with Manoj ji when he made a comment on why it's not just a point of infrastructure growth over here. It's analytical, it is GIS, it is a lot of data points coming together, but at the same time, it is infrastructural also. Because without the infrastructure, the data doesn't matter. If we need to bring the logistics cost down from 13 to 14% of our GDP to the actual target of 8% that's been set, you need data, but you need the infrastructure to do that as well. So I look forward to a good day of session, of conversation, and a lot of take home for both the government as well as the industry partners, that how do we synchronize together? How do we come together to ensure that this leads us towards the path of Atmanirbharta? Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Professor. Now it is our honor to invite Shri Praveen Kumar, Sir, Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited, to please share the initiatives and the way forward. Thank you. Thanks. Do you have a presentation on? Do you have a
very brief presentation? Good morning to all of you. Honorable Member of Parliament, respected dignitaries on the dais, I am highly privileged to be here to tell about the dedicated freight corridor and how it is making an impact on the Indian logistics. I will go through a very brief presentation because seeing is believing. It would basically be very effective through a presentation instead of just talking monologue. Dedicated freight corridor is definitely dedicated to the theme of today's conclave, that is Gati se Pragati. And one of our Mr. Manoj Kumar Jain has told about the connectivity. I always say that connectivity is the destiny of a country. Earlier, geography defines the destiny of a country. For example, Japan, topography was difficult, but once the high-speed train has introduced, then definitely Japan has moved very, very far away. Similar manner, dedicated freight corridor, which was a basically initiative taken by Government of India in 2006 for making a separate freight corridor, segregating the traffic on the Indian Railway, freight traffic and passenger traffic segregation. Because you know that once railway is taking mixed traffic, passenger and freight traffic, average speed comes down drastically. And for your understanding, for your information, once dedicated freight corridor, which is now commissioned about 96.5%, now average speed is about 45 to 55 km per hour compared to what Indian Railway is taking about 23 km per hour. That is a major impact in speeding up the logistics. You can see that suppose any train starts from Dadri, and we are targeting that it should reach Bombay, maybe about 24 hours, non-stop. Because there is no precedence of the train, every train goes one by one. And our track standards are very, very high. I would say that tracks are much superior compared to all the countries, Western countries, Australia. And we are having 32.5 ton axle loads, and our capacity is very, very high. We can take the load about 15,000 tons per train. It can also be increased if we double or triple or 4 times train can be connected, and we are capable of taking all these loads in one go. Maybe we can take in one one path about 30,000 tons. Of course, world over, some experiments have been done. Australia, South Africa, maybe they are taking about 80,000 tons. 5-6 trains are combined. But we are capable of multiplying the trains, and we can move that in the same path, 30,000, 40,000. That is, the potential is unlimited. So with a brief presentation, very briefly about tell why DFC, transforming transportation vision for the future. I always say that dedicated freight corridor are the spinal cord of the nation. Now, once it is commissioned, lot of new terminals, Gati Shakti terminals are coming up. On 8th of this month, I am going to Surat for commissioning one Gati Shakti terminal, came up under PPP mode, that is Samaria Gati Shakti terminal. And the purpose of this Gati Shakti terminal is basically for increasing the share from the road to rail. Road traffic is as present is about 46%, while rail traffic is only 26%. We are planning that this should be reversed on a complementary basis. We are not in competition with the road, but road must work in tandem with the railway transportation so that it goes to the economy of the nation. You know that this is the golden quadrilateral. Everybody might have seen, and this is constitute over 16% of length of the entire railway. But it carries about 58% of the railway traffic. So this is the reason that to decongest the Indian railways, these corridors are proposed as of now, Western Corridor and the Eastern Corridor. This I have told that the traffic, of course, initially rail was very high. Share of rail was high, but over the period of time it has reduced. The road traffic is about 46%, rail traffic is about 26%. We want to reverse this trend because rail transportation is very, very sustainable mode of transportation. This is again very, very interesting slide that Indian Railways main traffic is 67% coming from the freight traffic, while 33% of the passenger traffic. Now, when the dedicated freight corridor is commissioned, so this percentage definitely will go on. And passenger traffic, passenger services, of course, is not so economic friendly. So, a lot of cross subsidy is there. So, once our logistics and efficiency is improved, then this cross subsidy can be further improved. For example, high speed corridor is coming from Ahmedabad to Delhi, but that is very, very very costly proposition. And our corridor, that is 2 corridors, about 1,24,000 crores. So cost wise, high speed corridor is very, very high, but when suppose logistics inefficiencies are increased, then we can do a lot of cross subsidy for the passenger services. These are some of the concerns. I just skipping this slide. Now, briefly, these are the 2 corridors. The eastern corridor starts from Ludhiana to Sonnagar. It is about 1,300 route kilometer, except the patch from Ludhiana to Khurja, it is single line. Otherwise, everything is double line track. EDFC, that is known as Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, it is 100% commission. 100% operation maintenance is, it is under that. And the Western Corridor starts from Dadri and goes right up to JNPT. It is about 93% commission. Leaving apart the last phase, somebody was asking before this session is started that what is the scope and what is the target of this Western Corridor. 102 kilometers left out. That is Vettana to JNPT, and we are targeting by December 25. So once December 25 we achieve this target, the entire DFC will be commissioned, and lot of Gati Shakti terminals are coming on the line of this. Eastern Corridor, lot of Gati Shakti terminal, and we are planning to commission about 6 Gati Shakti terminal in this financial year. 4 already we have commissioned. The purpose of Gati Shakti is basically to increase the share of the rail from the road with the mutual cooperation. You see that just one example, that from Paris to Moscow there is 2850, and almost we have added this length to the nation. And that is double line track. Total, if you convert into track kilometer, it is about 5,800 track kilometer has been commissioned. The scope of this is very, very high. Land acquisition is about 11,000 crores, spreading over 7 states. Lot of bridges. About 62 important bridges are there. Major bridge, 535 major bridges. Every project is a project in itself. Minor bridges, 4,643 bridges. Rail flyover. We have designed our dedicated freight corridor in such a manner there should not be any surface crossing in the Indian Railway at a connectivity point. That is why we have designed that everywhere where connections are there, it should be through the rail flyover. The rail flyover is itself very, very huge in number, that is 53. Rail overbridges, that is 304. The purpose of road overbridges is that we want to ensure that our network should be eliminated with level crossings, no level crossings. If level crossing is not there, you know that a lot of safety is improved because of lot of accidents have taken place on the level crossings. Takes place. Road under bridges, of course, elimination of level crossing. There are total 115 stations, and out of 115 stations, I am confident that about 50-55 stations are suitable for the Gati Shakti terminals, for which we are floating the tenders, and lot of participation is already there. National Highway Crossing 77. This is Operation Control Center, one at Ahmedabad, one at Prayagraj. I would request the PhD officials and other officials who are interested to visiting our Prayagraj Control Center and Ahmedabad Control Center, they are invited. We are also having a heavy haul institute at Sector 145 Noida. That is a world-class training center for research and development. I would also request kindly come and grace this our corporate office and the heavy haul institute. This is a wonderful place, and we are basically totally into the freight corridor. I am happy to announce that very recently, last week, we organized one heavy haul conference, global heavy haul conference, in which about 15 experts have come from 7 countries who are basically expert in the heavy haul transportation. You might be aware that in heavy haul, there are about 7-8 countries are there, like USA, like Australia, like Sweden, China, South Africa, Brazil, Canada. They are basically into the heavy haul operations on the freight network. But we are one of the best freight network because we are designed to very, very high standards. This is the control center, Prayagraj. This is our heavy haul training institute. I would also invite the officials, if they want to visit our Dadri-Rewari section. This is one of the best section in DFC. I would be very, very happy to take you all rail car inspection from Dadri to Rewari. This is our new corporate office. We have recently shifted into this corporate office. It is situated in Sector 145. Kindly visit our corporate office. These are some of the things that, what are the USPs of the dedicated freight corridor, that is higher capacity, quantum jump in the transportation. Actually, our section is designed for taking 480 trains, 120 each, 2 corridors, 120 into 4, 480 trains. As of now, we are running about 400 trains. Once this GNPT is connected, I think we'll be surpassing 480 trains also. Safe train operations, very high safety network, and our contractors, respect contractors like Phdcci, like Kursan from Japan, they were there in designing all this network for the safe operations. Reduction in logistics cost. You know that our logistics cost is about 14-15%. We are targeting that after the DFC is commissioned, we want to reduce this 14 to 15%, about 6 to 7%. Of course, more and more corridor will come, then only this target can be achieved. Green railways, realized capacity, because now release capacity from the passenger network is now coming to freight corridor, you might be surprised that in Kumbh Mela can be organized because lot of traffic has been transferred to the freight corridor. And that is why Kumbh was total successful event organized by NCR. Development of the various industrial hubs. Dadri, there is a very big industrial hub is coming. That is multimodal logistic park. That is about 3,000 crores of work it is coming, and it is being executed by dedicated freight corridor. I am just very, very happy to announce that once we have commissioned 96.4% on the overall basis, it constitutes about 4% of the Indian railway network, only 4%. And we have already started taking about 13% of the gross ton kilometer of the Indian railway. You know that very little network, but we are taking lot of traffic on the freight network. I already told that lot of trains now we are taking seamless traffic because seamless connectivity is there. There is no congestion on the track network. These are some of the impact, that is, for example, transit time from coal mines to power plants, reduced from 35 hours to less than 20 hours. Now, there is no inventory required at the coal plant because they understand that this is a guaranteed transportation of the network of the coal on the freight network. Reduction of container and EXIM traffic transit time reduced by 50% from 24 hours to 12 to 15 hours. These are some of the impact which is visible and which is on daily basis. You can see on the social media that on daily basis something new is coming up. There are some of the very, very high impacts. For example, because we are running, once suppose the train starts from Dadri, it runs about 700 kilometers non-stop. So a lot of crew saving is there. Level crossing free section is there. So a lot of important items are there which is being realized after the DFC has been commissioned. I already told about the Kumbh Mela. Heavy Haul Institute, we are undertaking lot many courses, lot many international, lot many very high-tech courses. I would invite from the industry, if they are interested, they also can come for 2, 3, 5 days courses at our institute to understand about what is logistics and what is DFC and what is the future of DFC. Now, future of DFC is that Eastern Corridor and Western Corridor, which is shown in the green, it is already commissioned and going to be commissioned in 100% by December 25. Apart from that, there are 4 corridors also, 3 corridors, Kharagpur to Chennai, Kharagpur to Vijayawada, and goes up to Chennai. That is known as East Coast Corridor. This is about 2,200 kilometers. East-West Corridor starts from Kharagpur and goes right up to Palghar near Mumbai. This is about again 2,200 kilometers. And the third one is from Dadri and goes up to right up to Chennai. These are the 3 corridors. Of course, ministry has given the mandate for undertaking the DPR in the East Coast Corridor, right from Kharagpur to Vijayawada. It is about 1,000 kilometers. Kharagpur to Palghar, about 2,200 kilometers. DPR has been completed. And for the north-south, that is from Phdcci to Vijayawada. This DPR is completed. It is under ministry's consideration. And total about 8,000 kilometers. Future DFC network might come depending upon the consideration taken by ministry. Our Honorable Minister has told that DFC, once it has been commissioned, that is jewel of Indian Railways. And our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned that DFC is being seen as the game changer for the Indian logistics. So this is all what I wanted to tell briefly about dedicated freight corridor. I would request all the industry partners kindly come and visit our network. This is a very great network. I would facilitate on behalf of DFC for organizing some visit to our control center, to our Heavy Haul Institute, to our sections, and kindly see, because seeing is the believing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an informative talk, sir. and for showing how India is going to go in the logistics ecosystem more faster, more higher, more longer, and more heavier. So thank you so much, sir, for being a part. And now may I please invite with a big round of applause Dr. Bibu Prasad Tarai, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament BJP from Odisha, and Member Standing Committee on Industry Consultative and Member Committee for Ministry of Ports.
On the auspicious occasion of this conclave, Gati Se Pragati, the present esteemed guests like Praveen Kumarji, Rudra Sriramji, Manoj Kumar Jaina ji, Jatinder Singh ji, and Sonolak ji, and all the participants. Actually, you all are high-thinking personalities, experts, and you all have made up your mind to transform India into a developed nation in 2047. First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizers of the conclave. The theme of the conclave is holistic and accelerate growth of the inclusive and social equity and seamless connectivity. One thing is that when we are thinking about Vikasit Bharat, that's why we have to think that relating to Vikasit Bharat, we have to enhance our economy. Now, we are on the brink of $5 trillion economy of our country, and we are in 4th largest economy of the world. But per capita income and GDP growth, and in 2047, around $30 trillion economy is required for our country. So we have to travel a long path to achieve this goal. So that's why seamless connectivity is required. Connectivity relating to air, water, and space. So if we think, actually Praveen Kumarji was presenting relating to the connectivity relating to rail. And we know relating to airports, in 2014, only 74 airports were there. Now, 160 airports are in operational stage. And more 100 airports are going to be constructed. In national highways, actually, now we have crossed 2.7 lakh kilometers. By 1.66 lakh kilometers we have already constructed in our country. Relating to Prime Minister Sadako Yojana, lakhs and lakhs kilometers of roads have been constructed. So, it is the aim and object of our government to make India a Vikasit Bharat, to make India a developed nation. So, there is a clear roadmap laid down for each of the sectors and community of the economy. So, relating to the issue, the stress has been given for a balanced regional development, ensuring social equity and connectivity. Therefore, we think relating to social equity and balanced regional development, so many welfare schemes have been adopted and government has taken so many steps. Our beloved Prime Minister has identified 4 pillars of the country. That is poverty-stricken people, farmers, youths and our women. For the women empowerment, so many schemes have been adopted. For the skill development of the youths, so many schemes have been adopted. And for production of the farmers, and MSP has been given by the government. On the other hand, in Prime Minister Krishak Nidhi Yojana, financial assistance has been provided to the farmers. So, basing on 4 pillars of the country, our government wants to bring all the people in the mainstream of the society so that they will be helpful for growing the social status and inclusive growth. But only thing is that it is possible if seamless connectivity will be done in a proper way. One thing is that Sagarmala and Bharatmala projects have been adopted, and we know 7,500 kilometers are coastline. And the connectivity, relating to connectivity, so many projects have been adopted and it is under construction in so many parts of the country. I have come from Odisha. In Odisha, 480 kilometers coastline is there. Now, the under Sagarmala project, roads are being constructed. In our state, Paradip is a major port trust there. In 2016, when our beloved Prime Minister had inaugurated the Asia's biggest oil refinery, at that time, he had told that Paradip port is the gateway of economic growth for the country. Actually, now, in Paradip, so many industries are there. That's why in India, in cargo handling sector, Paradip port has become the #1 port in India. It is due to the actual planning of our country and due to the help and due to the vision of our beloved Prime Minister. Actually, so many industries have come up in our state. Before 3 months, our government has taken initiative for the investment for the development of industries. Odisha is rich in minerals. So value-added industries should be set up. And in 1 year, actually around 4 lakh crores of rupees have been invested in our state. So that's why, relating to those issues for the industrial growth and for the transportation, for the business facilities. So, connectivity is required. So, we have to put emphasis on connectivity relating to rail, relating to airport, and relating to inland waterways. Actually, in port sector, under shipping ministry and waterways, now only 29 inland waterways are functioning. Last month in Mumbai, our consultative committee has taken a decision around 76 inland waterways are to be function. So, in shipping ministry and waterways, actually so many achievements are there, but we have to pass a long path relating to these issues. So, that's why you, all the people, actually government alone cannot reach in its goal. So many academia, industry, and civil societies should come forward to achieve this goal. Because when we have to compete with other developed nations like America, China, France, Germany, Japan, so all the people, we know our country is a populous country, and we, all the people, all the sections of this society, men and women, and across the party line, across the caste and community, we all should come forward, and awareness is required, and it should percolate to the ground reality of this society. Therefore, we all should try our level best to achieve this goal, and you all people, in which way you are targeting and you are making such conclaves, and it should reach with all these people. That's why we can achieve our country as a developed nation in 2047. I would like to congratulate the organizers of the conclave. In this conclave, actually, that Mr. Suresh Joshi, the Joint Secretary, had invited me to come to and grace the occasion. And again, I am congratulating and thanking the organizations. I am concluding my speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are privileged that you have taken out time and shall be staying with us for the next session as well. And to conclude and to share a few details, may I request upon Mr. Dipankar Sanwalkar, Senior Partner, Grant Thornton, to share his thoughts with us. Grant Thornton is the knowledge partner, and they've made a very nice knowledge report, which we'll release as soon as the minister joins us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, sir, for coming over and talking about it. We are talking about the Paradeep National on the port, and it's amazing. I think so. That's really an example कि भाई गति से प्रगति का मतलब क्या है. He was telling me it is from 70 is gone to 150 million tons, and now it's going to go to 400 million tons in the near future. That's the sort of scale and vision I think so our Prime Minister sees when he puts this out. You know, at GT, we are really honored to be part of this. There are 3-4 reasons for it. One is that our purpose is to shape a vibrant Bharat. And it's just not a slogan for us. It was put out very clearly around 10 years back. And recently you also heard about how the government has taken the initiative about creating Indian Big Fours. We are the largest firm outside the Big Fours by a mile by anyone, and we really want to promote that Indian groups in any and every field which we may operate in. So for us, shaping vibrant Bharat is something which comes from within. Uske liye, what we also say is that what does it mean for us? So we have 6 ecosystems which we want to influence, and I wanted to take up a few of them in relation to this theme which we have today. So firstly is automation. Automation, it's very close to my heart, using technology in everything and anything. So I would like to see, hopefully my colleague Isaac and everyone, and there is around technology, like we are really good as a country on creating digital stacks, right? We have 27 digital public infrastructure stacks which are there. Aadhaar is one, for example, your health stack is another, so on and so forth. On how can we further strengthen and enhance the digital stack vis-a-vis our infrastructure, but it's coming together across all the 7 areas of our infrastructure space, whether it's roads, railways, ports, and what is that stack should look like and design should look like. I think so that will be very powerful for us. It will also, I think so, give a fillip in creating efficiencies, reducing costs, and so on and so forth. The second one is for us on the ecosystems is helping global supply chains and out of India. What does that mean is really, it is an aligned to make in India, but how do you make that happen? Very clearly, both the digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure is important, and then how do you bring this together to create the global supply chains? Praveen Saab talked about the DFC. That to me goes such a long way in helping our Indian industry in terms of being, which we talk about China +1 or what. I hate that thing, candidly. Why can't we be on our own? Why do we need to be a +1? But I get it in that sense. But we need to be on our own and world leader in areas we choose. So I think so that's the second ecosystem. I think so Gati se Pragati can and should influence in a very big way. The third one, and which is a theme here, is around inclusion. And again, it was talked about, I pick up the Grameen Sadak Yojana. We do talk about the big infrastructure things. And in some of our work, we are one of the biggest advisors in the social space, whether it is livelihood, skills, agriculture, public education. We really do a lot of work, which takes us and our teams down to the rural level, sir. And I have been there in Northeast, in UP, and how we have seen the infrastructure developed at the village level. Those two I take because I've seen it myself. I know it's happening. But what it is doing, it is creating that inclusion, it is creating that infrastructure, which is also Gati se Pragati, taking, let's say, farm to consumer, the product, right? It's a small thing, but that's equally important. So look forward to helping on that front. The other ecosystems which we like to influence around climate, obviously private capital and regulatory, but I can talk about those, but given the paucity of time, I really look forward, but I'll be amiss if I do not compliment my team who has really spent nights out to prepare the report, and hope you'll take the opportunity to read through it. Thank you very much for having us over.
Thank you so much, sir. And a big thank you to all our dignitaries on the dais for being here. And we'll request them to stay with us for the next half an hour if possible. The MOS is on his way. And we'll do the release of the knowledge report when he joins us. So I'll request you to join us. And can we request you to come for a group photograph? Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our dignitaries, please. Requesting Sinha sir, Anil sir, Ranjan Dhingra sir to please join us for the group photograph. Anil sir. We are also grateful to a lot of our special invitees who have joined us today. A special welcome to Mr. Tribhuvan Darbari sir, CEO Texmaco, MD and CEO Texmaco. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. We are also joined by Mr. Ravikant and Sudhir Jain from Logistics Sector Skill Council, Anshul Gupta from Railtel, Sudhir Jain sir, Mr. Nanduri Srinivas, who's a part of Dedicated Freight Corridor earlier. We've got Mr. Mangal Dev from Phdcci and a lot of others. I'm sorry if I'm not being able to take everyone's names, but a big, big thank you to all of you for being here today. Thank you very much. We'll just take a quick 2-5 minutes break and start the next session, and we'll, just take a break when the minister comes. Thank you so much. I request you all to please remain seated. Thank you. Welcome, Nanduri sir. Thank you so much for coming. We are very privileged to have for this special session so welcoming the industry panelists for this special session, which is on aligning global supply chains with domestic and international trade through infrastructure, synergies, and integrated multimodal logistics. We'll be talking on interoperability of the global supply chains and transport systems, integrated multimodal logistics towards making India a manufacturing hub, enhancing first mile and last mile connectivity between road, rail, air, waterways, maritime systems, ensuring a globally competitive supply chain system, supply chain fragmentation and realignment, geoeconomics, geopolitics, use of ULIP, and a lot of other areas on the whole. We are very, very honored to have the Honorable MOS, who shall be joining us in 5-10 minutes, also sitting in for the session. And may I request the panelists for these sessions, Mr. Sachin Bhanushali, co-founder and former CEO, Gateway Rail Freight Limited, to join us on the dais. Requesting all the delegates to kindly settle down so we can start. Mr. S.P. Verma, GGM BDBA Dedicated Freight Corridor. Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Joint Secretary Logistics, DPIIT. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time and being here. Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Mr. Rudra Ram and Mr. Anil Sanyal.
One of the Utsav Murtis, you have to be there.
Mr. Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, who will bring in the academics. Mr. Rudra Ram, Director, DCM Containers, and Mr. Anil Sanyal, President Safe Express Private Limited. Mr. S.P. Verma, GGM Dedicated Freight Corridor, to please join us on the dais. Dr. Ariva shall join us shortly. So we'll start the session. I hand it over to Bhanushali, sir. And we'll take a break in between once the minister joins us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. A big round of applause, and I request everyone to please settle down. Thank you.
Is not here. He's on his way, but thoda samay lagega. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all of you for the first knowledge session. And the theme of the session is aligning global supply chains with domestic and international trade through infrastructure synergies and integrated multimodal logistics. Dr. Surendra Ahirwar was supposed to be moderating this session, but he is currently in a meeting with the Minister of Railways and will be delayed. So the moderatorship is thrust upon me for the time being until Dr. Ahirwar comes here. So I'm sure Surendra Ahirwar will be here in about half an hour's time. In the meanwhile, I think we are also going to have arrival of the Minister of State. And if that happens, then we will pause this session for a moment, go through the process of the Minister's arrival, and then resume the session. I have been given a list of questions that I'm supposed to ask, which I'm not going to ask. So I'll stick to more extempore responses to extempore questions from the panelists. It's a great panel. I have worked with most of them. So Mr. Rudra Sriram, director of the DCM outfit which makes containers, is a new area of work in India. India was never considered to be a container manufacturing country. But because of, I think, persistent efforts, they have been able to create a name for themselves. Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Joint Secretary Logistics in DPIIT. He is a 1991 batch Indian Trade Service, isn't it? Indian Telecom Service. Same batch as mine in the civil service. And he is currently the Joint Secretary in DPIIT. Leading the current logistics initiative of the Ministry of Commerce. We also have Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, a very relevant knowledge institute working in this space. Then we have Mr. Anil Sial, my old friend, President of Safe Express Private Limited, doing great work as far as parcel and express service is concerned. And it is one industry which can easily boast of twice the average transit time, twice the average speed and half the transit time of the rest of transportation sector as far as India is concerned, road transportation sector is concerned. In addition to that, we have Mr. S.P. Verma, my colleague from the railways, and he is currently Group General Manager Business Development in Dedicated Freight Corridor. So let's begin the session. I will start with very small questions and I will generally go serially so that we can have an additional, let's say, comment upon each of the points as we move across the panel on the dais. Vermaji, I will start with you. I think talking about connectivity and talking about dedicated freight corridor, in the context of Indian economy is both a little tautological as well as overemphasis. No one doubts whether we need dedicated freight corridors and no one doubts whether these dedicated freight corridors are going to help us in terms of our national connectivity and the overall Indian railway network. So one of the things which, let's say, is very relevant is that, as mentioned by Mr. Praveen Kumar, MD, DFCCIL, the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor is fully operational. And Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, maybe by end of this calendar year or at the most financial year, will be fully operational as far as the connectivity to Nhava Sheva port cluster is concerned. What has been the average speed of trains on dedicated freight corridors as compared to that on Indian Railway Network? Because you also worked extensively on Indian Railway Network, number one. And number two, how relevant is transit time? And it is a question which will come to Mr. Sial later on because transit time is going to be a very important from shifting from road to rail is concerned. So how has dedicated freight corridor been consistent in delivering the transit time which, let's say, on the basis of averages? That is the first part of the question. Second is that Indian Railways has assured transit scheme called the Freight Express scheme, wherein assured transit time is given to trains going from northern India into Mundra Port, Nhava Sheva and Pipavav Port, wherein earlier the transit times used to be of the order of, if I remember, 70 to 80 hours, which are now come down to a level of 36 hours. How relevant is it from an international trade point of view as far as the connectivity in the northern India is concerned? Over to you, Barmaji.
Thank you, sir. As far as speed is concerned, our dedicated freight corridor speed is about 55 kmph per hour. As far as Indian Railways is concerned, the speed is 20 to 25 kmph. That is, we are far away and very much high speed we have attained in DFCCIL. Not only speed, we are carrying about more than 550 million JTKM per day, which is, I think, landmark. And we are carrying highest GTKM in comparison to all zonal railways. We are highest. And I happy to say that our GTKM is 13 to 14% more than our fellow zonal railways, which is highest. That is East Coast and Southeast Central Railways. As far as transit time, naturally, if our high speed is around 55 kmph, then our transit time is very less. We have, there is significant improvement in transit time. We have assured transit time also in terms of TOT trains. We are taking 10 hours from Palanpur to Rewari, that is around 635 kilometers. Similarly, we are operating high-speed cargo services also, which average speed is around 75 kmph. Presently, we are running between Rewari to Sanand, and there is more potential if we carry NMG HS wagons for high-speed cargo services. If we add high-speed coaches, then this speed might be increased further. As far as port connectivity, we have connected MDPT, and up to December we will connected JNPT also. There are two major ports also will be connected in near future, JSW, Morbe, and another major 13 port is coming, Badhavan port, that is Palghar. As my MD earlier stated in detail, that west and east corridor will start from Palghar to Dankuni. That will cater the traffic of Badhavan port. I think there will be tremendous traffic growth after coming west-east DFC corridor.
Thank you, Barmaji. So one of the things that I think internationally is widely accepted now, that large amount of volume of cargo has to move over longer distances on rail from a sustainability point of view. While road also needs to supplement the first mile and the last mile, because like ocean transport and air transport, rail transport is also not a complete solution, and in order to make rail transportation a complete solution, you need to go from door to door, and that door to door connectivity comes from road essentially. And it has never been a fight between road and rail. It is always supplementing road and rail, and that is why we talk about intermodal transport, wherein cargo is carried in containers, and the cargo is essentially carried for the first mile and the last mile on the road, and on the long haul, on the middle haul as it can be called, it is carried by rail. Mr. Syal, if I come to you and ask you about your preparedness and willingness both to shift from road to rail on all your long haul routes, if you are able to achieve your current or better transit times between origin and destination, and with whatever experience that you have with railways in terms of connectivity, specifically with respect to connectivity, what are the things that, two things that will help in order to improve shift of the middle haul from road to rail? Over to you, Mr. Syal.
First of all, it is Anil for you and not say Mr. Syal. But if I may, kind of rise above the Safe Express response alone, because for a moment, let me represent the transportation industry and respond accordingly. Safe Express is but a small part of the larger transportation by road system. Our experience per se has itself been very little in terms of having used rail for this, and that is also decades old. Much of the change has happened as Praveenji as well as Mr. Verma mentioned, a lot of action has happened over the last decade or so in terms of specifically on the dedicated freight corridor length. But having said that, what you alluded to in terms of road transport almost always has been globally, if one has to take a benchmark, has almost always has been complementing an end-to-end movement where rail, of course, constitutes the middle hall. And I would use the word unfortunate as it is today, this does not seem to be playing out on the ground, at least not in India as yet. Whatever volume is happening as far as the cargo is concerned, you know, when it is where it is relating to door-to-door movement, this is not really playing out in the true form yet, not in the size and volume that one would expect it to. Having said that, whether there is a case of this happening, clearly so. If you know, railways plays out as Mr. Verma mentioned at the speeds that they're talking about, 55 kilometers averaging now on high-speed corridors with right kind of inputs at 70, 75, then clearly it is meeting all those. It is, you know, checking all the tick boxes wherever it is needed in terms of speed element of the express business. But what it is not considering is some other elements of the business. Mr. Praveenji mentioned something about, you know, Gati Shakti terminals coming in, because ultimately for a door-to-door, end-to-end supply chain to transition into a road mix, one has to, you know, incorporate elements like material handling at those terminals, creation of those terminals itself, and then smoother transition onto the first and the last mile, which is roads, what you alluded to. Now, urban transportation in itself has been, and especially in the case of cargo, is a war of a different level. I'll just give you one example. While there are progresses made when it comes to rail, on road we are actually fighting a very completely different battle. Say for an example, take Delhi NCR, we happen to be sitting here, so let's talk about that. At least 85% of 80 to 85% of the geography of NCR does not allow trucking to happen between 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then once again at 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So, of course, the world is sleeping between 9 to 7. So, what do? So, we operate only between 11 to 5. And if I have to create cargo terminals far off, how many hours of a day do we have to work to be able to achieve the success here? And now these are urban transportation issues. Even when you move into, let's say, the hinterland, the examples are no different. Examples like, for an example, if I have to, you know, do an end-to-end handling from not only a Delhi, Bangalore, but if one has to consider, say, a Hosur, Meerut, you know, the complexity of those first mile, last miles changes even further, because transshipment on these dedicated freight corridors or otherwise the Indian railway network is still some mile away to give us comfort of being able to achieve the full mile transit time that we want. As I said, unfortunately, and this is a caveat, unfortunately it hasn't played out yet that we have flexibility, volume and capabilities to do those last mile completely. To date, ground transportation, surface transportation by road happens to have a larger share, as Praveenji mentioned, not merely because of choice of the industry, but because of compulsion. We don't have that capability in rail today to be able to achieve the complete end mile. Because the development that is happening, thanks to the fantastic GDP development that we are having, the development of India that is happening is not just only happening in the urban town. It's happening all across the country. And thanks to all the inclusiveness in our GDP growth, it is happening deeper into the country as well. Now, with that having got said, they need to be fed. They're manufacturing. They need to be we need to evacuate cargo from there to be able to move it into not only within the country, but of course abroad. But also they need to be fed, so the cargo needs to go into those towns. So going into, say, the Gorakhpurs of the world, the Karur and Erodes and Bhavalpurs of the world, how do we do that? To be able to do that is road transport is stepping up for now, and that's why the contribution is higher. I'm very positive there are green shoots in terms of how and when railways can step up this. With whatever development that is happening, there's sufficient hope and progress possible should and when this vision collaborate with our Viksit Bharat vision of 2047. I'm very sure this will dovetail there. There's no doubt about it happening. It's only about how collectively these multilateral agencies can come together, especially the ministries and the government infrastructure, to be able to enable that happen. And the rest, market forces will happen. Market forces will take over effectively after that.
Right. Thank you so much. In fact, such comments, such reassuring comments coming from a road sector expert, that there is a good scope for shifting of cargo from road to rail subject to certain conditions being met with, is very heartening, I would say. All of us have an academic within ourselves, either as a student or as a teacher. Coming to Dr. Rakesh Mohan Joshi ji, who is the Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and because of his role as Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, I would focus a little more on foreign trade of India. One of the complaints against India, or rather two complaints against India, have always been that the build quality of our manufactured product is not acceptable to the international standards. That is why we have not been able to sell our product internationally. However, equally important is an allegation that Indian infrastructure is not as integrated in the overall supply chain as it should be it roadways, be it railways, or be it the ports and the airports, which results into competitiveness of Indian products abroad from a foreign trade point of view. And all of us know that with the globalization trends and opening up of economy in 1991, it is imperative for India to be dependent on international trade, particularly in the spaces where we are able to offer a competitive product in international market, which is made in India, which brings in stability as well as prosperity to India. So coming to you, sir, the infrastructure capabilities of India have changed over a period of time, both in terms of contour as far as their spread is concerned, as well as on account of the quality of that infrastructure is concerned. However, integration still remains a problem. Terminal still remains a problem. So how do you look at it from a foreign trade point of view in particular, as well as Indian economy advantage point of view? How relevant and are we going in the right direction, number one? Number two is that the role of railroads in the overall economy is going to be important because of sustainability. So how relevant is it from international trade point of view? Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think, you took up the question which is probably the most important, and trade is so important that the recent election in America came only on trade, and everybody, in any forum is talking about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump talk trade and everything about trade. So thank you so much for touching trade. And as you are aware, the entire infrastructure, and let me come to logistics. I am highly grateful for inviting me and organizing such a wonderful conference on, Gati Se Pragati. As far as the infrastructure goes, the way that I think the government of India has done in the last 10 years or 5-7 years is just amazing. We have in our recent budget after budget, have, over 10 trillion rupees, 10 trillion, 13 trillion only on infrastructure development. I was seeing a very impressive presentation from Shri Praveenji. It's amazing. I think to have, have these dedicated freight corridor. Dedicated freight corridor do not exist in America and China. And with this, I think the speed, what he said is 45 to 55 kilometer, per hour, but if you see the maximum speed I think we can achieve on these corridors would be about 100 kilometers or so, and therefore, you know, very rapidly over the past 5-7 years, and you know, the way which I have seen in his presentation, India is going to be competitive in terms of our inland transportation and making you know, logistics available. He talked about the road as far as the intensity of you know, the per kilometer goes. I think India is the most intensive road infrastructure on the whole earth, more than China, more than America. One thing which I think we are not discussing in this whole Gati Se Pragati is the inland waterways transportation. India almost minimal. In China and say Russia and 30 to 40% goes on that waterways. What inland waterways we have absolutely missed, but I was also told that the way we have done some progresses, India we have got almost 14,000 kilometers of those waterways. Say Russia has got over 110,000 kilometers of waterways. China has got almost 45,000 to 50,000 kilometers of waterways. So that one thing remain, the waterways. Very importantly is that, you know, Shri Rudra, Shri Ram is there, Ram, and Ram, there are so many Ram, and he is the container, this thing, it's very important. If you talk of that container, you know, China has a total monopoly in container manufacturing, accounting for 95% of the container manufacturing. We are nowhere. When it comes to, you know, even ship manufacturing, which we want to do is, you know, I think China accounts for 53% share in the ship manufacturing. We are absolutely nowhere. And the third thing in logistics which comes is what we call as shipping. China controls almost 18 to 20% of the world shipping. Again, India is nowhere. So these are the areas which we probably do not discuss. When it comes to the cost, the freight cost, you talk of either air, you talk of by ship. You know, if our logistics industry is competitive, our cost to transport the goods, we talked of the, you know, the domestic or the inland transportation, but when you transport the good to the international destinations, you know, it need to be competitive. You are aware that in many sectors, you know, the shipping cost from China is almost half to 3/4 that we charge, India charge, and it makes our exports, you know, a bit disadvantageous and less competitive. Another thing, and the same is true for air transport also. And I'm sure that all of you are aware of, because all of you are in logistics, the logistics cost is not proportionately proportional to the distance covered, but it is, you know, a factor of availability of the mode of, you know, the logistics, and then you know, the multimodal transport and all those things we have done. So this is, I think, an important factor that we need to look into. And why I am saying this cost is very competitive, you are saying now two things, you know, coming in the international things. One is because of growing competition. Growing competition, the prices of the products in the international market is going to decline in the real terms rather than increasing, other than the branded product where you charge a high price. So let me tell you about price. The agriculture product, I think all of us have, you know, grown up listening that 25 to 40% of the fruits, vegetables, horticulture product get wasted in this country because of logistics problem or the supply chain problem at depots. So logistics is that, you know, the rail container, road container, inland waterways, and plus, you know, the kind of the environment we need, what we call as a reefer container has to be available. And anyway, lot of progress has been done, but let me tell you what we have done. Now, presently, say India's export is, what you talk about, trade is 442 billion US dollar, but when you talk of China, 3.58 trillion US dollar. So if we grow to that extent, you know, if we target to be, our share in the world export is almost 2%, 1.8 to 2%. China's share in the world export is 14%. India's share in 1947 in the world export was 2.54%. China's share in 1947 world export was 0.9%. With all this thing, now we have stuck to 2%, 1.8 to 2%, but China's 14.5%. China declared a trade surplus of 1 trillion US dollar. And America, so one thing, again, so the cost of logistics is going to be a critical factor in determining our success in trade, and trade for India is more important international trade than America and China, because our share, of trade, international trade, export and import taken together works out to almost 40 to 45%. And therefore trade is critical to our GDP growth, and logistics is critical for our trade growth, other than, the growth of GDP even domestically. So I think, thank you so much. There are various points that we can discuss. Thank you.
That's very relevant. I think very well put that that trade has to grow if GDP has to grow, and our welfare depends on GDP. And if trade has to grow, then the logistics cost. There is one more question which I'll come back to you after we have first round on logistics cost, the paradox of logistics cost. But before that, I will go to Mr. Phdcci Kumar, Joint Secretary, Logistics. You are the custodian of the Prime Minister Gati Shakti framework and interministerial coordination as far as Government of India is concerned. And it's an excellent initiative which has been started, wherein we, until now, coordination within the government departments itself was, itself required a Herculean effort. And then coordination of various private sector and non-private sector actors alongside the various ministries at the federal level as well as state level as well as the union level used to be very, very complex process, resulting into gestation of the projects going haywire. It used to result into increase in gestation period. It also used to result in increase in the cost of the projects. So particularly from the timelines of completion of projects, how has the PM Gati Shakti framework been helpful? That is number one. And if you remember, we were associated with the Logistics Productivity Index initiative, which was taken by DPIIT. How do we see the Prime Minister Gati Shakti framework helping in improving logistics competitiveness in India? I think these are the two things on which, if you give us a government perspective, that will be great.
Hello. First of all, thank you for calling me here in this August gathering and speaking on behalf of government, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I have been benefited by listening to a couple of speakers before me, and I was very carefully listening, and it was a kind of knowledge enriching experience for me. I'm new to this sector. As far as logistics is concerned, I worked in different sectors. I was once director cold chain in Ministry of Food Processing Industry, and that time our focus was reefer vehicles, cold chain, and all mega food park and CA ripening chamber, and that was another world. Then when I was director horticulture in Ministry of Agriculture, then also the post-harvest losses what we were listening, that was our major concern, how to minimize that, and logistic in there also. In energy sector also I worked, and logistic was there, but this is the first time I have been working as Sachin ji told, where it is a humongous kind of intra-agencies, both government as well as non-government agencies and actors. We are coordinating as part of the logistic division. So it's a very challenging kind of coordinating job we are trying to do, but it is worth doing. First, I want to put that in perspective. As far as project completion through PM Gati Shakti, of course it has helped, but we should also appreciate that PM Gati Shakti, after all, is a digital platform, and it can help you if all the geo-referenced, geospatial data of all the infrastructure or planned project or assets, socio-economic assets, are put faithfully with all fidelity on a platform, then it can of course give you a head start in project planning, because you can visualize. Suppose you are making a road project, alignment, or rail project, or any kind of project, a warehouse. So you will have a visualization that what socio-economic infrastructure, other planned or existing is in that locality where you are trying to do. It is a wonderful device. But again, I will say its limitation is that it is a digital device, and the entire efficacy
A big round of applause for Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. So we'll request Mantriji to be a part of this panel discussion that's ongoing, and then we'll have a standalone session with the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir. Please.
Welcome, sir. With your permission, welcome, sir. With your permission, we'll carry on with the rest of the session. Again, back to Mr. Pankaj Kumar.
Hello. So, what I was telling that PM Gati Shakti as a geospatial digital platform has integrated all infrastructure assets, socio-economic assets, upcoming projects, planned projects into one super digital platform. So that can be visualized by the project proponent for their project planning. So just for an example, if a railway line is built and that alignment itself, what can be the best alignment, can be planned through PM Gati Shakti, and it is being planned. So that can avoid the eco-sensitive zone or fragile land. It can avoid lots of power line intersections or gas line. That kind of thing can be planned. So a efficient alignment or optimum alignment on PM Gati Shakti is being planned. Then what PM Gati Shakti has done, apart from being a digital platform, it has institutionalized a whole of government and whole of area approach. Let me take 1 minute to explain you these phrases. What we are doing, we are having a network planning group that works under the aegis of PM Gati Shakti, overall supervision of Cabinet Secretary. What that NPG is doing, that suppose a railway alignment is planned from X to Y place. So all the agencies in government as well as private, they sit together to take note of this alignment which is coming up in a particular area, and at the very time of its planning, plan for the last mile connectivity, the other infrastructures connectivity, such as this railway alignment got the maximum kind of impact on the whole area of 50 or 100 kilometer adjoining to that project. So this breaks the silos approach and also improve the overall socio-economic development of the entire area, not only that alignment itself. So PM Gati Shakti, two ways it is helping in expediting the project. One is that this permissions, regulatory approvals and coordination with other agencies are expedited, no doubt, but it is also helping in bringing all the stakeholders together at the time of planning, so that the planning is not only for a particular project, but an integrated way for the particular entire area, as well as the other assets of other agencies are get connected or network to the planned project. So that way PM Gati Shakti is helping. Your another question was the LPI, and we are trying to improve our logistic performance index by World Bank, but there are challenges, because like in any other index, all the index uses proxy parameters. Means how can you measure the logistic efficiency of India? So suppose what they are taking the air cargo data, and then seeing that how much time a cargo, air cargo is from somewhere, some point in the world coming to India taking, same way shipping data they are taking, same way from Universal Postal Union they are taking the postal data. We are having a contention with World Bank because our concern, India is not like any small country where it is not Singapore, or even if it is not South Korea, or it is not Hong Kong, or it is not even Thailand, that kind of country, and Western country, Netherlands and all. We have got a very, very vast, it's a kind of subcontinent, and those realities should have been taken into consideration. So there is an issue. We may not get very good ranking as far as LPI is concerned this year, because the data, World Bank had changed their methodology. The data they are taking, we are not very well represented in that. But we'll have to work towards getting that ranking improved. But getting the ranking improved is one way of just showing that we are doing something. We need to do hard work on field of logistics, not only on logistics infrastructure, and not only on connectivity. One is infrastructure, the warehouses or the multi-model logistic park or all kind of infrastructure. But connectivity, we all know that it has been highlighted that we are not much focused on two of the modality, that is waterways and air. Maybe both are very, very important. We are focused mainly on rail and road. That is also reflected on the projects which we are evaluating under the PM Gati Shakti. All the projects are coming rail and road. Hardly any waterways project or air project are coming. So, but I will say as concluding remark that it is not only important that we focus as part of logistic improvement, the logistic infrastructure and connectivity or mobility. We need to look into also the policy and regulatory regime which impact ease of doing business, and that is the area, particularly in EXIM logistic, the issues related to custom, because I have been facing through a public grievance sort of mechanism. It is called Service Improvement Group. Lots of issues coming up from industry association regarding custom clearance and many other issues related to that. A small issue related to health inspection on ship becomes a big problem in EXIM logistic. Scanning and all kind of things. So we need to improve the third component of logistic, that is policy and regulatory regime also. And my focus at JS Logistic is on the third component because private sector and railway and MORTH is taking good care of the infrastructure part. But of course, Professor's view of these two under-focused or underserved kind of attention to this sector will also be in our focus in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. That brings me to Mr. Rudra Shriram, Director, DCM Containers. The best way to take a ship on land is to convert it into a container. And international competitiveness of any country is directly dependent on how well is that country served both on the oceans as well as the land, as long as it is a country which has a coastline. I think India is very well endowed as far as the coastline is concerned, and our west coast boasts of doing roughly 70% of the containerized traffic which is carried on India. We always hear about shortage of containers. However, it is many times misunderstood as non-availability of containers is the issue, and not non-availability of shipping lines which operate in container space is the issue. So coming to you in terms of a manufacturer of containers as well as improving both domestic and international availability of containers, what are the two obstacles that you face or that you have faced in terms of ramping up of containerization in the domestic and international trade?
So, firstly, two is a very difficult task because that list is at least two. Two is that's harder than making the containers in India actually. I think after a lot of debate, and you know, I have someone from IIFT, sir, Mr. Joshi. You know, after a lot of discussion and deliberation over the last 3 years about a talk of a PLI scheme for container manufacturing in India, it made us as a company also delve deeper into, apart from the, let's say, superficial thoughts of, okay, the scale is in China, the raw material is cheaper. There's also a very strong government support system for infrastructure for building such products available in the said country. I don't want to keep talking about that country again and again. Unfortunately, that number that Dr. Joshi said about 95% domination, it's not 95%, so it's 97%. So, I think it is, one side is the, the operational problems, which is my number one point, which is, your scale, availability of raw material, etc., which, we can write the same thesis on again and again. And the second side is the availability of a proper functioning domestic shipping line. Now, we keep talking about, and even your question, I'd like you to correct that a little bit. And in India, or keeping in mind the Gati Shakti initiative and the growth of cargo from road to rail, shipping containers play a very large role in that, let's say, a transformation as well. Because let's not forget our container train operators. I mean, today we pride ourselves on being one of the largest rail, let's say, networks in the world. And we have someone from Texmaco over here also, and it is more and more incumbent that the containers are even required for domestic movement. Coming to the shipping, the EXIM side of it, I think we get a little bit hit on the fact that we can keep containers in EXIM without paying any duty for 6 months. And that was one of the points that IIFT had also proposed, was in the PLI proposal, was that can we see let's say the extreme version of that, ki aap 6 ko 0 kar do. And that's not possible. It's just not feasible. I don't even want to get into that conversation. So the recommendation is that bring down the 6 to 3. So in that 3 months, when there are NVOCCs or other, let's say, carriers who require containers to origin from India, there will be containers available. See, when the stock of container manufacturing, we've been making containers in India for 30 years. We started as a plant in Chennai. Along with us, there were 2 other companies. One was Indicon Westphalia, had set up the KCT group had set up a container manufacturing plant, I think in Ranchi or near Ranchi. And then Bama Lorry's subsidiary Transsafe had set up a plant in Kharagpur. Even 30 years ago and today, unfortunately, we face similar problems in terms of the de-escalation of the raw material pricing. That's the biggest point in this. There are 2 main differences over. We need corrosion-resistant steel. The corrosion-resistant steel in India is 10 rupees higher in price because of the value add to, let's say, normal high-strength steel. In China, that difference is 1 rupee between non-resistant and corrosion-resistant steel. So, अब आप अपने आप ही देख लीजिए, 9 rupees, when I multiply that by the, let's say, the tear weight of the steel, you're already outpriced. You're way past price. So, we keep coming to these conferences and I keep sounding like a broken record over here. I said, we have to stop considering always, let's say, competing with China. I think we have to first learn to crawl, then walk, then run, then fly. I think we're still reaching the stage between crawling and walking right now. There is enough demand within the Indian network itself, whether it is the rail network, whether it is our coastal carriers, whether it is immediate, let's say, feeders to our neighboring countries, there's enough demand over here itself. So sorry, that's more than 2 points on that.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Rudra Shriram. That was a very good perspective. My second round of questions, I'll go in the reverse direction, and I will again come back to you. In our conversation just before we started the session, you had mentioned that it is not just the price on which a comparison should be done, but there are many other parameters, and particularly when you're operating on a domestic network from an intermodal point of view, as you rightly pointed out, that containers are going to play a very important role from the point of view of road to rail shift, because road to rail shift can take place only with containers, and these domestic containers need not necessarily be of the same exacting standards as far as the ocean going containers are concerned, as far as the cotton steel use is concerned. So probably there would be some cost advantage which will be available there. But more relevant is the supply chain of Indian manufactured containers is something which can start more quickly, rather than a 6 months delay which is involved in sourcing containers from an international location like China, etc. is concerned. Number one, whether has it played well in terms of reducing the competitiveness of Chinese containers within India or not? That is my first question. Second is, in order to facilitate, so road to rail, there is one major issue, that the road operates on a full truckload basis, whereas rail operates on a full train load basis. And the best way to marry road to rail is to convert railway into rail solution into a full truckload or a full container load solution. That is why you have to do intermodal transport on rail. From that point of view, do you see any movement in the right direction as far as containerization of domestic trade in India is concerned? Over to you.
Definitely. I think, see, it's a matter of infrastructure meeting technology. There is a base level infrastructure which to some extent was available, and then you have the infrastructure that we produce or a wagon manufacturer produces, which starts meeting technology, which starts bringing in the whole ecosystem. And what sir was talking about right now about, don't forget the digital side of this Gati Shakti movement. When that marriage starts happening, that's when we start reaching an equilibrium of movement over here. But definitely, we're an agrarian economy. We are still continuing to be an agrarian economy as we go forward. There is a lot of conversation with organizations such as Food Grain Corporation of India, etc., on, let's say, directly loading certain containers from the silos to move the grain across on rail. To avoid the various exigencies and delays which could be there if there's let's say, availability of equipment. But there is basic infrastructure required to do such a movement as well. Coming into how to work at this, see, I think it's also a mindset change. It's a mindset shift. When we look at a container, we look at a box, but each type of container for rail manufacturing today, and I'm very grateful to the RDSO and certain other railway organizations that have, taken on international standards immediately. Apart from trying to reinvent the ball today, I sit on a couple of BIS committees that are trying to define an Indian standard for shipping containers. So मैंने इनको बोला, यार, why are you trying to, make your own standard? You don't need to. You grow from the ISO standard. We don't need to reinvent this wheel. This container basic standard is here to stay globally, because we're trying to marry the domestic movement with the final aim of increasing exports, pushing product out of India. That's the end game by the end of it. Whether, it's Mr. Sial moving product from Delhi NCR in the, let's say, non-moving hours, finally to the port to push it out. The final aim of it is to increase our overall exports from the inlands of India and connecting those to global, to the globe in general. The container plays a significant part in it, however way you look at it. You can't take a dog for a walk without a leash. The container is the leash over here. You need that leash to, maintain standard, to maintain some sort of, let's say, continuity on a global level.
Thank you. Very relevant. Over to Mr. Pankaj Kumar. Internationally, we have seen that many countries have been able to establish themselves as gateways to the rest of the world, or be the corridors, by focusing on certain corridors of economic growth, both in terms of domestic requirement as well as international trade is concerned. Do we have a corridor approach as far as our international trade orientation of the Gati Shakti program or the logistics division work is concerned? And let's say, if you can add to that, as far as these corridors are concerned, if you can identify those corridors for the benefit of the audience.
I don't think I have got answer to your question. This kind of a kind of corridor approach to foreign trade which can be developed. DGFT would have been the better authority to answer. As far I am concerned, I can tell you that there are definitely, we all know, as a, not I am just logistic, I am telling we, as a general, having worked in government for so long, we know that there are definitely the pockets or corridors which cater to a particular segment of the export. It is not that we are trying to build a particular corridor for that. So I don't think I'll explain much on that because it will be only superficial as a user, not as JS Logistics.
Thank you so much. I come now to Dr. Joshi. The paradox of logistics cost in India. First, I think most important is that logistics cost does not comprise only of freight rate or freight that you pay. But logistics cost has primarily three components: the freight, the cost of carrying inventory, and cost of infrastructure involved in carrying and maintaining that inventory. And speed plays, or transit time plays, an extremely important role as far as containing the logistics cost is concerned. How do you think Indian economy is going over a period of last 2 decades or so, and how do we need to go as far as next 2 decades are concerned in order to meet our logistics cost dream of bringing it down from double digit to single digit? And in terms of modal shift from road to rail or road to road, rail, road, how are we progressing and how we need to progress? So these are the two things that I would like to ask you, sir.
No, I think it's very important, you know, as I told you that, you know, for any substantial growth which we plan that India to be, you know, we are already 4.1 trillion economy. We have already taken over Japan. We are very soon going to take over Germany in terms of the total size of the economy. And logistics is, you know, critically important. But despite all the bottlenecks, you know, let me tell you that India's ranking in LPI, the Logistics Performance Index, to 38, I think among all the big economies, we have performed probably among the highest with a 16, you know, rank higher as compared to 2014 in the last 10 years or so. So this has been a real our achievement, and our efficiency in terms of shipping is also, you know, we rank 22. So, you know, we have got a lot of achievement. I think the way, you know, he has started initiative of having container. And what is very important here is the containers are not only for the international shipping, but domestic, you know, cargo transaction as well. The whole world, you go to any country in the developed world, you know, the domestic or inland transaction or transportation takes place through containerized cargo only. Not like that you fill in the truck and open the truck, because there are multiplicity of the things. And a container is not something simple. You know, there are different types of container, different cargo require different containers. So there are multiplicity of, you know, issues with container. And what he talked about is very, very, you know, relevant. That containers normally do have what we call as, you know, the ISO standards. We say the A से B, B से A, दोबारा से इसको गोल गोल घुमाते हैं हम, उससे then we go to ISI, then you know, ISI से फिर उसको, so that's a very important thing. And the containerization of cargo does not make efficiency, but also reduces the cost. And cost is extremely important, because now, you know, apart from tariff, which the whole world has seen, it is not only the tariff which is going to, you know, control the world economy or the world trade. Shipping and you know, logistics is going to be critical. So today China is in a position to you know, negotiate with America because they have got something, you know, in language we call as a, you know, the firm specific or a country specific strength. So they have got critical mineral. Another country specific, you know, is that, you know, they have got the container. So price of container, you know, we cannot control and they control. The shipping price also they control. If you see the size of shipping, JNPT, probably JNPT Mundra as on date our big port, but only one port, say you talk of Shanghai has 7 to 8 times more capacity than JNPT. So, we need to look at those capacities. We need not to be the price followers in the international market for shipping, which is whether a bulk cargo, liner shipping, or a container cargo, but we should be at least a price setting. If you see that from even 5% in 1999, how China has taken over 53-55% of the shipbuilding. The same thing is in shipping, 20% share in the world shipping. हम तो कहीं भी नहीं है उसमें. And tomorrow, these prices, which is very important, is if you do not have a strength, we do not know in this uncertain world, and something which is very certain in the economy is going to happen is uncertainty. Something which is going to be very predictable is unpredictable. आज हमको ही नहीं पता है कि अमेरिका से हमारा एग्रीमेंट होने वाला है कि नहीं. वियतनाम से जो एग्रीमेंट हुआ है 2 days before, and all of you know it, America is going to charge 20% tariff on Vietnamese good, and Vietnam has opened up at 0% tariff. We cannot do it because of agriculture and food that you know better. And therefore, the shipping and logistics are going to be a critical factor, not only for the economy, not only for economic growth, not only for trade, but our, standing in the world forum in terms of trade, economy, so that no country is able to blackmail us, and we do have our own strength. So I think it's very critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Mr. Anil Sial, yeah, sure.
In fact, this question you should have asked me.
Now I have asked it to you.
so Professor साहब ने तो logistic cost के बारे में कुछ कहा नहीं. In fact, देखिए, logistic cost, we are grappling this dilemma, what you are raising, and it is actually a dilemma and a kind of paradox, you may say, because I want to inform the House that since I joined at JS Logistics, there was news in the air that logistic cost in India is very high. It is 14%. Some data came few years before. I don't know from where that came. When I tried to find out, yeah, thin air. When I tried to find out who gave this data, there was no authentic. But this news spread. That is 14%. It should be brought to the single digit. So what? Before I joined, NCAR, the National Council for Applied Economic Research. They were hired. They were roped in by DPIT to do the logistic cost estimation in a data-driven, survey-based, primary, secondary, in an authentic manner. So my attention fell upon that. I thought that this is one thing I must, as a JS Logistic, give to our nation, that what is the authentic logistic cost. Of course, we have reached to some data. I am not going to reveal much because it is under scrutiny, and there is a task force, and we are doing multiple round of meeting I had with NCAR and the stakeholders. But I can tell you that it is nowhere around what was projected. Second thing, what I want to inform, that calculating logistic cost is so difficult in India. Because what constitutes logistic cost itself is poorly defined. For example, the NCAR has taken the warehoused handling charges. That is a big chunk of the logistic cost. Then, of course, the movement charges, be it rail, road, or shipping, or anything. And then some other overheads supporting transport, they say, and administrative cost, and that kind of thing. Maybe some other kind of regulatory prices and other. So when I asked, have you taken inventory handling charges? They had a difficulty, because inventory, is it included in warehouse, and which kind of inventory? If it is a captive warehouse or warehouse as a service, what to take? So there are gray areas. So one thing is that it is not easy to find logistic cost in India, because that way we have not maintained our account. यदि आप किसी के पास जाते हैं पूछने के लिए कि आपका लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट क्या है, ना तो उसके प्रॉफिट लॉस अकाउंट में होता है, ना इस तरह से कोई उनके यहाँ कॉस्ट मेंटेन होती है, वो अलग अलग तरीके से कॉस्ट मेंटेन करते हैं. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. वी गॉट सर्वे ऑफ सम 3500 factories and other establishments who are incurring on logistic cost. We also took GSTN data, e-way bill, and also SUT data, National Account Survey and all from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. On the basis of that, we can tell you that logistic cost as calculated on these is much below the 14% what was projected few years before. Also, the second thing that many discussions came into focus or into light that higher the logistic cost is not per se a bad thing for economy. Because if we say that our logistic cost is low, then our logistic efficiency is high, that there may not be a direct correlation between logistic cost and logistic efficiency. What we should focus that we should have higher logistic efficiency, cost should be optimum. So we will come out with the report very soon, and I'll be very happy to deliberate upon in after 2-3 months all those findings of the report. There is a very interesting comparison of multimodality, at what distance rail become cheaper from road, and all that has analysis been done. One thing I will just conclude, that in this past 3 months what I could realize, that the most contentious issue on multimodality is model shift. There is a kind of, I felt, a kind of turf war between road and rail, because in all rail projects which come to us for evaluation, the DPR says that we are going to snatch 30% road traffic on this alignment. And when on the same alignment, the MORTH project come to us, they say we are going to snatch 30% rail traffic on this alignment. So I was very happy to listen your view that how railway can be more efficient, but I think what I could understand, perhaps we will be better off not going into that territory, which is cheaper, which is better and all, because market is taking care of that. We all know, as a user, not as a JS logistic, we all know कि यदि आज मेरी ट्रांसफ़र होती है और मुझे अपना सामान भेजना होगा, तो और मान लीजिए कि सारा कॉस्ट मेरे ऊपर आया, ऑफ कोर्स गवर्नमेंट की कॉस्ट होती है, तो मैं रेल से तो भेजूंगा नहीं। आप बताइए, मैं अपने क्वार्टर से एक ट्रक लेकर के रेलवे स्टेशन जाऊंगा, पता नहीं रेलवे स्टेशन में घुस पाएगी मेरी ट्रक या नहीं, पहाड़गंज से तो नहीं घुसेगी, इस एरिया से कहीं अंदर चली जाए, और फिर उसके बाद वहाँ कहीं पे जहाँ उतरेंगे वहाँ लास्ट माइल के क्या होगी। सो वी ऑल नो दैट रेलवे की सबसे बड़ी जो प्रॉब्लम है, एज ए यूज़र वी नो कि वो पॉइंट टू पॉइंट एक स्टेशन टू स्टेशन है, स्टेशन टू स्टेशन। एक बात मैं और आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अभी ह्यूज नंबर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट वी आर इवेल्युएटिंग अंदर पीएम गति शक्ति, और उस पर हम लोग का जो फोकस होता है, आप लोग सभी यूज़र हैं, आप रेलवे स्टेशन जाते हैं, मेट्रो के भी ध्यान रखिए, दिल्ली में हम लोग सब मेट्रो स्टेशन हम लोग ने यूज़ किया है, और पूरे इंडिया में रेलवे स्टेशन, ये बहुत जो डीपीआर हमारे पास आते हैं उसमें बहुत ब्यूटीफुल अलाइनमेंट का जिक्र होगा, रेलवे स्टेशन का जिक्र होगा, मेट्रो की जो आती है प्रोजेक्ट उसमें मेट्रो के स्टेशन का बहुत चमकदार फोटो और सारे एमिनिटीज़ होंगे, कमर्शियल मॉल जैसा दिखेगा, लेकिन डीपीआर में कहीं इस बात का जिक्र नहीं होता है कि वो रेलवे स्टेशन से जब लोग इवैक्यूएट होंगे अपना सामान लेके, तो कौन सा होल्डिंग एरिया है, पार्किंग एरिया है, कहाँ ऑटो खड़ी होगी, कहाँ से लोग निकलेंगे, वो छोटी सी एक स्टेशन रोड से निकल के किसी को स्टेट हाईवे पे चढ़नी है तो वो लैंडिंग का कोई प्रोविज़न ही नहीं है, वो ऐसे करके चढ़ रहे हैं, फिर वो कैसे अपने लास्ट माइल तक जाएंगे। सेम थिंग इज़ इवन इन दिल्ली मेट्रो स्टेशन। आप मेट्रो स्टेशन पे उतरिए चमकदार मेट्रो स्टेशन से, और उसके बाद आपको लगेगा कि रोड पे कोई कुचल देगा, क्योंकि कोई किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि वहाँ एक पार्किंग बे बननी चाहिए जहाँ ऑटो होनी चाहिए थी। बिकॉज जब मेट्रो के स्टेशन बन रहे होते हैं तो उस टाइम में अर्बन डेवलपमेंट, म्यूनिसिपलिटी या जो टाउन प्लानर होता है उनके साथ प्लानिंग नहीं होती कि भाई यहाँ एक इतना चमकदार मेट्रो स्टेशन आएगा तो यहाँ पार्किंग के भी करो, यहाँ लाइट जो ट्रैफिक लाइट है उसको यहाँ से यू टर्न लेना है तो उसको चेंज करो। इन सब चीज़ों पे फोकस नहीं है। आई वॉन्ट टू इन्फॉर्म द हाउस कि अभी हम लोगों ने इन सब चीज़ों पे काफ़ी फोकस शुरू किया है, हम लोग उस प्रोजेक्ट को लौटा रहे हैं। यदि ये सारे चीज़ें नहीं होती है डीपीआर में तो हम लोग इवन मेट्रो के प्रोजेक्ट को भी कहते हैं कि फिर से आप जाइए डीपीआर में इनको लीजिए, स्टेशन बनाने से नहीं उसकी लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी देखिए।
Thank you. It's a debate which we can have once the, I think, logistics cost report is available. short questions for short answers. Mr. Syal, price versus service quality, and service quality is defined as transit time. What does the customer look at?
May I just kind of add one point to what,
we have already overshot time by 9 minutes.
I'll reach to that point
Yeah.
only. So the one thing which, while we have been talking about logistics cost, so I just want to bring that price in also, price element also, but just talking about logistics cost for 1 second. And I have always, kind of scratched my head to, in the growth era of where we stand now, I've always tried to scratch my head to figure out how do we reduce cost of anything? We are living in a world where inflation every year is adding to something or the other. With all the elements or components of logistics cost still, if all elements of logistics cost are going up, our fuel, our cost of material and everything, how is cost going to come down? That's an enigma I really have no answer to.
I think the answer was what Joint Secretary said. Efficiency. Efficiency is going to bring in
fact, that's
cost
why
down.
I want to complement that point very specifically.
Yeah.
That anything that is so the only way we can bring down the elemental cost of our logistics is by way of improving in efficiency. Today morning, if not don't go any far. Today morning, I think everybody in the morning must have read this newspaper article. Those sitting here, somehow magically, Delhi Jaipur distance has been reduced by 20 kilometers. By 20 kilometers.
You can do it
No,
in
that
3
is
hours
a
now.
magic. No. So you'll do, of course you'll do it by lesser time. The
Yeah.
magic is Delhi and Jaipur are now closer by 20 kilometers. The headline read that.
Yeah.
So 20 kilometers Jaipur pass aa gaya. How is that magic happening? So any infrastructural development which is bringing the infrastructure which is enabling that cost to come down, is the cost going to come down?
Yeah.
Now, how is it that going to get calculated on a broader spectrum? Of course, I'll leave JS Logistics points to that.
Yeah, they're already working on it. Yeah.
Especially on the price and time.
No, I bring you back to my question.
That's what I'm saying. So
the organizers are after me that I have to close the session.
So I'm responding to your question only. So as far as price to the transit time for a client's context is concerned, specifically 99 out of 100 times my questions my pressures have always remained cost, price, the logistics price. If that was the answer, then you can understand. We have operated the country as a very frugal economy. As a very frugal economy, everybody is after cost. And that stitches to the answer what JS Logistics mentioned about, Phdcci mentioned about, the logistics cost of the country was never 14%. That number came out of thin air somewhere, and then it became 13%, or it stuck to that number. Our logistics cost has forever remained somehow much lower than that. We must, of course, compete with ourselves to reduce that cost differently. But when it comes,
I think that's a relevant point. Reducing the cost is more important rather than knowing it exactly where it stands.
Exactly. So
and whether it makes you internationally and domestically competitive or not is the relevant point.
So the final last line on that was, if as a private sector operator, when my clients are asking me, when I tell them that I can deliver faster but you give me 1 rupee kilo more, they say please take a hike. I want 1 rupee kilo less, that's fine. So somewhere logistics cost has always remained, or the cost of transportation has always remained, front and center. Service comes second.
Right. Okay. I don't want to deprive Mr. Verma of his answer to the second question. A very short question. If we solve the problem of capacity on Indian railway network, both by dedicated freight corridors for the golden quadrilateral and the diagonals, and also by multi-tracking of the sections on Indian railway network, do you think we will be able to reach a goal of 55 to 60 kilometers of average speed to achieve a transit times which are comparable internationally?
Sorry, sir. First, we speak about logistic cost. What?
Everyone wants to speak about logistics cost. Rudra also wants to. Okay.
DFC is thinking end mile connectivity also. I think JS and DPIT may load their household through railway also, because that is solution of trucks and trains. That is environment friendly also. And what DFC is doing to reduce logistic cost, our DFC motto is heavier, higher, longer and faster. Heavier, more axle tonnage load, DFC designed 25 axle ton load, we can carry more tonnage per wagon. Heavier, that is the, our whole WDFC designed at 7.2 meter Phdcci height. That is, we can carry double stack container. That is the game changer. That reduces
my question.
It reduces logistic cost by 50%.
My answer to my question, whether we can achieve the dream or goal of reaching a 50 kilometers per hour plus average transit time if we solve the capacity problem.
Sir, your answer is more DFCs along the golden quadrilateral and diagonals.
Well, you have given the answer that I wanted,
DFCs.
and I'm sure Praveen also wanted.
To increase your speed, you need more DFCs.
That brings us to the conclusion of the session, but Rudra wants to say a few words before we close this session. So over to him.
So just a last point, I'm really sorry, sir, with your permission, one last point on this. So, I think Praveenji is sitting right in front of me. He made a point that's been resonating with me ever since I was sitting on that side of the dais, that we've made these tracks which are of a certain capacity, but our wagons are only taking, let's say, somewhere around half that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, about half the actual capacity of the new tracks. So you guys are arguing over cost and service. First, let us get to that capacity, give the wagon manufacturers the standards to get to those capacities, and then you can keep fighting over service quality versus logistics cost till kingdom comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudra. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. I wish we could give some time to you to ask us questions, but answering questions is always very difficult, so we'd avoid that. Thank you so much. You have been a wonderful audience. You have been a wonderful panel.
Round of applause for our panelists. I think we need a full day discussion to get the collective experience of all of you together. But thank you for sparing time and being here. I'll request Dr. Jitendra sir to please present mementos as a piece of remembrance from our side. To Mr. Sachin Bhanushali for moderating and coming on board and graciously accepting and helping us out. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for our delegates, Mr. Sachin Bhanushali, Mr. S.P. Verma.
Thank you.
Mr. S.P. Verma. Mr. Pankaj Kumar sir, Joint Secretary Logistics. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and motivating the audience. I think everyone's going to catch you for more questions. Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi. Mr. Rudra Shriram. And Mr. Anil Syal, President Safe Express Private Limited, for supporting and for being a part of the session. Thank you so very much, sir. I'll request all of you to join for a group photograph. A group photograph in the front. And then we start the standalone session with the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. Requesting the Honorable Minister, Pankaj sir and Rudra sir to stay seated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're not going.
No, I'm not going.
Okay. Requesting Pankaj sir, Rudra sir and the Honorable Minister to keep seated. Inviting Shri Manoj Kumar Jain sir, Rudra Shriram sir and Praveen Kumar sir to join us back on the dais, please. Requesting Ranjan Dhingra sir also to join us on the dais, please. Thank So before, thank you so much. And before we begin, may I request the honorable dignitaries, the honorable minister, to please do the lamp lighting ceremony. To traditionally start, we were waiting for you. So thank you so much. With a big round of applause, can we have the honorable dignitaries do the lamp lighting ceremony? Requesting Mr. Ranjan Dhingra to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony as well. Can I request all the delegates to please be seated? We have some very interesting 2 sessions ahead of us. Thank you. And to formally welcome the Honorable Minister, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to please present a green initiative, a plant, and a memento from PhD side to remember us by. I think this is Sir's first foray at the Chambers event, and we look forward to collaborating more with you, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for the Honorable Minister? Thank you so much. A PhD memento. And may I also request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to please release the knowledge report made for this special program, requesting Bhavik and Isaac to please join us on the dais, made by Grant Thornton. It's a really elaborate and a very nice report. So, may I request Shri Manoj Kumar Jain, MD Deep Blue Express and co-chair PhD Logistics Committee, to please say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and it's our pleasure to welcome Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Inland Waterways, Government of India, to this special session on the aligning global supply chains with domestic and international trade through infrastructure synergies, integrated multimodal logistics. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And may I now invite the Minister himself to address us and say a few words. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. It is the pleasure for me that I'm being with you today in this great and auspicious occasion that Gati Se Pragati conclave with the Chamber of Commerce. And on the dais today with us, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Deputy Secretary General, PhD CCI, Shri Rudra, Shri Ramji, Director DAM, Shri Manoj Kumar Jayanji, MD Deep Blue Express of Chair PhD CCI Logistic Committee, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Deputy Secretary General PhD CCI, distinguished guests, dignitaries, media friends, I am giving the heartfelt congratulations to you and thanks that you are here today. We are very much proud for that the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji think that the Gati Shakti Master Plan, why this initiative needs to take? Because last many years, India just surviving as a normal country, the governance and the government survive with natural procedure. There was no challenge, there was no interest to develop the Indian inside economy and the infrastructures. So that's why giving thanks. Right now you are also very much interested with that Gati Shakti Master Plan. First of all, many discussion was happened here and I also listened that. I heard this very minutely. First of all, the diversity of India we have to see, and so many barriers geographically we are faced since long time. Some giving example, that Chenab Bridge. You know, Kashmir was a very difficult because that place is rugged, wasn't a good communication with the transportation. That is why Chenab Bridge makes us with them a very good relation with the transportation by the railway system, and it is easier to reach the products, things to there, and also come and goes very easier. So we have to follow last mile connectivity. If we can change very difficult place to very easier in infrastructurally, in Indian many states, that is a very difficult situation we faced since long time, and now it is going generally changed. So Gati Shakti Master Plan, when it will be built up and successfully we can made it, it is to be the great future for us. ये बात जो आप लोगों ने आज डिस्कशन यहाँ किए हैं, लिटिल बिट आई एम गोइंग इन हिंदी ऑल्सो, ये एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि पोर्ट के बिना, विदाउट पोर्ट वी कैनॉट survive for the Viksit Bharat development country, developed country. So ये जो बात है इसको पहले हम लोगों को विकसित करना है और इसका विकास के लिए हमको कई तरीके से सोचना चाहिए. जैसे सबसे पहले पोर्ट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होना है, पोर्ट के साइड में इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन कराना है, डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर को पोर्ट के साथ जोड़ना है. सारे समस्याएं जहां पर है उसका मेन है हम लोग, हमारा जो इंडिजिनियस प्रोडक्ट है लोकल फॉर वोकल, उसमें हम लोग जोड़ नहीं दे रहे हैं. हम लोकल फॉर वोकल को जोड़ देना चाहिए हम लोगों को, क्योंकि चाइना, अगर आप लोग फॉलो करेंगे चाइना को, कि 80 के दशक में, द डिकेड्स ऑफ 80s, China was the similar with us economy level. But how suddenly China raised up too much? क्योंकि चाइना ने ये फॉलो किया था लोकल फॉर वोकल. आप अगर चाइना में जाइएगा तो वहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक ही प्रोडक्ट को फोकस किया जाता है और उसी को वर्ल्ड मार्केट में एक बहुत अच्छा रैंक बनाया जाता है. और जब वो एक्सपोर्ट होता है बिजनेस के लिए तो नेचुरली इकोनॉमी इज ग्रोइंग टू. तो ये जो बात है ये इंडिया में होना चाहिए था. अभी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा ये स्टार्ट किया जा रहा है. उनके थॉट्स और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जस्ट स्टार्टिंग दिस. इफ वी यूज्ड टू डू दैट बिफोर, देन दिस टाइम वी वुड बी अ सक्सेस, अ 3 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमीज कंट्री वुड बी. सो ये जो लैक ऑफ जो टाइम मेंटेन है इसका एक बहुत समस्या हम लोगों के बीच में है. तो चाइना अभी जो कर रहे हैं हम लोग अभी शुरू, चाइना जो जहां सक्सेसफुल होके उभर के आया है और हम लोग अभी शुरुआत कर रहे हैं. तो मैं आप लोगों से, देखिए, यू आर द पिलर ऑफ द ऑल बिजनेस. तो आप लोगों को सबसे पहले इंडिजिनस लोकल फॉर वोकल होना पड़ेगा. ये साहब ने हमको बोला कि कंटेनर के बारे में थोड़ा सोचिए. तो दिस इज अ वेरी गुड आइडिया. दिस इज अ वेरी गुड आइडिया बिकॉज ये कंटेनर का जो प्रोडक्ट है इसका एक हब होना है एक ही जगह में. 14 जगह, 15 जगह, 20 जगह में इसका हब नहीं बनाना है कि एक जगह में इसको फोकस करना है पर्टिकुलरली, कि वही स्टेट में, वही जगह में ये अच्छी तरह से बने. फिर वो वर्ल्ड मार्केट में उसका रैंक आएगा, उसका फोकसिंग होगा और उस फोकसिंग के द्वारा उसका वर्ल्ड मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू जो है वो बढ़ जाएगा और धीरे धीरे इसका एक्सपोर्ट होने लगेगा ना. तो ये जो सिस्टम है, इस सिस्टम को अच्छी तरह से करने के लिए जो हॉलिस्टिक हमारा चिंतन है उसके लिए ही गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान. आप लोग थोड़ा इसका चेंज कर दिए शायद, गति से प्रगति. अच्छा है, गति से प्रगति तो आएगा ही. तो लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी के बारे में मैं जो बोला, आज मैं कुछ दिन पहले एनिनी में गए थे. एनिनी जो है अरुणाचल का एक बहुत ही एकदम चाइना के पास. तो मैं फिजिकली बाई कार में गया हूँ इसीलिए कि चैलेंज को समझने के लिए. मैं हेलीकॉप्टर में जा ही सकता था लेकिन मैं बाई कार में वही जो कठिन परिस्थिति है, लोग कैसे रहते हैं, तो ये जो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट के बारे में आप कह रहे हैं, हमको फीलिंग हुआ भाई. ये जो 200-250 किलोमीटर हम लोग जो आए हैं उसके लिए पर हेड 36,000-37,000 रुपया खर्चा होता है. क्यों होता है? और इतना ही हम अगर प्लेन लैंड से जाते हैं तो हमारा खर्चा नहीं. तो ये तो लॉजिस्टिक का बढ़ेगा ही. और इसीलिए मैंने बोला लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी को जोड़ने के लिए ये चिनाब ब्रिज का उदाहरण दिया. कश्मीर कितना इजियर हो गया है ना अभी, तो वहाँ भी ऐसा करने से लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट भी कम हो जाएगा वहाँ का. तो हर तरीके से हमको सोच के आगे बढ़ना है क्योंकि भारत सरकार और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सोच है, विकसित भारत 2047 will be the greatest for the India. That is the main challenge of us. We will be the third economic country all over the all over the world. So पोर्ट के जो इशू हैं, इस मामले में पोर्ट का क्या दायित्व है? आप लोग जानते हैं कि जितने सारे कंटेनर ट्रेड है उसमें 70% से ज़्यादा ट्रेडिंग बाय शिपिंग होता है। तो आप लोगों का सबसे ज़्यादा फायदा जो है वो शिप से ही है। तो चाइना का जो एक पोर्ट है, ये एक पोर्ट हमारा 10 पोर्ट के समान है ना, शंघाई में जो पोर्ट है। इसी के कारण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोचे थे कि हम लोगों को ट्रांसशिपमेंट पोर्ट तैयार करना है। आप जानते हैं बादावन में, मुंबई के साइड में जो बादावन है महाराष्ट्र में, वहाँ ट्रांसशिपमेंट पोर्ट बन रहा है। 72,000 रुपया खर्चा करके 72,000 करोड़ रुपया खर्चा करके वहाँ ट्रांसशिपमेंट पोर्ट बनेगा। फिर गैलाथिया बे में एक ट्रांसशिपमेंट पोर्ट बनेगा। जब ये 2 पोर्ट बन जाएगा, मैं मानता हूं भारत पूरे विश्व में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में 5वें बृहत्तर स्थान पे आ जाएंगे। और ये 47 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सरकार का चैलेंज है, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री का चैलेंज है कि हम लेके जाएंगे। एक बात सोचिए कि पूरा जो वर्ल्ड में ट्रेड होता है, इसका 13% ट्रेड भारत महासागर से, हिंद महासागर से होता है। तो हिंद महासागर से अगर ये ट्रेड होता है तो व्हाई नॉट वी आर कैप्चरिंग द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ दैट ट्रेड्स वैल्यू। तो ये हम लोगों को अगर कॉम्पीट करना है सिंगापुर से और कोलंबो से, तो हम लोगों को एक ट्रांसशिपमेंट पोर्ट बनाना ही चाहिए अंडमान में। इतना अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और जियोग्राफिकली लोकेशन है, तो हम लोग वहाँ क्यों नहीं बनाएंगे? वो 13% ट्रेड को हमको इनकैश करना है, यही हमारा मकसद है। मैं मानता हूँ पिछले 11 सालों में भारत सरकार ने जो विकास देश के प्रगति के लिए लाए हैं, खास करके हमारे पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज में, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय है। क्योंकि बहुत सारे जो ये है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का जो चेंज हो गया, इसका भी बहुत लाभ हुआ है। मैं सिंपली सी उदाहरण देता हूँ। पहले फॉरेन एक्ट में फॉरेन से अगर हमारे पोर्ट में बिजनेस करना चाहते थे तो इसमें बहुत सारे समस्याएं थे। पहले टैक्स भर लो, ये कर लो, फिर गुड्स ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स का टेक केयरिंग का एक बात होता है। तो इसमें एक बहुत बड़ा चेंजेज आया है, जिसमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी चारों तरफ से सबके ऊपर बांटा गया है, और साथ साथ में कोई एक पर्सन रिस्पॉन्सिबल नहीं होगा। अगर हमारे साथ कोई बिजनेस करता है तो उनके साथ जो बिजनेस का जो संपर्क है, संपर्क में दोनों ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल होंगे बिजनेस का। ये एक बहुत बड़ा मतलब गेजेट लाया गया था। तो मैं मानता हूँ कि भारत का जो प्रगति, ये प्रगति सबसे बढ़िया हमारे पोर्ट से ही हो सकता है। उसके बाद बहुत सारे अदर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हैं। और एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ कि inland waterways is a best communication right now for very cheaper solution, I think. Inland waterways एक ऐसा समाधान है जिसमें सबसे कम खर्चे में हम लोग सामान को पहुंचा सकते हैं। आप जानते हैं कि इनलैंड वाटरवेज, पहले 5 इनलैंड वाटरवेज हुआ करते थे पूरे इंडिया में, अभी 111 इनलैंड वाटरवे हो चुका है। और इसमें टूरिज़्म का जो बात है, इस टूरिज़्म में फॉरेनर्स लोग आके ज्वाइन करते हैं और हमारे इकोनॉमी को बढ़ा के जाते हैं। आप जानते हैं गंगा विलास वाराणसी टू डिब्रूगढ़ तक 55 डेज में पहुंचा और सक्सेसफुली पहुंचा। उसमें हमारे जो ये स्विट्जरलैंड के 32 पैसेंजर उसमें थे और उन्होंने सक्सेसफुली रिपोर्ट दिया है कि इतना अच्छा भ्रमण हम लोगों ने पहले नहीं किए हैं, क्योंकि डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ इंडिया एंड द कल्चर एंड एवरी स्टेट्स डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ कल्चर दे फेस्ड एंड उसी को उनके लिख के उन्होंने रिपोर्ट भी दिए थे कि बहुत अच्छे तरीके से आपने इसको निभाया सक्सेसफुली। ये सफलता हम लोगों को मिला। कम से कम 3,500 किलोमीटर ये चल के 55 डेज में पहुंचे हैं। तो एक बहुत बड़ा सक्सेसफुल ये हमारा इवेंट था। हम चाहते हैं कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन भी इनलैंड वाटरवेज के द्वारा हो, इसके लिए भी बहुत बार प्रयास किया गया और सक्सेसफुली ये भी पहुंचे हैं। मैं मानता हूं आप लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन एक बहुत ही बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका आज लाए हैं और मैं भी खुश हूं आप लोगों को जानकारी थोड़ा बहुत देकर कि ये भारत सरकार आगे जाके पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज के द्वारा करने को जा रहे हैं। तो बहुत ही अच्छा एक समारोह, एक आयोजन किया गया है आज के ये दिन। सबको मेरे तरफ से एक बार धन्यवाद करते हुए मेरे बात को यहाँ पर विराम देता हूँ। सबको मेरा नमस्कार, धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मंत्री जी का। ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं सर के लिए। आई थिंक he'll take all your suggestions and take it forward. So requesting Dr. Jitendra to just give the vote of thanks and then a group photograph. Thank you.
मंत्री जी, आपने वक्त निकाला और सबके साथ अपने विचार साझा किए, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आपने जो बताया कि इनलैंड वाटरवेज से जो हमारा लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट कितना कम हो जाता है और जितने हम इतने अलग अलग पोर्ट्स बनाएंगे और इनलैंड का हमारा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बढ़ेगा तो उसमें डेफिनेटली इट विल हैव ए ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट ऑन द टोटल लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट ऑफ इंडिया। सो आपके प्रधान का सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम आपके ऑफिस के कॉन्टैक्ट में रहेंगे और इस जो हमारा कॉन्क्लेव का जो हमारा जो आउटकम है उसका एक ब्लूप्रिंट बना के, एक थॉट पेपर बना के आपको सर हम देंगे, सो दैट जो भी आप नेक्स्ट पॉलिसी बनाते हैं उसमें आपको कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स मिल सके। आपके आने का सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Can I request Dr. Arivar to please join us also, please? Thank you. He's the man behind Gati Shakti, like everyone knows. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll start the next session right away. Thank you, Mantri ji.
मेरा वो कार्ड ले लो ना, ले लो.
Session on tracks to transformation, railways driving India's Gati Shakti freight revolution, and then we'll have a very short session on ports and then lunch. So thank you all for being here again, and please have a seat. This session will be talking about harnessing and upgrading key rail nodes of Indian Railways as the backbone of multimodal logistics, development of dedicated freight corridors, which we have heard in the inaugural session, trends in signal modernization, role of satellite freight terminals, smart freight, role of automation, and future-ready initiatives. We are also very grateful to be joined by Dr. Surendra Revar sir from the Ministry of Railways. So I'll invite all the speakers for this session to join us on the dais. Mr. Bhavik Vora, Partner Transportation and Logistics Industry Leader, GT Bharat. Professor Manoj Chaudhary sir, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. He is bringing in the future for the freight sector. Mr. Dinkar Sid, Director Public Affairs, UPS India Subcontinent. Mr. Sanjeev Garg, IRTS, CMI LT, Secretary General of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. He is the former Managing Director, Pipavav Railway, and also former additional member, Railway Board. Please join us, sir, on the dais, and we look forward to hearing Mr. Rajesh Prasad, ex-IRSC Advisor, Corporate Coordination, IRCON International. Mr. Dipankar Ghosh, ex-MD Norbremse India and former CEO Scots Rail and former IRSC officer. So requesting everyone to kindly join us on the dais and welcome everyone with a big round of applause. Thank you. थोड़ी तालियां हो जाएं और जो delegates बाहर हैं तो please आ जाइए. ये all these people are the industry experts who have been part of making Gati Shakti a big hit. Thank you so much. थोड़ा थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए और जो लोग बाहर हैं उनको प्लीज़ रिक्वेस्ट है कि अंदर आ जाइए.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everybody. It's nice to see all of you and the esteemed panel at the session on railways, tracks to transformation, driving India's Gati Shakti freight revolution. With me, I have my esteemed panelists who have multiple years of experience, and they have some way or the other taken an initiative of launching this Gati Shakti to educating the youth on this Gati Shakti program, to helping from a private sector perspective also with the entire Gati Shakti program, right? So it's been a panel I am very excited to moderate, and what we'll start with is around why Gati Shakti, why the PM has made this Gati Shakti a very important part of this entire transformation of the Indian economy. As we look at the brief numbers on the economic survey, right, the freight revenue, which currently is one of the core areas of our discussion today, during FY 24-25 has grown by 5.2%, despite global headwinds, despite competition from road and coastal, right? How is railways looking at transforming and sort of developing this entire platform to sort of expedite and sort of increase the next wave of transformation in the entire Gati Shakti, and to truly, reap the benefits from Gati to Pragati? Overall, the shift has been very clear over the last decade or so. Road transportation, while it is still the predominant way of the entire logistics, is now railways is catching up. They have already crossed the like 12% and above in terms of the overall logistics, and with the dedicated freight corridor which is coming up, as we had in the past session, Manojji sort of highlighted that it's only the last 110 kilometers of the connectivity on the western dedicated freight corridor which is pending, which should get done by December. That will sort of also enhance the railways projection as in sort of end-to-end transporter or the last mile transporter. The shift has been there. How the shift can be sort of expedited, and how overall transformation in the railway sector can sort of have, what are the various digital initiatives, IL, AOT, etc. being used by the railways, and what are the key gaps which still persist, are the areas which we are going to discuss today with the esteemed panelists, right? With this, let me, just take a minute with all the panelists to just give a quick brief. I will first, ask Mr. Manoj Chaudhary to quickly say a few words, and then we can move to the other panelists. Manoj, over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Manoj Chaudhary, and I am the Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So as the name itself implies that we are focused on complementing and strengthening the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the National Logistics Policy, which respectively cater to the infrastructure and services side. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, created by the Act of Parliament, looks at the people, the human capital creation to complement the infrastructure and services sector. I think you very pertinently asked the question, why Gati Shakti? So Gati Shakti is, of course, it is a geospatial tool that enables good data-driven decision making, but more than that, I consider Gati Shakti as a thought process wherein ministries, departments, people collaborate, build synergies amongst themselves in order to do work collaboratively together, and there are several great results that have come out of that, and I think as we go ahead, I will like to explain more. So in terms of, this was only introduction, so just want to stop here.
Thanks a lot, Manoj. That was crisp. Dipankar, you want to go next?
So, good afternoon, everybody. This is Dipankar Ghosh. I am the ex-managing director for Knorr-Bremse, a German MNC into brake systems, door systems, and HVAC systems. Before that, I was the CEO of Escort Rail. We do there also lots of brake systems and other things, particularly the rail component sector. And originally, I am an All India Service Officer from the Indian Railway Electrical Cadre. So with that, Gati Shakti and the implementation of Gati Shakti would see a huge leapfrogging of the Indian economy, and we as component players had been working with the different technologies which will augment and implement the implementation of the Gati Shakti scheme. And parallelly, since I have the privilege to work all around the world, I would like to draw parallels about what is happening in the European railways and also in a way the Chinese railways, and what best practices and lessons learned can we bring into this Gati Shakti implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dipankar. Dinkar, you want to go next?
Yeah. Thank you, Bhavik, and thanks PhD Chamber of Commerce for inviting and having this event. My name is Dinkar Singh, and I am Director of Public Affairs for United Parcel Services, UPS, an American company. We are one of the biggest logistic company in the world, having approx $100 billion revenue. And if I talk about India, the biggest trade lane for India exports is US lane. So the focus on India is obviously there. And in last few years, a lot of investment we have been doing in India, having an airside facility, then connecting it with cargo freighters. Recently, having a technology center in Chennai, which is supporting our aircraft and all the software things, activities. And after this national logistics policy, obviously, we see it as an opportunity to support the overall trade of India, not only in domestic also we have another organization called MoveIn, where we have a JV with Interglobe Hospitality. And the overall connecting to the world through India, that is our main focus. And I think in this event, the more questions are there, we will be able to solve your queries and answers if you want. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, Dinkar. And it's exciting to see, the logistics sector coming up with GCCs in Chennai and creating employment and sort of overall seeing growth and M&A in India. With this, since this session is all about railway, how we can, have Surendra to sort of say a few words.
Thank you, Bhavik, and thank you Phdcci for organizing this conversation and also having me here in the midst of all the ideologues, which I would say from academia, from the industry, from the government, and also the professionals of the logistics sector. Is very happy to be in the midst of all of you. A very, very pertinent subject selected, Gati Se Pragati. And I think the PM Gati Shakti being at the core of it, it's just not the project or a mission or a policy of the government, is a spirit which is driving the Pragati today in the country. And it's just not confined to infrastructure, but also getting extended, in fact already extended to even other economic ministries of the sectors in the country, and also to the social sector. So wherever there's an infrastructure of any kind, you can't rule out the presence of Gati Shakti there, and either in the spirit or in the technology, or in maybe the processes which have been evolved through this new initiative of Government of India, which is being truly called as transformative approach for development of this country and taking it to Viksit Bharat state. So let's wish all the best for ourselves and collaborate to take the country ahead using the Shakti of Gati Shakti. Thank you.
Thanks, Surendra, and it's like a pleasure to have you on the panel. Next, we have our all-rounder, Sanjeev Garg. Sanjeev, if you want to just add a few words.
Thank you, everybody, for coming here, and of course, Phdcci for inviting us for this session. I look forward to it. My name is Sanjeev Garg. I am a railwayman of 40 years service. I was last job in the Indian Railways was that of additional member in the Railway Board, and I was managing director of Pipavav Railway Corporation for 5 years, and I am now involved in the logistics sector as Secretary General of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, and I'll be happy to interact with you all for any questions that you may like to ask after the session. Thank you.
And I must recommend if all of you to actually have a word with Sanjeev. He is an institution in knowledge. And last but not the least, Mr. Rajesh Prasad. Rajesh, you want to say a few words, please?
First of all, thank you very much, the organizers of the Gati Se Pragati conclave and the august audience. My name is Rajesh Prasad. I joined Indian Railway Service after doing my graduation from IIT Kanpur. In 87, joined this service from 88 exam batch. And previously, I was Director Operation cum Projects for 5 years in Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. And after superannuation, I am working as Advisor Corporate Coordination in Incoan International Limited. And during the tenure of Director Operations, RVNL, there was a total turnaround in RVNL The day I joined, the market capitalization of the company was 3,000 crores, and the day I superannuated, it was 1,10,000 crores. In last 2 financial years, I got around 1,000 kilometers of track commissioning, around 10,000 crores of project expenditures, and the key projects which I keep on basically taking pride of that is the Pamban Bridge, Cable Stayed Bridge, then turnkey projects, the metro projects, and I helped the company to become from local rail infra to global all infra, and I am ready to basically give the answers during the course of discussion from the audience or from the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rajesh, and pleasure to have all of you, right? Let me start the discussion, right? And this is a sort of a question which sort of, is very pertinent in terms of what the future lies ahead and how do we make that future brighter, right? India aims to increase its shares of rail freight movement from currently 27% to overall 45% by 2030 under the National Rail Plan. I'll start with Surendra first with you. From your perspective, what do you see as key enablers and bottleneck in achieving this model shift, and how you, as railways is sort of, making sure that the bottlenecks are being enabled?
Thank you for a very good question, very tough question too to answer. But let me attempt. Yeah. The railway have been having a good rail share maybe in 60s and 70s, and over the years it has dwindled for 2 reasons. One is, there may be more than 2 reasons as well, but I'll just focus on 2 reasons which I think are major reasons, and they have been actually causing a big change in terms of relative loss of modal share. One is, of course, progressively we have been increasing the traffic and therefore the congestion of the or maybe utilization or overutilization of the available capacity of the railway network infrastructure, right? And even expansion of that infrastructure or the capacity was also needing the same capacity, because whatever movement has to happen for the carrying material to the project site, or maybe whatever the blocks which we call in the railway parlance are to be given for facilitating that construction and integration of that particular line or a terminal to the railway network, that also required a lot of blocks on the existing network. That means once again more capacity constraint created, right? As a result, we have probably not been able to accommodate not only the incremental traffic, but also we have probably relatively lost the traffic as well. And this has just not been a push factor, but also there has been a pull factor, because other modes of transport have developed immensely, especially the road sector. So there has been a kind of a very stiff competition which have been witnessed during last couple of decades, and which has led to, again, more and more traffic going towards the road. And further, the cost of transportation by rail and by road have almost reached either the even level, or maybe it's more favorable in case of the road, because the road doesn't have to bear the expenditure which is made on development of the infrastructure to that extent as much as it is to be borne by the railways. And the railways, again, is just not only the infrastructure developer and operator, but also doing business on that network itself, right? So there have been these 2 factors. One is, of course, the capacity constraint, which have become more and more intense over the years. And then another is the cost of transportation by rail. Probably it has become relatively more expensive than other modes of transport. Now, these 2 things are being definitely addressed through expansion of capacity and the network, railway network. And you would see the major developments which have happened last couple of years. One is, of course, the dedicated freight corridor, which has just commenced, and it is now taking a lot of load and catering to a lot of additional traffic. And many more projects have come up, which is related to doubling or trebling or quadrupling of the lines of the railways, right? And then there are also almost about 4 lakh crores of projects which have been, which are in pipeline. I would say 100 projects already, more than 100 projects already have been put through the PM Gati Shakti Network planning group and that entire mechanism, which would roughly be estimated about to about 3.90 crores, lakh crores. So these projects are already in pipeline and either they have commenced their implementation or they have completed or maybe and would be completed in next 2 to 3 years. And further, there are 3 major corridors which have been conceived, and they would have around 400 odd projects, right, which will relate to the connectivity to the ports, as they are called as rail sagar projects. And then there are projects related to high density network and its reinforcement, means increasing the capacity of high density network. And there's also one more corridor which has been planned related to the energy, mineral and cement corridors. So catering to all those economic nodes which are in these 3 sectors, either energy, mineral or the cement. So they are also a huge kind of a stimulus which is going to be there in the railway sector, and the capacity is going to immensely increase. So the capacity constraints are going to be relieved in a course of time. If I'm optimistic, or maybe if I'm not wrong, I think in next 5 to 6 years probably we would see more traffic moving through railways, and that the objective or the goal set in the National Railway Plan, I think, would be achieved during this period. And then on the rationalization of the freight, yes, we are definitely working on that and trying to make the freight rate as rational as it can be by making it the process of determination of pricing more dynamic. I am not saying dynamic pricing here, but making the process of determining the pricing as more dynamic, and that would probably be able to address this competition, which is becoming kind of a disadvantage to the railways and also coming in the way of increasing the modal share. I think the future is good, and a lot of activities are going on, whether it is about network expansion or terminal development or rationalizing rate structure, and many more marketing structure, including the organizational changes which have already been done, and some are in pipeline. Yeah.
Fantastic. That was great to. Absolutely. Just to
add to Mr. Ayur's point, a data point, which he was talking about the capacity constraint. For the last almost 40-50 years, the investments have recently gone up, but before that almost 20-25%, while the freight traffic has gone up by 1600%. 1600 means 16 times, or rather almost 16.5 times. Similarly, the passengers have gone up by 1300%, which is almost 14% times. So you understand the huge amount of capacity constraint which presently the railway is struggling with. Just to put a data point to what he was explaining.
This is
Can I supplement few
yes,
things?
Rajesh,
Yeah.
please.
See, you asked a very pertinent question regarding the challenges. So we'll have to appreciate one thing, that this Gati Shakti, this was launched, the announcement was made on 15th August, launched in October 21. So we have not yet completed 4 years. But during these 4 years, some of the numbers which are astonishing is that this Gati Shakti platform, they have already dealt more than 200 mega projects, costing around more than $100 trillion. And there are 1400 to 1600 data layers. And next thing is that the alignment approval, which earlier used to take 6 months to 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, now it is getting approved in 1 month time. So this is the kind of value addition this Gati Shakti platform is providing. You asked about the challenges, and Mr. Ahirwar was telling about what are the challenges. So in terms of being a technical man and then working for more than 35 years in railways and then PSUs like RVNL and IRCON, the challenges in the Gati Shakti platform are basically two, three. One is that the digitization and the use of AI. Some of the states have not yet updated the lands, etc., on the digital platform. That is affecting the implementation of the projects. Then this platform has got a lot of technology inputs which are required to be incorporated, which is not getting incorporated. Then we have got various similar kind of portals like Pragati portal. Pragati portal, the name is proactive governance for timely implementation of the projects. These portals should be connected to the Gati Shakti platform so that whatever development takes place in the Pragati portal is getting reflected in the Gati Shakti platform. So these few points I just wanted to supplement, and what Mr. Dipankar was saying about the kind of traffic increase, the passengers, the goods traffic. I have got few numbers for the last 11 years. See, in 2014, we had a traffic of 1094 million tons, which has gone to 1600 million tons. The capex from 58,000 crores has gone up to 2.62 lakhs crores. We have got a vision. He said that in next 6-7 years, we are going to have a very big shift towards the railways. Now to achieve this 3,000 million tons, the asking rate would be around 277 million tons every year. The capex has gone up, but the traffic has not gone up, and the asking rate has become, in cricket matches, we have got the asking run rate, etc. So Mr. Airwar from the Ministry of Railways and the other panelists can think of this, that how we can achieve these 3,000 million tons by 2030 and how we can achieve 10,000 million tons by 2047, just to supplement what my previous speakers have said.
Thank you, Rajesh. It's pretty interesting in terms of the passenger traffic growth, the freight traffic growth, the kind of projects, but at least, what Gati Shakti has brought, at least for the railways, is a focus to sort of go on and capex free and to launch projects and do a fast track, right? Dedicated freight corridor, as Mr. Airwar sort of highlighted, was one such initiative. It's just about to get completed on the western front, right? Overall, if we look at congestion, there is congestion because the growth in sort of resources requirement is significant, and around roughly 100 projects under implementation and 400 projects being sort of at the thinking stage is phenomenal activity, and we'll see the fruits in next 4-5 years. Let me sort of go to Mr. Sanjeev Garg, and given his sort of from a private sector perspective, right, his views on the same enablers and bottlenecks and his experience in Pipavav port, if you can share few words, that would be pretty great.
Thank you. Well, the public-private partnership model adopted for providing rail connectivity to Pipavav port in the year 2000 was actually the first attempt by the Indian Railways to provide rail connectivity to a port through public-private partnership. And therefore, a special purpose vehicle called Pipavav Railway Corporation Limited was incorporated with equal shareholding of 50% between the Ministry of Railways and Gujarat Pipavav Port Limited, which was the company which had got the concession from the government of Gujarat for development of Pipavav port. So thereafter, they pumped in, each of the two equity partners put in 98 crores each, and with this equity and raising debt from the market of about another 200 crores, this 270 kilometer meter gauge line was converted to broad gauge and connected to the main Indian Railways network at Surendranagar for providing rail connectivity to a newly developed port. And thereafter, this model has subsequently been replicated for many other ports like Paradeep, then for the one at what was called BDRCL, Bharuch-Dahej line, etc. Even for Mundra, although the model was slightly different, the Adanis constructed a private line of about 60 kilometers from Gandhidham to Adipur to Mundra basically. Similarly, Dhamra port again was another model. So basically different models have been adopted for providing private port connectivity, with the Pipavav port being the first one. And since at that time RVNL did not exist, therefore the shareholding was directly taken up by the Ministry of Railways. Thereafter, since RVNL was incorporated in the year 2002 or 3, and thereafter, all such projects were handed over to RVNL for taking up the projects and implementing them by including equity in such projects. The only problem that I have now seen, in hindsight we can say that although the model was good, but somehow the railways subsequently have tried to, incorporate their own structures onto these models, because these SPVs are actually supposed to bring down the cost of logistics by bringing down the cost of operation, etc. By adopting new maintenance techniques, what was called the Konkan railway model, and therefore bring down the cost of maintenance, cost of operation, and therefore the cost of logistics. But unfortunately, over the last 20-25 years, what has happened is that the Indian railway officers who were handling these from the railway side have tried to impose the high cost railway maintenance techniques onto the SPVs and thereby raise the cost of maintenance. And to that extent, the so-called Konkan railway model has been thrown to the winds. So therefore, the initial objective of reducing logistics costs by creating these SPVs seems to have, to that extent, got diluted. So that is the answer, I'll give to this question. As of now, we will discuss further.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, I'll take, please permit me,
Yes,
because
Rajesh.
Sanjeev Garg Sahab, who is our logistic guru, has mentioned about the SPVs and the PPP model, and as a director in the company RVNL, I had handled these issues, and during my tenure, I got this Haridaspur Paradeep got commissioned, then ASRL got commissioned, and the Kutch Railway, the entire doubling and electrification was done. So I have got few numbers and statistics. They are very interesting in a sense that RVNL created 5 number of SPVs, all were commissioned, and the equity varied from 26% to 50% because it cannot be more than 50% because otherwise it will become a subsidiary, and it cannot be less than 26% because this is the norm of the Government of India. I have got some numbers, very interesting numbers, that with an equity infusion of 1200 crores, the RVNL executed projects worth 13,000 crores. And without a single paise investment by Ministry of Railway and Government of India, the country and the government and the ministry earned a revenue to the extent of 1,20,000 crores. Where can you find a model better than this, where without a single paise investment you are creating infrastructures and getting revenue to the extent of 1,20,000 crores. But unfortunate part is that, as sir was mentioning, that RVNL was formed in the year 2002, we started operation in 2005, and then we created these SPVs. The SPV policy, the PPP model policy, was incorporated in 2008. It got modified in 2009, and the final policy, which is still in place and being used, is December 2012. Last 13 years, there has not been any amendment. Few weeks back or few fortnights back, I had seen an article that Ministry of Railway is amending this PPP policy. Why should we abandon? Because this is going to reduce the logistic cost. It is bringing efficiency. Now we are having the capex of 2.62 lakhs. By 2047, we are thinking of 20 lakhs crores of capex. Where do you get this money? The money will have to come from PPP model. I was listening to a TV. Just give me 1 more minute because it is very interesting. There was a live show of NDTV, and one of my batchmate was MD NCRTC. He was giving a statement that related to the question of PPP model. He said that we have given the contract to DB for the operation and maintenance, so the private contractor will do that. That is not the PPP model. Giving an assignment to the private party because there is no ownership. I was attending one panel discussion where the additional member planning from the Ministry of Railway was there. He said 90% of the jobs are done by the private contractors. No, that is not the PPP model. You provide the ownership, then only this PPP model will succeed. So what I want to say is that this is one of the better models for execution of infrastructure projects, and probably it is now time to think by the Ministry and Government of India. I was going through the budget.
Sure.
Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Finance Minister, in one of the paragraphs said that each and every ministry, including the Railway Ministry, should come out with the detailed planning of creation of infrastructures, 3 years pipeline. Nothing is being done.
Right.
See, you'll
So,
have to
Rajesh,
understand.
We'll discuss PPT a bit more.
Okay,
right?
sorry.
But we do get your point that the model is there, but needs to be harnessed properly. Let me sort of just move to a very different but a pertinent topic in terms of future, right? Everybody keeps on talking about railways and technology, right? Railways, OEMs, etc. So let me first, go to Mr. Manoj Chaudhary, and how is logistics as an industry incorporating AI in various facets, and especially in railways, what is happening and what can be done? If you can say a few words, Manoj.
Thank you. To begin with, I was listening to many conversations, and I must say that when there are decades of inaction and policy paralysis, sometimes there can be a tendency to get into negativity and ignore all the positive things that are happening now. For the last few years, with the significant push in the CapEx budget, so many projects are currently ongoing in infrastructure projects. You can earmark CapEx today, but when the projects will be completed, there may be 3-4 years of time. And of course, with the Phdcci National Master Plan coming into picture, the old way of Atkana, Bhatkana, and Latkana for the projects is now gone. And the modernization that is happening currently in Indian railways is technology enabled, and that is the point that I want to now come to. If we are trying to improve, for example, the speeds of our freight trains, we are already looking at locomotives. Recently it was unveiled of 9,000 horsepower first locomotive that will increase the speeds of the freight trains. If we have to look at supporting our passenger traffic, a large and significant amount of track upgradation is happening. More than 23,000 kilometers already done, which can carry 130 kilometers per hour, and so on. You cannot have in railways, which is one of the most complex network currently in India, and I think there is no other parallel to any other transportation medium that carries in an organized manner such a huge number of passenger traffic and at the same time have a commitment to the freight traffic. You cannot segregate the problem completely. That is, if you work at freight, it is possible and more likely that you will also be able to help on the passenger traffic. In terms of technologies, for example, today if you have to look at automatic detection of fault in a railway track, you are now starting to look at sensors and AI-based technologies, machine vision-based technologies, for which prototypes in India are being available. A dedicated freight corridor already had talked about that. If you are looking at faults in the railway wheel detection, if you are looking at adaptive traffic modeling, if you are looking at inventory management, if you are looking at procurement management, the new operations research and the supply chain paradigms, this is where artificial intelligence is not coming as a substitute, but is coming as a significant recommendation system for you to take decisions. PM Phdcci on one side allowed synergy, but more than that, it allowed us to substitute subjective decision-making process with objective data-driven approaches. And the insights that we are able to derive from the data-driven, and that is where data analytics comes into picture. I am very happy to say that while we have PM Phdcci National Master Plan, but we also need to educate far more number of people into leveraging and utilizing the techniques and the processes involved. And Phdcci Vishwavidyalaya had recently launched a course in IGOT Karmyogi Bharat platform, 15-hour course. And very happy to say in last 2 weeks alone, more than 2,000 officers across civil services have completed the course. So this is also important because we are not going to have Gati Shakti only in the cities. Of course, we are talking about railways in the panel, but it will also be used in national highways. It will also possibly be used in state PWDs. It will also possibly be used in village panchayat roads, right? And in education sector, social sector. So that is what we have to focus on. If we have to look, for example, in the railway maintenance practices, if we have to look into the traffic, the Rail One app that has been launched, right? There is a constant upgradation and involvement of the new technology that is coming. And I am very hopeful that this transformation in railways being based on technology and new technology enablement. Today, you look at Vande Bharat. Isn't it a new technology? There is so much of new technology that is indigenously getting developed in India. Recently, we talked about locomotive from Bihar that is getting exported to Africa. There are so many things that are happening. And this is, I believe, with so much progress happening, there are all the reasons for us to be optimistic that the plans and actions we are taking today will definitely yield results. If we only and only get into a negative mindset that decades and decades nothing happened, then I believe that we have to have hope of success trump over the fear of failure. Thank you.
Just add to, I mean, obviously there has been decades of not much of investment or underinvestment in the railways. But what we, as he rightly said, what we need to see, the pace of the growth. It is not what has happened last 50 years, but the pace or the acceleration of the growth is phenomenal. I mean, being in a democratic, setup, the amount of space, the pace what we have put into the execution of the projects is phenomenal. Believe me, it's phenomenal. I mean, unless you see it from outside, you don't realize what is happening within India. This is one. And second is, since he talked about the AI and this thing, there are few things which railway has to think about. Since Mr. Aidwar was here, maybe something like there are a lot of sensors, lot of this thing which is being put into the railway asset, like the wagons in this case. How do we have our own interoperable rail data bus or also a connecting rail data cloud? Because unless those information, the sensor data is collected and analyzed, you don't really get the meaning out of the whole the data what you have, and you don't lend yourself to the predictive analytics which can really benefit the operation for railways. That's the little, I would say, addition which I think the Ministry of Railways is already looking into it. We need to have those things, just to add to what he's doing.
So I completely agree, and there's huge opportunity in terms of technology with which can play in enabling the entire Gati Shakti and truly say Gati to Pragati. Dinkar, you have been sort of patient throughout, and just from a private sector perspective, right? I just want to, like, there is ULIP, there is e-freight promise, integration, etc. What's your thought? Is the private sector able to harness these systems effectively? If you can, add a few words on that.
Yeah, thank you, Bhav. So, ULIP, I think it is one of the best thing what have come up after NLP. And there are many large companies which have registered themselves with ULIP. They have taken advantage of ULIP. There are many case studies. If you want to quote few companies, we will find many where it has helped to reduce the logistic cost and faster movements of goods. I think there are still a lot to do, we have to do, and a long way to go also now, because the technology awareness with the small, I was talking about the big companies, but the overall objective of ULIP is to support the small players also.
Correct.
So the technological awareness is lacking in small players. I think they don't have that great infrastructure, IT infrastructure, I will say. So somewhere they need a hand-holding and more awareness from the government on ULIP with the small players, because the real advantage they should also take. Coming on e-freight, I have always said one word that there are two things which moves together whenever we talk about logistics. One is the physical goods, the tangible goods, and there is one intangible thing also, and that is data of the goods, the information or data, whatever you say. So, and any one of them, either the goods or the data, if anything is slow, it will it will impact the overall transit time. So both should move faster and together. This is what I always say. Now on e-freight and digitalization, what I will say, that digitalization has happened. We have been talking about digitalization. Now I think we have to think further, something more. And digitalization in isolation will not help. The data flow has to be smooth. It should be from the originator or from the shipper, I will say, to the final destination or final consumer. Not only the goods, but the data should also move together with the goods and at the same speed or more. Now, after digitalization, if digitalization is happening in isolation, it is not going to solve the purpose. So here I will again take a cue from our Vice Chancellor, Sir Manoj ji, that how we are going to leverage the technology, and that we have to think of.
Correct.
So the data movement should be smooth. It means that interconnectivity of all the platforms should be there, seamless interconnectivity, then only the data will move faster.
Correct.
Whether it is talking about custom clearance, if I say, then there again you have to feed the shipping bill, or the custom declaration has to be done manually, even though you have a data which is smooth from the shipper to the logistics player. Then also there is a break. So an API can help there. Or why not, just a thought, why not the GST invoice, which has been now made mandatory, can that information directly move to custom size gate, and the required information for custom clearance can be added by the broker or the CHA, so that the original information, original custom declaration moves to the final processing point, I will say. So there, its connectivity has to be made. We have to think something more louder. So recently, again, a new thing which I was thinking of, and I was discussing with Phdcci, Joint Secretary, that we were talking about how ULIP data will be shared with the private sectors, and government is thinking on that. So there was a stakeholder meeting where the data is mostly on infrastructure at present, what I will say, the seaport, airport, roads, the high tension wire which is going and all. So there we can think that how this information through a software which can be built, if a destination and origin and destination is fed in that software, then, and the odd dimension size of the cargo is fed in that, then that software creates a route map saying that, okay, this route if you prefer or if you select, then you will be having a easier movement of odd dimension size cargo.
And faster.
So, yeah, faster. So these type of things should come up, and I think we are on a right track at present. We will have to think more smarter, more faster. These two things has to be done, and I think this type of discussion will obviously going to help in that.
Right.
Thank you, Bhav.
Thanks. And see, due to paucity of time, right, I'll quickly, just take one more, maybe two more if we can fit in. But first, Dipankar, see, what I want to sort of understand is how global and Indian players, again the type of PPP for Rajesh for you, but participate together in this Gati for Shagati. The global rail OEMs, right? We already see LHB coaches, right? But how that can be sort of, partnership can be more harnessed and leveraged is what we want to sort of understand.
See, basically, India has 2-3 advantages. One, we are upcoming a huge market. Similarly, we also have the demographic dividend, if I may say. With that sort of a thing, most of the whole transition from a vendor to a buyer sort of a thing has to happen, so that Indian Railway is a big procurement. Indian Railway need not only behave as a technology buyer, but from there should be a technology co-developer, co-innovator, so that you have the OEMs, or rather the global MNCs, share those technology with Indian Railways. The advantage is, one, they also get the scale of those particular technology, and maybe Indian Railways or the government of India also has the advantage of those technology. But
Right.
obviously, using the vibrant tech startups ecosystem of the country to bring down the price points and make it more viable or more customized for an Indian harsh environment. This is one. Second is that, I mean, the whole of the world is moving into a performance as a service model. So can we tell the OEMs who are supplying to the Indian Railways that can we have a performance as a service model? Means you are supplying few brake systems or few things in the train assets.
Right.
So there, not only you supply, but also the upkeep and the maintainability of those assets are also your responsibility,
Correct.
like what is being done in the recent Vande Bharat train tenders. And third is that how do you use the massive dedicated freight corridor data generation as a global pilot sandbox? Like, for example, if you have a sandbox, you try out different technologies, starting from a Dadri or any of the big yards. How do we implement a smart yard management and
Right.
use those technology to basically not only refine the needs of for Indian Railways, or maybe I understand that the ARA depot has come out with some sort of a AI implementation. So how do we basically work on those technologies and make it much more proliferant over the Indian Railway network,
Right.
and as he rightly said, that connect it to the ULIP to get a more seamless sort of a connectivity to all the stakeholders. Not only railways remain as a digital backbone, but also the terminal owners, the siding owners, the ports, the terminals, whoever wants to see, so that you have a Google map of the so-called railway freight operation with live location, with payload, or with the real health being seen by all the stakeholders of the ecosystem. That
Right.
way will make the Gati Shakti mission really successful I mean, much more sooner. That's the take I have. Yeah.
Absolutely. Surendra, you want to add here a couple of points? What is Railways doing on all of these fronts? Because these are all future, which is like pretty close to that innovation. Sure.
You know, I just was like enjoying the expressions and suggestions given by all the worthy members, and I was just having one feeling. Look at the expectations today we have. We are going beyond just data collection to data transfer, as Dinka was suggesting. We are going beyond natural intelligence to artificial intelligence, as Professor was suggesting. And there are a lot of expectation for the government, which I think is a certificate that they are performing well, right? And you know, you only get into the queue in a window, at a window where the booking clerk is the fastest, right? That means you have greater expectations from the well-performing individuals. So that's a wonderful thing, and it's really good to hear about whether it's PM Gati Shakti or ULIP, which has reached to the, of course, the penultimate stages of their life cycle, but still we definitely have to reach the ultimate stage as well, where the huge amount of data, whether it is about physical structure or the geospatial data, or about the operational data, transactional data, which is definitely being collected and captured through many of the digital systems, that probably needs to be consolidated. Definitely that's everybody's expectation, as we also see that, and there's a need of the hour as well. I think we can create wonders out of that consolidation of data, and data can really become the so-called the data dollar or the data currency, right? We have seen the days of petrodollars. Now probably we'll be seeing in future the data dollars. Sure. And that can only be realized if the data is properly harnessed, right? We are growing a lot of data, but that's remaining the primary stage. I think it is to be transformed into the secondary stage and then processed for the better uses of it. And ULIP, I think, has become a big data gateway for the logistics sector. And there's a lot of, kind of a convergence which is happening. Already 37 odd ministries and sectors have been brought together, and the data is being made available through ULIP for any developer in the digital world. And mind it, ULIP is not a platform which can deliver any service. It's a data gateway on which you can have multiple applications which would be relevant for logistics sector. Any kind of service, small or extensive service, you can create application for that, have an API integration to ULIP, start creating that service and start serving the people. And that is going to ensure a lot of transparency and a lot of visibility of the rates or competitive pricing. So that's definitely going to be there. And in case of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, there are certain myths. I think it will take a lot of time to clear those myths, but I just want to tell you one thing, that PM Gati Shakti is not a kind of a exhibition platform or a monitoring platform. It's a planning platform which has data, and a lot of data, geospatial data, operational data, which we call as attributes to every geospatial, the physical asset of which geospatial attribute has been captured. Like for example, Le Méridien, if there's a building seen with the geospatial coordinates, the attributes would be, what is this building all about? It's a hotel. It has so many rooms. It has such and such occupation. And maybe its ownership and a lot of other things can be put at that. They are called attributes. So you have geospatial data and the attributes, right? Now, if any application or planning application is built over this system, that system can use, or that application can use all this data and make best of the plans, right? That is what the potential of PM Gati Shakti NLP is, and it's going to be, in course of time, made available for the private sector as well. It's already being made available through the PPP projects or through EPC projects or through the projects being implemented by private sector in the government sector, right? Yep. So since most of the infrastructure development is happening in the government sector with the public expenditure, therefore, most of the utilization of PM Gati Shakti is also happening in the government sector and not much in the private sector at present. But future is, I think, more, we can expect more progressive things happening.
Noted.
And that's getting liberalized. Thank you.
Thanks. Sure. No, it has huge potential. Absolutely. So just the last 1 minute, and that is for Rajesh, right? Rajesh had a couple of inputs, but Rajesh, I want you to focus on just one topic, right? All this data which will be available and which has been harnessed, how does that help the EPC player? And is there a sort of a window for them to expedite sort of execution and or project implementation? Just last 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll take 1 more minute. I'll take 2 minutes. See, my intention was not to hurt anybody, and whatever I had said from my core of heart. Mr. Manoj, he's a good friend of mine also, and in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, he had signed large number of MOUs, and they have already got 10
just focus on the topic.
No, I'll come to that. I'll come to that. This is number one. Number two, you have talked about the private players, you have talked about the government sector. You will also have to take the benefit of the public sectors, which is the combination with the authority of the government and the efficiency of private. It is a kind of mix. So recently you see Pamban Bridge, Sri Lanka project, all got inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, the Kashmir connectivity, Konkan Railway and the IRCON, and even few days back, the electrification in the NF region, it was done by IRCON. So what I suggest is that there has to be a minimum quota of 25% of infrastructure creation by these public sectors. Otherwise, whatever training, whatever exposure, etc. has been basically made, that will go west. This is number two. Number three, regarding the data and the Make in India, both are very, very important. See, I was associated with this Pamban Bridge implementation. We had used AI, we had used the health monitoring system, all indigenous. So what I am saying is that AI, etc., everything has got a big future for implementation of the project, monitoring of the project. See, about 13, 14 years back, we contacted one startup for this AI and the data. And he made a platform, he gave the name REMS, Remote Eye Monitoring System. So the system was very simple. From a mobile, with a geo-stamping, he can take the picture and upload in a portal where with a user ID and password you can see. So suppose you are monitoring the construction of some viaduct. So you can see the digging, you can see the pile, you can see the pile cap, you can see the pier, like growing a child into the adult or the older person. So we were using that AI
Correct.
platform and the data, and it is going to be of extremely useful in time to come. I'll just conclude with this sentence.
Thanks, Rajesh. And just 3 takeaways for us.
Just a minute, one more thing.
We are just on time, so maybe I'll chat with you separately. But just overall, just to conclude the session, 3 key takeaways. Railways as the mode of transport is here to stay and would sort of drive the next set of Gati se Pragati. Second, AI and ML and the data sharing is key, and ULIP definitely is like one of the game changers, and we look forward to railways coming up with more data sharing where new startups and new sort of products can come in the market which can expedite the entire freight movement on the railways. Thanks a lot everybody, and thanks a lot all the presenters. Due to paucity of time I couldn't take all the questions, but it was fantastic to have all of you, and look forward to be staying in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel, and may I request Dr. Jitendra Singh to please present mementos. Can we have a big round of applause for our panel? They've come from their official works and meetings. So thanks to Dr. Surinder Arevar sir from Ministry of Railways. Thank you for coming. I know you've had a very busy morning at the Minister's office. But Dr. Arevar, thank you so much for being. He's here for lunch, so you can use his brains for any questions you want further. थोड़ी सी जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. Thank you to Bhavik Vora, Partner Transportation. Grant Thornton, and for moderating. Thank you so much. Bhavik sir. Thanking Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Dinkar sir, thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Sanjeev Garg. Mr. Rajesh Prasad, he's been part of RVNL also, and he has years of experience. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Mr. Dipankar Ghosh. Dipankar Ghosh, sir, thank you. And Mr. Bhavik Vora. Thank you so much. Can we request the panel to stand for a group photograph? I'll request Mr. Abhijit Sinha and Mangaldev sir also to join us for the panel photograph. Please, please. So we have a very short session before the lunch. I know everybody is hungry, but we've got experts from the maritime and the ports. Thank you so much. Thoda sa जोर से तालियां बजा दीजिए for our experts panels. Thank you. I'll request you to join us for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll have lunch together. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please stay for lunch, sir, please. So I'll request Captain Pavan Gupta, CEO and MD Pace Marine, the moderator for the next session, to please join us. So this session is on ports to hinterlands, coastal connectivity, inland waterways and marine infrastructure. And with him we have Captain Amya Dikshit, COO Pace Marine, and Captain Sunny Williams, Senior Vice President All Cargo Terminals Limited. And I'll also request Mr. Isaac Prabhu Kumar, Director Transformation Consulting from Grant Thornton, to join us on the dais. He'll be giving a short brief on the knowledge report right at the end. Thank you so much. And sir, lunch would be available after 15 minutes, so can I kindly request all the delegates to settle in? We apologize for the delay because of the Honorable Minister, but requesting to settle in because we have some very good expert speakers for this. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. So I know the paucity of the time, so it's not going to be a long session or something like this. But at the same time, I think it is very important to make it a point. Why it is important? Because we all spoke about the logistic cost and everything, and then we actually asked the port guys to speak in the last, you know. So that shows the respect we give to the sea, and I see that is not right, okay. Modi ji said port-led development, so you guys are not following Modi ji, that means, you know. So gentlemen, can I ask everyone to please sit down? See, we can have these meetings during the break time. Otherwise, the lunch is going to get delayed more. Yeah. See, you know, we keep coming to these sort of seminars and we all give each other a pat, you know, that, you know, we guys are doing so well, we are so good. And that's not right, actually, you know. So we should be using this seminar as a session for what is wrong. Where do we have to improve, okay? And we are actually not doing so well. I'm very happy. Professor Joshi was the one who spoke so right. You know, rest all the things were actually going above my head, so I can't say much. But Professor Joshi spoke so right. Yes, we are actually not doing well. We are, whatever logistic cost, $13, $14, and that is the right number. Whatever people can say that, you know, we are, who has calculated this, who has calculated that. Government can show whatever number they want to show, but we are actually not good. Why I say that with confidence? We are the shipping guys ourselves. 3 of us you can see, 3 captains. And, you know, we keep traveling everywhere in the world. I'm coming directly from Singapore, you know, in the morning. And what we see is that there is so much of efficiency in the world, so much of efficiency, and we don't see it here. And we have to realize that we have actually not progressed the way we all think we have. It's all bullshit, you know. So we have to actually see that where have we failed. Okay, there was sort of, you know, we are like more like, has been more like a, because we are a populated country, so our focus has been more like providing the population to the world, you know, more like manpower. We are more like a manpower country. We are not like, we are not here to create industries, to be, sir, excuse me, please. So somehow there are not many industries coming up, and there are few people who set up industries and who are trying to build up, and then, you know, we keep abusing them as well. So what we see is that the whole regulatory body has not been so friendly to the business people, people who are giving jobs. And that is one of the main reasons that the industries are not coming up. When I say shipping and port is also a very major industry. We all, I think somebody has said in between, and even I think Shantanuji also, when Mr. Thakur also came here and he said, he also took 2-3 times he spoke port, but I think all of you didn't pay attention to it, because port is the sector where you can reduce this cost to the maximum. You have to actually see where to work to reduce the maximum. Road is not the good thing for transportation. We have to get out of the roads. India is the only country, or I will say like, we have some countries, who are probably worse than us, Pakistan, Indonesia, but Malaysia is far ahead, So, we have to, if we see that we are doing wonderful with the roads and we are now trying to do good with the railway, actually you are all heading in the wrong direction. Okay? So you have to think of it that it is the sea, it is the inland waterways, where on one barge you can carry 20 trucks. That is the solution to your problems. And we are not understanding that thing, So I think our IAS officers have to also understand this. We can actually do a good training session for them also. Because unless we understand that where is the problem and where is the solution, unless we do all this, we are not actually, we all will be talking, yes, we will do this, we are doing this, but so I think what I will do, Captain Sunny will give a presentation, and Captain Amia also had a big presentation, but I will ask him only to focus on some of the major aspect of cost. There is a major thing of decarbonization. I think no one spoke about decarbonization today. Did anyone speak? No one spoke. Logistic and decarbonization and sustainability, these are the 3 things which go together. And if you don't focus on it, the new generation will not pardon you. Okay? The amount of harm we are doing to this, Mother Earth, to our own country, by putting in more trucks on the roads, the amount of pollution, the amount of carbon which is going in, it's not good. And this is where I think it's very important that you understand, though our session is going to be probably 15-20 minutes, I want to keep it short, but I will tell you this will be the most effective session. Okay? Captain Sunny.
Good afternoon, namaskar, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, friends from industries and media. So this session, the whole day, I think, was more about the connectivity. So whether it is relation or emotion, if you don't have connectivity, it doesn't work. If your emotions are not connected or your relations, there's less connectivity, your relationship will not go far. And same is with logistics. So whether the ports are connected to hinterland or hinterland is connected to port, the connectivity plays a vital role.
Can we show the presentation?
So what is the agenda of this presentation I'm going to show? Basically, it is a presentation where we'll just check the current scenario, the connectivity between port and hinterland, what are the challenges, and what is the way forward. Stop. Yeah, I'll just try to run fast. So logistic cost, everybody spoke. Pre-COVID, it was about 14 to 16%. And after COVID, with the initiative, a lot of initiative with the government, which happened, and JS also spoke about the study from the NACER. Of late, people are speaking, it's about 10 to 12%, reducing with the efforts of government of India, but still compared to developed countries like Europe and US, working at 8%, we are far way behind. So the whole efforts are to get from double digit to single digit. So the components, what logistic cost is, 60% is transportation. 15% is warehousing and packaging, and 25% is inventory management, holding of inventory. What are the challenges? Drawbacks due to poor infrastructure, inefficient modal mix, poor first mile, last mile connectivity, lack of skilled laborers. Although I just met a gentleman from Logistics Skilling Council and they are doing some pretty good work, but there's a lot to be done more. Increasing fuel cost, lack of warehousing, congestion of the port, which my friend Pawan was highlighting, slow usage of digital technology, automation and AI, unpredictable transit time, and increased storage costs. So, impact of this infrastructure and hinterland connectivity on the logistic cost, the gap, the infrastructure gap, what we have, inadequate road quality. Almost 70% of India highways, are less than 4 lane. Although we have spoken a lot on the development of road, but still. So what it does, it results in slow movement, increased fuel cost. Railway bottlenecks, limited dedicated freight corridors. Currently, we are having just 2. We just spoke about that. But most of the cargo moves on the same track on which passenger trains are moving. That creates a bottleneck. Limited warehousing and multimodal hubs near the manufacturing units, production hubs. Hinterland connectivity gaps, industrial clusters poorly connected to port and rail terminals, dependence on long-haul trucking to insufficient rail and inland waterways integration, and last mile inefficiencies due to unplanned urban freight movement. That raises our logistic cost, over-dependence on road, 70% of the freight moves on road. It results in higher cost per ton per kilometer than railways and waterways. When in the olden days when I was sailing about 25 years back, I used to go to Europe. There's a port called Antwerp, everybody knows who are associated with the logistic industry. We used to get the ship in the terminal, the barge will come alongside, the container will directly offload from the container vessel into the barge. And that barge will, through the canal network what they have in Belgium and Rotterdam, will go to the factory directly or the warehouse, and the container gets off directly into the factory or the warehouse. So there's no road involved, you see? And that is how you reduce your logistic cost. That is what Captain Pawan was highlighting. So container never touches the road, right from the port to right into the factory and the warehouse. And these barges are being, the government there, they promote the families to operate those barges. One family will operate one barge. They have their car, they have their house, even the bicycle on the back of the barge, and they're carrying the cargo. They make a living out of it. So this is the impact the waterways is going to have on our logistic network. So why this connectivity is important? Because 95% of India's trade volume and 70% by value moves through port. Now what happened? We have weak last mile, first mile connectivity, poor infrastructure, which leads to port congestion. Containers lie in port for a number of days, which they are not supposed to do. They are in transit there. This leads to higher cost, and then what we do, we become, disadvantageous in the global market. We become inefficient. And that's how we lose the advantage, and people like countries from Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, they become more cost effective than us. Smaller countries, not even equivalent to one of our states. So what does PM Gati Shakti aims? It aims to integrate ports, rail, roads, inland waterways transport, and multimodal logistics park via this unified digital platform. If you see how the cargo is growing, although this infrastructure is going at some pace, but you see at the rate the cargo is going in major ports, it was in financial year 19, 700 million metric tons to 819 million metric tons last year. I don't have the data for current year, at the CAGR of 3.1%. In non-major port, it has grown from 592 million metric tons to 721 million metric tons at 4% CAGR. Container traffic has grown from 17 million TEUs to 20 million TEUs, 3.3% CAGR. So this is, at this rate, the cargo is growing. Are we prepared to handle this growth? That is the question. Are we prepared to have this kind of infrastructure to cater to this growth of cargo, whether it is in hinterland, whether it is at port? That is the question to ask. So what is the way forward? Of course, government has come up with this national logistic policy, and it has been very effective till now. It operates through comprehensive logistic action plan, got 4 pillars: digital system, unified logistic interface platform. We all heard people speaking on dais about it, ease of logistic system improvement group. What does Gati Shakti do? A way of connecting ports to terminals. PM Gati Shakti integrates ports, railways, roads, inland waterways, logistic hub on a single GIS platform. So as in the previous session, we saw a lot of discussion on the data and passing of information, seamless information, along with the cargo is so important in today's world. Information is gold today. Everybody understands that. So that is where Gati Shakti becomes very important. Optimal modal mix, better connectivity, first mile, last mile, will reduce our logistic costs and will ultimately boost our exports and lead to economic developments regionally. There are 4 key corridors on which this platform operates, which connects ports to the hinterland. One is the dedicated freight corridor. We saw that expressways and national highway corridors, port connectivities through Indian Railway Network and inland waterways. Sagamala, the port-led development program, it modernizes port, enhances port connectivity, develop coastal communities. The vision is basically the development has to be port-led. As our Honorable Minister who was here, he also touched that Vadhavan port, which is coming up just next to Mumbai, near Dhanu, it is going to be first mega port of India. It is going to be almost 10 million TEUs port, envisaged to be operational by 2030, and it is going to be biggest transshipment port what India is going to have. And this is the first seaport of India. The port is being made in the sea. It's not on the land. So, and it is just off the dedicated freight corridor, so connectivity is no issue there. Currently, we only have 2 big ports, Mundra and Nhava Sheva, which are operating. And Nhava Sheva just last calendar year did almost 8 million TEUs, and it is trying to be first 10 million TEU port of India. And Mundra is speedily catching it up. However, Mundra is doing major transshipment. Nhava Sheva is basically for home consumption. The Bharatmala project, which is happening, transforming India's road logistic connectivity, it is a flagship project which is very close to Mr. Gadkari's heart. And since 2017, the work has happened there. And aim is to develop economic corridors, inter-corridors, feeder routes, and border and coastal roads. And it is envisaged to be the biggest project which empower the golden quadrilateral, which was shown earlier, and making our movement on the road, smooth. Optimizing the movement of freight and passenger, bridging critical infrastructure gap. So the key corridors connecting ports to hinterland, as I said, DFCs, there are 2 DFCs, Western DFC, which is 1,504 kilometers, Eastern DFCs. The integration, it handles almost 70% of port rail cargo, container, coal, steel, direct link to JNPT, Mundra, Pipavav. Expressways, Bharatmala phase 1 and 2, National highways, Panvel to Kanyakumari is operational, 1622 kilometers. National highway 16, Kolkata to Chennai, 1533 kilometers. Coastal highways connect major ports to hinterland clusters in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh. Inland waterways, which is very close to my heart, of course, close to all of us as we are from sea captains. So national waterways, one which is Haldia to Varanasi, 1390 kilometers, and National Waterway 2, which is Dubri Sadia, 891 kilometers. The Jalmarg Vikas Pariyojana and Indo-Bangladesh Protocol routes, this, boost the flow of coal, cement, containers. As we heard when Honorable Minister Mr. Shantanu Thakur was also speaking, through the canal from Varanasi to Dibrugarh, they have taken 32 foreigners in 55 days, and that was to showcase the world that India is also progressing on the inland waterways. And that is one of the boosts to tourism also. If we see dedicated freight corridor, we have heard a lot about them since morning, but still there are some challenges which are there. Still it is not complete, partly operational. Mundra, Pipavav, Kandla, they are connected by a link to DFCs. They are not directly connected to the DFC. It is connected through a Pipavav by PRCL. Mundra is again by a link, not directly on the DFC route. So ultimately, the cargo will be moving on an Indian rail network if it goes on, rail. It is not that it is through going on DFC to the port directly. Eastern dedicated freight corridor, 1337 kilometers from Ludhiana to Dankuni, and part of it is still pending. Feeder routes connect Haldia and Kolkata port. Major industrial areas which will be covered and boosted will be Gujarat SEZ Industrial Cluster with WDFC, Maharashtra, Mumbai, Pune Industrial Belt, Rajasthan, Rewari, Fulera Hub, NCR. Growth impacts. I will just quickly go. I know I'm just standing between you and your lunch. I'm just hurrying up. So second is, of course, the coastal highway corridor, Bharatmala. And these are the good highways which are there and connecting ports to hinterland. Coastal shipping, for regional and cross-border trade, India has almost 11,000 kilometer long coastline, which has been recently last year declared by Ministry of Home Affairs instead of 7,500, which we used to consider few years ago. And it has 200 plus non-major ports plus 12 major ports. And Gujarat, especially with coastline of 1,600 plus kilometers, and we see the kind of development which has happened in Gujarat. Everybody is now today, looking up to Gujarat, the kind of model they have presented in front of us. This has all happened because if you see number of ports which are present in Gujarat, whether it is Mundra, whether it is Pipavav, whether it is Bhavnagar, even the small port like Jamnagar. So 42 ports in one state. And that has changed the scenario, the industrial scenario, the development scenario of the state. So, and last but not the least, the inland waterways, if you see, there are about 111 national waterways declared under the National Waterways Act. National Waterway 1, Ganga, Bhagirathi, 2, Brahmaputra, 3, West Coast Canal, Kollam to Kottapuram. If you see the kind of growth in the cargo movement on the right-hand side, in 2016 it was only 5.5 million ton, and currently it is 100 plus million metric ton, and it is envisaged that it will cross 200 plus metric million ton by 2030. So this is the kind of growth the national waterways are seeing. So the deep integration what agri and industrial hubs through GCT is happening. Just touching on a little bit on the GCT terminals, currently about more than 500 GCT terminals to be commissioned along the DFCs by 2030. Almost, 80 to 90 GCT terminals already in pipeline and commissioned. They are there to unlock, hinterland potential, cost and time saving, boost to exim cargo, and private sector participation. So they boost triple P participation from the industry. And the kind of capacity addition is almost 2,000 million metric tons of cargo will be handled on the GCTs. So integration of roll rate, we have heard a lot of, so I'll just skip it. The challenges, what we have. So regulatory challenges, we go through multiple clearance. So we were requesting, we had heard that in few sessions also, that single window clearance system for infrastructure and connectivity of projects. That should be the way forward. Infrastructure, modernization of fleet and leasing, not only in terms of vehicles on road or wagons on the rails, track, or maybe barges and the ships on the waterways. They all have to be modernized, keeping in sync with the developed countries, keeping in sync what we are looking at ahead. Insufficient number of modern terminals. The terminal has to be, modernized. Triple Ps to build and operate modern LNG hybrid barges, model terminals to handle handling of cargo. Digital, yes, a lot of people are talking of digitization, but number of digital portals have come up, and everyone operate in isolation. So we need to see the integration of all these portals, maybe through APIs or other sources. Dependency on physical documents are time consuming, so paperless documentation, barcoding, data integration through National Logistic Data Bank should be the way forward. And dependency on physical documents, I just spoke out. Lack of real-time cargo and RFID-based tracking is the way forward. I'm going to wrap up fast, just to touch a little bit on the cargo emission thing, which is also very important for sustainable logistics, before I just end. So we need to shift on the cleaner fuels like LNG and hydrogen, or EVs, and power generation through solar. When we make our terminals, the solar thing should be the compulsory for new terminals. It should be made mandatory to generate alternative source of power. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Captain Sunny. Thanks for your nice presentation. So just to tell you, like inland waterways, we saw close to 100 million tons per annum. That's actually too less if you compare it to the world. It's actually negligible. Okay, so we should not be very happy. Again, I said why I'm not happy, because I see that we normally are generally very happy with these numbers, which are in comparison to the world is very, very less. Okay, so probably we were lagging behind a lot, and now in the last few years we have shown some progress, but that's not enough. Now, even on the inland waterways, at least I'm hearing for last 10 years, that inland waterways have to increase. Some of my seniors and even some of my juniors, we have a great 100 years alumni with Duffer and Rajendra and all those things, Chanakya, and they have become ship owners. They invested into coastal vessels, they invested into inland vessels, and you really see that Ganga NW1, actually at some places there is no water. How can you run your vehicle if there is no road? Can you do that? It's not possible. So, whatever we talk here, NW1, very good, but actually there are places there is no water. And even this tourism thing, what we were talking about, that vessel was stuck for 7 days with all the tourists. It was grounded. That did not come out in the news. Okay? So, the challenges are there, but at the same time, it's very important to accept those challenges and then work on it, not to hide under the carpet. So, what is important is first to make the road, first to make the water available. How the water will come? Will it come from Himalayas or from the rain? Yes, it will come like that. But you have to first dredge, you have to first take out the sand, and what that sand means, You need to employ the big dredging companies. It's been 7 years that dredging companies have not been employed. 7 years. Their contract was finally given 3 months ago, and they will take now 2 to 3 years to dredge the channels. So MW1 is far away. Whatever is happening with the small, river estuaries where somewhere 3 meters or 2 meters of water is there. So we can, if the same barge, if you have 5 meters of water, it can carry, 400 vehicles, 400 containers, 300 containers. Right now they are carrying 20 containers, 10 containers, 15 containers. So you have to understand that what the water can do for you. Water really can do magic. It can bring down the cost, and more than the cost, what it can do is that it can bring down the pollution. We are actually suffering a lot from pollution, which nobody, in India, we have no value to our human things. We are okay to live in Delhi with so much of pollution, and we don't complain. That's not the way actually it should be. So that is why it's very important that get out of the road, and the rail is okay, but at least the road. The road transportation should not be given. It's okay, it's good for whatever our car transportation and everything, but not for the logistics. The cargo logistics you have to move to railway and to the sea. There are only 4 to 5 slides which Captain Amiya will show. Very important for you to see, because he will talk about the CO2 emissions. Because it's good and it's important that you see it and you sort of put it to the next generation. Let's just show those slides. Just put up that document. Okay, what I did is, before coming for this sort of seminar, I spoke to 5 gentlemen who are either ship owners or they have invested into coastal shipping or in inland waterways. So these are some of the challenges. In India, it's like for business, you want to buy something, you need to take a loan. The ships and the barges don't come cheap. They are like $1 million, $2 million, so that's like 8 crores, 15 crores, 20 crores. Right? They are not like trucks, 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs. So you need to go to the banks, and banks will ask you, what's the guarantee? Like for any other business, what's the guarantee that? Guarantee is normally you need to have a long-term contract. And who will give you the long-term contract? Only the major groups like Tata or JSW, Adani, Reliance, they can give. Or who can give? IOCL, BPCL, HPCL, SAIL. All these companies can give, because they transport a lot of cargo. But irony of it, none of these government companies want to give contracts. None of these government countries. All these companies will come here, sit down here, and they will talk big things, but they don't want to give any long-term contract. Because they don't want to play long-term game. They all are very scared that 1 year, 2 year period, after that they say, no, we are not sure that this rate will work or not work. So how the other countries are progressing, how Japan is progressing, how Korea, how Indonesia, Malaysia are progressing, because the government is giving them, the government companies are the one giving them the security. No businessman, you and me, will put in the money, or the bank will give you a loan if there is no security of the business. So the security of the business comes. Now there is some good coastal shipping happening. One of them you will see. Why? Because the JSW has given a good 7-year contract. So only the private companies are giving, but none of the government companies are giving. So I actually wanted Mr. Shantanu to hear all this, because he is the one who can go and tell them, ki, yes guys, this is where the problem is, you know. This is where the problem is, that unless the government companies will not give the contract, how anybody will buy the barge? Or otherwise, let the government buy the barges. Let the government buy the barges and run them. There are no sort of, you know, the ports are done for international business, coastal business, there is no. These coastal barges, because they are 2 million, 3 million, 15 crore, 20 crore, you know, barges, their per day cost is also very high. You know, they are like, everyday cost is approximately $2,000 or something. So that's around, I will say 1.6 lakh or 2 lakh rupees per day. So every day delay will put up the, raise the cost, you know. So what happens is, most of the time these ships, small ships will come and wait outside, because there is some foreign ships inside. Normally anywhere you go into the world, international shipping, separate port, coastal shipping, separate port. This is what we are missing in India as well. So, you know, we need to actually learn from the world that how the world is operating, and then prepare the infrastructure like that. We are talking about infrastructure. This seminar is about infrastructure. So it's not that only the railway station and the bus, you know, trucks and warehouses is the infrastructure. You need to create the similar infrastructure with the inland waterways by dredging or by making a ports specifically for separate jetties. We have one fantastic department, DG Shipping, you know, Director General of Shipping, and I will show you the feedback of those guys, and most of them are actually harassed by that department, you know. You know what happens in India, the departments are not hand-holding the business people. They are actually trying to regulate, you know, they have that stick method, that they are trying to, every time they, you know, if you see there this thing, they are always putting fines, or they are always stopping your business. So this is where again, and many of them may be in that position, who may be, you know, government bodies. The government has to be more, you know, sort of helping, assisting, because it's very important to create jobs. If you don't create businesses and jobs, you are actually not doing your job properly. Then, of course, 3-4 points come, and then, you know, we have that taxation. So taxation part is also very good, and the taxation is not on foreign shipping, taxation is on coastal shipping. So that the oil which a foreign ship buys at $600 per ton, or like 60 rupees per liter, in India, because it is coastal shipping, he has to buy at $1,000 per ton, close to 95 rupees per liter, same like as our petrol pumps. So what happens is, with this, the whole costing, everything goes very high, you know. Can you slightly? Okay, yeah, the first one. So slightly go up, put it in center. Yeah. So this is just the industry feedback. This is a barge owner. He owns 14 vessels. You know, it's not that he is a small guy. 14 vessels means every vessel coming 4-5, like 20-25 crores. So he's a big guy, you know. But then I could speak to him in last 2 days, get some feedback. He says, okay, I have no problem. I'm running my ship peacefully with a private company. I'm going between private ports. So as such, I'm not facing any problem. Because, you know, I have no involvement of the government here. The only involvement of the government is the DG Shipping. So that's where he has the problem. And then another thing is that fuel cost, he talks about the fuel cost, which is very high. We talk about subsidy a lot. Coastal shipping will get subsidy, inland waterways will get subsidy, but nothing happens. I have really done a project for Deepak Fertilizer. I can take the name of the company, where Deepak Fertilizer wanted to do, because, you know, now their business is increasing, and, you know, they wanted to transfer some of the fertilizer from their Navi Mumbai factory to all the way to, you know, Gujarat or to Karnataka, or sorry, you know, on the coastal side, Andhra and Chennai side. And we actually did the calculation. So their calculation came that for Gujarat, by ship it was coming close to 4,000 rupees per ton, which to the truck owner they were paying only 3,200. So the shipping was actually more expensive. There was various reasons to it, that, you know, the The port costs were high, there were no jetties available, and finally they didn't do it. So they are still running all by trucks. And you can see that so many of Deepak fertilizer trucks moving around in India, the number of accidents, number of, all of us facing the jams whenever we go here and there. So it's very important that these trucks get out of the roads, The second owner, he has got 4 inland vessels. He has bought, he was a part of the Inland Waterways Authority as well. He has bought 4 vessels. He became and he bought 4 vessels, but none of the vessels are running at the moment. They run he gets some cargo sometimes, but they are not running so frequently. One is that there is no water in Ganga. Certain sections there is no water. Actually, there is no water. And the second thing is that none of the government company wants to give any contract. So they just want that they will have some sort of a tender, some private company will take that tender and then it will hire the barge. So it's not a long-term solution. Go up, please. Okay. He is again a big vessel owner. He has got 6 offshore vessels. So I just wrote his language. He sent it to me on WhatsApp. So he says that wherever there is a big cargo, like JSW is running, or some of the Reliance cargo, or somewhere major cargo is running, that's where the coastal shipping is successful. And for anybody else, the cost is very high. It's not going successful. So what's happening is that in India right now, the coastal shipping is not doing what it is doing in other parts of the world. So whatever we can talk about it here, that we are doing so much for coastal shipping, so much for inland waterways, but really we have to understand what the problem is. And I tell you, we guys, mostly the shipping guys are not in Delhi. There is no shipping, there are no shipping companies in Delhi. We are mostly all in Mumbai or Chennai or in Calcutta. And most of us are actually Singapore and Dubai. Most of us, because the understanding of shipping by Indian banks is very poor. Normally on shipping, the financing on the out of India is very good. So most of us actually end up doing business outside India. So this is one area, I think somehow the banks, Indian banks don't understand shipping, because the government doesn't sort of explain them or sort of advise them how to sort of participate in the shipping financing. Unless you have the financing availability, the shipping will not increase. Even Reliance till date has not invested in shipping. Adani has got some 6-7 vessels. So even the big guys have not invested. Shipping Corporation of India, Government of India company, they are not bothered. They will just do the job, and after that, even if the vessel is stopped, not doing it's got a breakdown and all, it does not matter. Finally, who pays? All of us pay, It's all taxpayers' money. So, unless we bring in the efficiency into the system, otherwise we all will be suffering the way we have been suffering for so many years. Last one, this is actually 20 years senior to me. He's an expert. He has been a part of various committees even in Delhi as well. So he has been trying for last 10+ years the way I am speaking. He has been speaking like this, but nothing much has happened. And I think he did make one statement that the government is only talking, nothing else that happened in shipping except maybe some civil works. So whatever some news, some jetty has been done, this thing has been done. What the jetty will do if you don't have ships, So you create jetties, you show, you take photograph, put it into the presentations, but finally nothing will happen. The benefit will not be there, And whatever growth we are showing for 1.4 billion people, it's a very, very minute growth. 3.5% CAGR. For India, it is too less, The last one. Just pick it up. Yeah, this is a big guy. He has become big now. He's got 16 vessels now. He says Indian flag is very bad. I'm not going to register anything in India, So again, it comes to DG Shipping. So though he is doing Indian business, but he is doing it with foreign flag. So foreign flag is like, it's whatever money he earns, everything goes to foreign flag. He is using American flag, Marshall Island flag. And so, there are business people, there are entrepreneurs, but finally those entrepreneurs are not staying and working in India. So unless we make the environment so good that the entrepreneurs stay in India, then only the things will improve. So my, I think, was not in the conventional way how you guys have been sitting since morning. Okay, we went little bit another way. Sorry, Amiya, your presentation did not happen. But yes, I will invite you to please speak. And thank you very much. And I've been little harsh. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is mainly regarding the pollution. Like, as we spoke about the pollution in general on the shipping as well as on the land. So here we follow graph will be coming soon in the month of November or December. All the activities of the construction, everything is stopped. So like in the shipping, we are consuming lot of oil because the ship is very big. It starts from 22,000 TEU container ship to maybe 4 lakh tons of bulk carrier. And they consume nearly 200 tons per day of the bunker. And that bunker used to have lot of sulfur. So now after seeing all the bad thing happening to our environment, we have decided, our IMO, they have decided, okay, we have to reduce the sulfur content or the pollution to the air. Of course, there are many things, pollution to the sea also. So now we have started using the bunker which has got the different sulfur content, I would say. And if that practice we bring to the coastal shipping and the inland water where we carry more cargo with the small barges or the ship, then of course we can reduce the pollution this side also. In 2040, they have an aim of making zero pollution in the shipping, and hope we can amplify or we can bring to the shore side also the same thing. But that will happen only if we have the good inland water transportation, which we are not finding now. There are, what I saw that there are 111 waterways, okay, they are declared it. But mainly the 23 are main, and out of that maybe only 3 or 4 they are actual waterways. The best one is, or the good one, which used to be start from Haldia and to the Prayagraj. And as already said, that the water depth is not there. In 2006, I went to the Inland Water Transportation Authority of India office, and just to start bunker barge or something with one of my friend. He said, Bihar mein sir, aap kuch nahi kar paoge business. But that was the security concern. Means what I'm saying is, so things have to change, and if really want the development for the transportation, we have to do something more for the inland water. You go to China or you go to, like he said, already said about the Europe. You go to China, you pass the ship. If you are on the ship as a captain, your heart will be beating. Because every 200 meters, 100 meters, you will have one barge crossing. And that will be very fast, very efficient, and too many. You cannot miss out any one of them, but they will be crossing so close. While here we don't see any transportation, we are still fighting for the transport. You go to the Hamburg, and we will have to learn from them how they make the river transportable. They are making the river bank permanent by using the whatever the modern technology they have it. And then the channel becomes the same depth. It does not reduce so fast, which is not happening or which cannot happen in India. If you go to, I saw a picture, or even though I saw the dredging here, they take out and dredge maybe 20 meters away. So you take out from here the sand, and we have the mainly the sandy river in the Ganges. You take out the sand from here, you are putting 20 meters away. And what will happen? You will have the flood and then again shifting. We call it, and that also we can, that is shifting. So that thing will be for the more constraint for the inland water transport. So we'll have to make the changes, the government policies, as well as the, the system for making the more depth and the proper channels. Thank you. Thank you.
तालियां तो बजी नहीं. Thank you so much. I think, as one delegate told me, this was the most interesting session So I'm sharing that. Thank you so much to the honorable panelists for making the presentations and showing this. With their permission, we'll be sharing it also with the delegates. And I think we'll need a separate session on ports to get everybody on board. And just to conclude, can I invite Mr. Isaac Prabhu Kumar, Director Transformation Consulting from Gan Thornton, who's been part of the knowledge report, to just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. So I won't be taking much time, max to max 3 to 4 minutes. So the knowledge paper, what is in your hand, I have co-authored it along with a few people from our team. So that speaks about all the 7 engines of the sector, which includes roads, railways, transport, port, and all those, and including airports. So in the knowledge paper, what we have highlighted is, we have highlighted about economic indicators, we have highlighted about achievements across each and every infrastructure sectors, economic impact assessment, investment gap analysis, social economic benefits, and rationalizing the maximum capital investment. The maximum capital investment can happen in each and every single sector. The main highlight, what I wanted to tell you here is that this knowledge paper talks about the macroeconomic assessment, which will give you the monetary benefits to the Indian economy in the next 5 years. So that's the key highlight. So my email ID and our team email ID is there in the paper. So please share your thoughts onto that. I will be happy to hear from you. And thank you Phdcci, thank you Jatendra Singh, thank you Bhavna ji for organizing this event. And thank you everyone for being patient. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Requesting Dr. Jitendra sir to please join us on the dais to present mementos to our honorable speakers. Captain Pavan Gupta sir, thank you so much, and inviting all the delegates for lunch as well. Captain Pavan Gupta, CEO and MD Pace Marine. Sir is a stalwart of this committee as well, and he has years of experience, and we look forward to his guidance. Thank you so much, sir. Captain Amit Dikshit. Captain Sunny Williams. I know. Captain Sunny Williams. Thank you so much. And Mr. Isaac Prabhu Kumar. Thank you very, very much. Can I request the panel to come in the front for a group photograph, please? Inviting everyone for lunch. Thank you for being here the whole day, and thank you very much. Can I request the partners for this? Requesting representatives, requesting the PhD team to join us on the dais as well. Requesting Dr. Jitendra to please hand over mementos to our partners for this program, without whom this won't be possible. So requesting somebody from JM Bakshi to join us on the dais. JM Bakshi. Thank you so much for your kind support. Please join us on the dais. And we look forward to your continued support, ma'am. Please come front for a photograph. Somebody from Safe Express, can you please join us on the dais? Safe Express. DCM Sriram. Safe Express, thank you so much for your support. ये name plates हटा देना बाद में, और DCM Sriram, वो बताते हैं अभी सर आपको, ठीक है, बता रहे हैं 2 मिनट, आप स्क्रीन लगवाएं यहाँ पे. Somebody from DCM Sriram. Grant Thornton. Grant Thornton, please come, and thank you Pratibha for all your support. Thank you. Pioneer Group. And we'll see you for our next edition. Thank you so much for your kind patience, and please have a good lunch. Thank you very much. Pioneer का मुझे दे देना.
नहीं अभी मैम मांग रही थी ना.
वो डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट
आपको भी कर रहा हूँ.
Let me give you a background. We started this program in 2022 at Lucknow. It's North India's biggest exhibition and conference on industrial safety, fire safety and disaster response. This is scheduled to be held in Greater Noida on 10th and 11th of July. So we decided to organize this program with a vision to spread the HSC standard across the industry and to discuss the safety protocols. Moving ahead, I would like to call our Deputy Secretary General Dr. Jatinder Singh to moderate the session.
Thank you, Kaushik. So on behalf of Phdcci Chamber of Commerce Industry, I welcome all the delegates and all press representatives from different media groups who are here in this hall. You are most welcome to in fact understand like what is the significance of this important event as Kaushik has told, and how ABSEC 4th edition is going to be one of the biggest milestones in terms of making optics for industrial safety, as well as the deliberations that will happen over the 2 days covering all nuanced aspects of safety and fire. That actually is basically one of the important milestones the chamber is doing. And this edition, it's a 4th edition, and it's North India's biggest expo and conference on industrial safety, fire safety, and disaster response. So this ABSEC program is done in association with National Disaster Management Authority, Relief Commissioner Office, Uttar Pradesh, Labor Department, Government of UP, and UP Fire and Emergency Services, Government of UP, Invest UP, along with SAMA. And this edition is basically supported by Karam Safety Private Limited, Fire Stellar Technologies LLP, RB Safety Private Limited, Radico Khaitan Limited, Zoloto Industries, Jarsh Innovations Private Limited, Indian Oil Corporation of India, Bureau of Indian Standards, Indorama India Private Limited, Quality Council of India, and Fire and Security Association of India, along with many important private sector players like CP Plus, Venus Safety and Health, Shaurya HSC Private Limited, Liberty Shoes Limited, Tata Power Solar, Nitswai, Jindal, and Tata Steel Limited. So this important event will basically see participation from many senior industry professionals, the safety experts, and people from different industries like manufacturing, infrastructure, power, oil and gas, construction, and the discussion will go on understanding the latest technologies and practices in industrial safety, fire safety, and disaster preparedness. So some of the important highlights of this event is that this expo will feature over 100 exhibitors showcasing the latest in the personal protective equipment, fire suppression systems, safety automation, disaster response solutions, and much more. There will be a lot of around close to 8 technical workshops and live demonstrations for giving the hands-on experience in the latest safety technologies. And the conference will host interactive sessions with industry veterans, with government officials, and safety technology providers to promote knowledge exchange as well as industrial networking. So on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce, I invite all of you to be part of this very important intervention we are doing. And this year edition is going to be one of the largest one in terms of the delegate footfall as well as the conversion, or I will say the conglomeration of all industrial safety officers, not only from private sector, but also from the government sector. So with this, I like to invite our mentor for this particular program and for the conferences that we'll be doing, Dr. S.P. Garg, who is the conference convener of PHCC and is also the former executive director, GAIL India Limited. Over to you, Dr. S.P. Garg.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Good afternoon and warm welcome. As already mentioned, this 4th edition of PHCC is going to happen on 10th and 11th July 25 with the theme Building a Safe, Sustainable and Resilient Tomorrow. That is the theme of the 2-day conference and exhibition. Now friends, as probably you would know that 7,600 people die every day in the world, somewhere or other, because of any industrial accident or occupational health disease, etc. So this number is huge. Besides that, you have almost 4% of GDP is lost because of these incident accidents. So to prevent these losses, to reduce these losses, it is very important that the various stakeholders, government, the industries, the chambers like PhD chambers, academia, the manufacturers of the various technology providers, various service providers, they come together. So PHCC provides such a platform where they come together, they deliberate, they discuss, they learn from each other, and they take back some new ideas, new innovations, and convert those things into the services. As far as this edition is concerned, we would have 2 days. In 2 days, we would have 3 technical sessions and 5 panel discussions in the conference. Besides, exhibition will be 2 days open throughout. There are more than 50 speakers from various nook and corner of the country. They are from industry, they are from academic institutions, they are from government, and they are from the manufacturer side, they are from the service providers. All of them are coming together. We also know that this is one number which I gave you. Besides that, if you look at the numbers related to our own country, I think we know that large number of deaths happen on the road accidents. Almost more than 1.7 lakh people die on the roads every year in India itself. Huge number. Then you have more than 25,000 deaths from fires and electrical incidents at various buildings you hear every other day. Another 2,000 plus people we lose every year because of floods, landslides, monsoon related disasters. Right? And nearly 50,000 industrial and construction related deaths annually happen in India as well. So these three areas, the fire protection, the industrial safety, the disaster management, these all very important three areas come together in this conference, and the specialists, they deliberate and discuss. They're going to discuss for 2 days. So we will have large number of people coming over to attend it, including various industry managers, the fire officer, the safety officers, the operation managers. They are going to attend it from various industries, academia, universities, etc. And you are most welcome to visit the event. Rather, your presence will make it complete. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for giving the overview of the conference and all technical discussions that we'll be having for 2 days. I would like to invite Shri R.C. Sharma, former Director, Delhi Fire Services, for sharing his deliberations with the august audience.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. India is a vast country. Garg Sahab has mentioned different things which are happening all over, a lot of figures he has given. Considering about Delhi, things are expanding very fast. Similarly, the fire incidents also increasing very fast. We are having about 30,000 plus incidents every day, every year. And the single day highest number of incidents are received on a Diwali, normally 300 plus, 325, 350, around that figure. And a huge number of people are dying in these incidents. So the development is happening all around. We are having new buildings, high-rise buildings, skyscrapers touching 200, 250 meters in Delhi also. It's very much there. And then fire incidents, incidentally, in high-rise buildings are not that much, as it may look very, very dangerous. We are having very few incidents last 3 years. I don't think they had any deaths in that, especially in Delhi. We had in some other places. So that has not happened. Probably the building bylaws, the National Building Code that is being implemented in true sense. Delhi Fire Service Act is also there. NBC, National Building Code, is under revision now. 2025, that version is going to come up now. Final stages, it is being done. The other area which we find that is the low-rise buildings, which is not high-rise building, doesn't come in the purview of any act or rules. Like of late, we have brought some hospital buildings, educational buildings, also which are less than 15 meters and higher than 9 meters. So they also are considered to be more threat to the life because some incidents have happened in the past. That being the reason, when we look at those incidents in Delhi, we find that most of the deaths are happening in the low-rise buildings. And that is for various reasons that we don't have any rules, regulation for that. Access is not there, unauthorized colonies, access for the fire engines. We don't have regular fire hydrants. And these firefighting facilities which you are talking about, they are planned in the new building or high-rise buildings. But old buildings or low-rise buildings in different areas, we don't have that. Now, idea is that if we educate the public, educate the masses about the threat to life, number of people, the way they are losing life, not in the high-rise building, but the low-rise building. Just to quote about, we had a hospital fire, 120 square meter plot, ground plus 2 stories, second floor was unauthorized sort of thing. And Vivek Vihar, it's a hospital, baby care hospital, 8 kids dying in that hospital. I happened to see that incident, though I'm not in service, retired about 15 years ago. But after seeing that incident, thought of seeing that how it can happen. But it does happen. So now thing is that we have to learn from all these incidents. Many incidents are happening all around. We have got a huge, we are going to discuss these cases so that people understand about the gravity of the situation and try to, some thought is given to see that we are trying to save our life, and whatever we can do should be done. So thank you very much. We are going to have fruitful discussions in the 2 days conference and exhibition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Now I'd like to invite Shri Devender Gill, Executive Director, Safety, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, for his thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Gill, and a very warm afternoon to everybody. The fourth edition of Phdcci here has two distinct features which I would like to highlight. The one is we have a lot of technical deliberations, and the second thing will be an excellent opportunity for the people visiting this program for exposure to the technology which has come in our country for providing the objective of safe, sustainable and resilient tomorrow. People like Sharma sir and Garg sir can also agree with me. There was a time when India was totally dependent on products which are coming from global market to provide the necessary safety scenario or safety environment, safe environment for our country, industries, cities like. But now many of the safety appliance manufacturers have global footprints. They are exporting the products to countries which are so-called advanced countries and competing with the international market. The people who will be visiting to attend this expo will have that opportunity of seeing where we have reached. When our Prime Minister gives us a target of Viksit Bharat by 2047, the one element which is very important to achieve that target is also to provide a safe environment for the citizens. A life which is free from danger, a life which is free from sorrow, and a life which is free from hassles. Then only that nation can declare itself to be a developed nation. The second feature which is very important to actually understand is that there will be gathering which will have almost every stakeholder which will have some stake in the overall objective. Like we have lawmakers, we have the labor departments, we have the disaster management authority, we have the manufacturers, we have those who actually go out and fight the war. We have firefighters which will come, we have emergency responders which will come, and they will deliberate on the challenges which we will be facing or which we are presently facing. And I am also delighted to tell that there are also even academic institutions which will be participating in majority of the panels where discussions will take place. So I personally feel that this bouquet of flowers, this opportunity for the participant to get that complete exposure will be unique. So we look forward. This is what Phdcci has actually prepared itself to offer, and we look forward to have a good gathering here.
Thank you, Gilsa, for giving the overview of Phdcci. Now I would like to invite Shri P.K. Goswami, Deputy Director, Industrial Safety and Health, Labour Department, Government of NCT of Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am proud to welcome all of you for the upcoming event of UFSCC, which is the North India's biggest event on occupational safety and health, industrial safety, as well as the fire safety. Now, I have seen since long time that good events are not being coming up in India, but particularly in North India. Now, such kind of event where most of the stakeholders, where we can get together the industrialists, the innovators, the policymaker and safety professional under the same roof for getting a solution to the main objective of occupational safety and health and for prevention. And the beauty of this event that I have seen the contents, that we can discuss in depth about the cause of death or accidents and how to mitigate this by different methodology. If we can go through the content of this event, we can see a very elaborate arrangement touching each and every segment of occupational safety and health, starting from risk assessment, then occupational safety and health parameters, statutory requirements, and compliances, global strategies, and also together with that the consequence, that emergency preparedness, which is very less to seen in any kind of event, because once we are talking about occupational safety and health and the formalities, but once it is going to disaster, whenever we are going to face any disaster, then the question arises about the preparedness, which is the reality. So I hope this type of conference will give a good opportunity to all stakeholders to bring together for bringing India as a sustainable growth in industries through a safe and healthy workplace. Welcome all of you to this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak Singhal-ji. In fact, Shri Goswami-ji, you have given the overview of the entire APSEC, and I am sure that with your participation and with your team's participation, it will add more flavor to it. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Shri Deepak Singhal, Regional North Chairperson, SAMA, and MD, Metro Safety India Private Limited.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. So, myself, Deepak Singhal, Regional North Chairperson of Safety Appliances Manufacturer Association, as well Managing Director of Metro Safety India Private Limited. We are manufacturer of PPEs and road safety equipments also. It is with great pride and excellent excitement that I announce the upcoming APSEC event and conference on industrial safety and fire safety and disaster management, scheduled for 10th and 11th July 2025, Hall number 1, India Expo Center and Mart Knowledge Park 2nd, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. This powerful initiative is jointly organized by SAMA and Phdcci in collaboration with NDMA Relief Commissioner's Office, Labour Department and Fire and Emergency Services of the Government of Uttar Pradesh, and supported by the Labour Department, DIS and Government of NCTs of Delhi. APSEC 2025 is more than just an exhibition. It is a fusion of innovation, regulation, awareness and action. It is where technology meets safety, where government meets industries and where knowledge meets application. It is a dynamic fusion of minds and missions working together toward the common goal, a safer, more prepared India. This platform will feature live demos, product display, expert sessions, and discussion government, everything from advanced PP and all-powered fire safety solution. On behalf of SAMA, I warmly invite industrial professionals, safety officers, emergency responders, manufacturers, government officials, and your participation will be a valuable contribution to Indian safety landscape. Let's come together in this grand fusion of purpose and progress. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Hello. Now we open the floor for media interactions. If there is any question, our expert panel is here to answer your questions.
Hello, sir. Recently, sir, there was a fire disaster in a pharmaceutical facility in Hyderabad, just 2 days back. Around 40 people had. So, what are the key components which need to be incorporated in a fire safety or industrial safety while designing any kind of industrial facility? What are key components which can be incorporated before itself, where it can be planned while setting up an industrial facility, so that these kinds of disasters or any fire-related issues don't happen, or like it can be minimized, or the extent of damage?
Yeah. As such, for all the industries, especially those industries which are hazardous in nature, you have to carry out a risk assessment right at the beginning stage, right at the design stage. Carry out the risk assessment. Based on the risk assessment, what are the chemicals which you are going to use within the facility or as a raw material or as a finished product, whatever it is. Then what are the associated hazards with those chemicals? Those are also to be deliberated right in the beginning. And if a leak happens from any of the chemical, how long it can travel. So there are softwares available through which they have to study. And there is always a environmental committee which comes into picture. They also review your, before you establish, you are allowed to establish such establishments, you are supposed to put up a report to them. So that is one part. Second is, based on this risk assessment report, then you have to design your fire protection system for the industry, and based on the local rules, regulations. So suppose you take an example of an oil industry. There are industrial guidelines given by OISD, Oil Industry Safety Directorate. There is a regulator called PNGRB, Petroleum Natural Gas Regulatory Board. So they have certain guidelines and instructions. So based on those instructions, you have to design your fire protection system. Say for example, for oil industry again, it has to be designed for fighting 2 major fires at a time. So different, depending on the threshold value of various chemicals you are going to handle, you have to design these systems. Supported by the required manpower, specialized manpower for say firefighting or your safety officers. Those are also laid down in the rules, regulations, Factories Act, and there are so many other rules, regulations which guide you. So these are the, just a overview, I would say. I think this answers your question.
Just to supplement
one more, sorry sir.
Just to supplement that, see the industries, especially the pharmaceuticals, they do have a lot of hazardous chemicals also, flammable chemicals, and a lot of chemicals, reactions are there, a lot of processes are there. So things can go wrong anywhere. Just to support that thing, Mr. Garg has given a good elaborate answer. See, we just consider LPG. It's a small thing, everybody house we are having LPG cylinders. So long things are under control, there is no problem. We are having PNG cylinders in our vehicles. Things are, so long they are controlled, there is no problem. But problem is when there is something goes out of control, that is gas leaks. Reason could be anything. Some gas switch is open, or pipe is burnt, or something has happened that way. Flame is put out by the flame, or maybe some wind velocity coming through the window. Something like that happens. So these incidents we have to, as Mr. Garg has mentioned, that we have to see everything, we have to understand what can go wrong. So risk assessment and take measures for that. Built-in measures, protective measures, dealing with that, firefighting or maybe controlling measures. So everything comes after that. So planning is something which has to go along. In the very beginning, you start thinking about where to locate industry. It should be away from the, suppose it is hazardous, away from the society. People should not be around. So it starts from the very beginning, and it's a very elaborate arrangement, and things have to be planned in the beginning. They have to be followed. The rules, regulation for everything, they have to be followed, and maintenance for each and everything has to be done. So, and we have to be prepared, like emergency plan, on-site something within that, what is to be done, off-site something goes out, and we have to do all the rehearsals and drills and all that. So this is a big issue. It's not, looks like very simple. This Medak district, this thing happened, pharmaceutical industry. Some more things have happened in there at Telangana itself. So something like that, these industries, oil sector and pharmaceutical, they are equally dangerous in that sense. Please.
सर मैं एक चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे अभी फायर फाइटिंग्स की आपने बात करी, तो फायर फाइटिंग के इक्विपमेंट्स सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में लगते हैं. अब उसमें दिक्कत ये आती है कि आपने लगा दिया फायर फाइटिंग के प्रोजेक्ट्स, तो एनओसी के नाम पे वो प्रोडक्ट्स लगा देते हैं, सब स्टैंडर्ड प्रोडक्ट्स लगा देते हैं. जब इमरजेंसी होती है तो सब फेल हो जाते हैं। तो उनके लिए कोई आपका बेंचमार्क नहीं है कि ये क्रेडेंशियल होने चाहिए, ये ब्रांड के होने चाहिए, मतलब वो एनओसी की नेम पे हमें एनओसी लेनी है और ये प्रोडक्ट्स लगा दो, हमारे को एनओसी मिल गई, बाद में देख लेंगे।
ऐसा
ये बड़ी दिक्कत आती है।
I tell you, NOC is one of the stages to ensure that things are provided and they are available there and they are functional also. This part is recommended and as per the law. We have got building bylaws, industries के लिए भी है, buildings के लिए भी है. So these things are prescribed. It is nothing secret. You have these things available on the net or National Building Code. Things are to be done that way. Everybody is aware of that. Thing is to maintain that. Now who is responsible for that? So it is the person, owner of the industry or those who are maintaining those things, because fire brigade or people there who have given NOC, they have got no control on these things. What fire brigade has done in Delhi in that sense, that, and moreover sometimes we say that they are not coming again for inspection. Thing is, why should we depend on them to come for inspection? My industry, I should be prepared that everything is available and functional. For that, what fire service is doing is that they are saying that annually the owner should submit a certificate to the fire department saying that the fire safety facilities which were seen and provided and approved at the time of issue of NOC are functional and maintained by me. That will create a sort of responsibility in the owners that yes, once you are signing something, you are at least you will verify, yeah, dekh lo, kaam kar raha hai ki nahi. That is one thing. Second is, Delhi government, I think they are going to come with some third-party audit, because fire service, they are very busy. They don't have enough time to go to each and every industry wherever they will issued the NOC. So they are going to come with a third-party audit. They will register certain people who are expert in that. You can approach anybody, any agency like that, and then you can get it done through them and submit this annually. So that is to, not many other things are there because people not coming for that, delaying or some other problems are there. For that, we'll be, allowed to select our own people who are going to conduct audit, and their audit certification will, at least they will verify physically things are available, they are functional as well, to the extent that they will work. So that is the possibility. I think I've answered. Thank you.
I can add on in this thing. See, NOC given is like this. You are giving a driving license. How you drive, it depends on you. It's at the risk of your life. आप अपना जान को जोखिम कितने में चलाओगे, रात को खाली रास्ता मिलेगा, आप कितना स्पीड में चलाओगे, आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा. He rightly says, we have the onus of the responsibility of health and safety. हमें सिर्फ आपने बोला अच्छी ब्रांड, ठीक है, अच्छा ब्रांड का भी लगा दिया, वो वर्ल्ड क्लास ISI का लिया, ओसा क्वालिफाइड यूरोपियन यूनियन, अगर उसको चलाने वाला नहीं होगा, उसको अगर ट्रेनिंग नहीं जाए, इसको कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग इज मस्ट. Not only in your industry, I will give a small example. हमें कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग इनकी फायर डिपार्टमेंट का प्रोफेशनल्स का भी चाहिए. एक दिल्ली में सबसे बड़ा डिजास्टर हुआ था, आपको शायद पता होगा, ओलियम लीकेज इन श्रीराम फैक्ट्री. उसके अंदर फायर डिपार्टमेंट ने, हमारा क्या है, फायर फाइटर को अगर आपने कॉल किया, वो सिर्फ जाके पानी लेके पहुंच जाता है. वाटर इज नॉट द सॉल्यूशन फॉर फायर फाइटिंग. द ओलियम इज हाईली एक्सप्लोजिव व्हेनेवर इट इज highly thermal sensitive. इसको exothermic reaction whenever you put in water, it will act reverse. उसके आप अगर पानी डालोगे ओलियम में, वो और गर्म होके और फायर को प्रोवोक करेगा. और वो ही हुआ, आपकी टाइम पे हुआ था शायद. ओके, बिफोर इज. सो दैट वाज द वर्स्ट इन दिल्ली itself, जहाँ पे अभी मोती नगर में फ्लैट हुए DLF का, वहाँ पे था श्रीराम फैक्ट्री. तो उसकी वजह से लोगों को डेथ हुआ है. तो सिर्फ अच्छा इक्विपमेंट लाना और NOC मिलना ही मेन चीज़ नहीं है. एक तो होना चाहिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हर स्टेक होल्डर्स का. अब आपने देखा होगा, ट्रक पलट जाता है गांव के बीच में और सारे लोग पेट्रोल भराने पहुंच जाते हैं. उनको पता नहीं है पेट्रोलियम नहीं होता है, नेफ्टा भी हो सकता है. सो उसके अंदर जो UN क्लासिफिकेशन का एक डायमंड रिंग आता है, हर आदमी को हम स्कूल लेवल से लेके सब में हम ये एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं. इस डायमंड रिंग का मतलब क्या है, P का मतलब क्या है, E का मतलब इवैक्यूएशन, तुरंत खाली करो, 1 का मतलब कौन सा फायर इक्विपमेंट यूज करना है, पानी देना है, फोम देना है. बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये सबको पता होना चाहिए. सिर्फ इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को ही नहीं, आम आदमी को भी पता होना चाहिए, स्कूल चिल्ड्रन को भी पता होना चाहिए. तो इसी कारण की वजह से हमें कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग इन ईच लेवल इज मस्ट. तभी हमारा जब होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होगा, तभी हम इस टाइप की फायर प्रिवेंशन कर सकेंगे. थैंक यू।
सर जैसे आपने बोला जो मेंटेनेंस करते हैं उनको कोई ट्रेनिंग सेशंस वगैरह हम प्रोवाइड नहीं करते टाइम टू टाइम इंडस्ट्री के जो
क्यों
भी
नहीं, ये करना चाहिए, ये मैंडेटरी फैक्ट्री के अंदर मैंडेटरी है ये। अब हर प्रोविजन को तो गवर्नमेंट एनफोर्स तो नहीं करा। फॉर एग्जांपल हम लाइसेंस देते हैं फैक्ट्रीज में, देयर मस्ट बी 2 एग्जिट इन अ फैक्ट्री। हम किसी हालत में हम 2 एग्जिट के बिना दिल्ली में एटलीस्ट हम लाइसेंस नहीं देते, कुछ भी हो जाए। बाकी चीज़ों में हम कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करेंगे, थोड़ा बहुत रजिस्टर नहीं होगा, बाद में देखा देना। बट इफ़ देयर इज़ नो एग्जिट सेकेंडरी वे नेवर गोइंग टू गिव ए लाइसेंस। बट हमने लाइसेंस दिया, अगले दिन से मालिक ने उसके अंदर ताला लगा के छोड़ दिया चोरी का डर से, तो डेट इज़ नॉट आवर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। ही शुड हैव द ओनरशिप। यस, काल के लिए इसमें आग लगेगा तो ये इसको खोला रखना जरूरी है। इवन हमने यहाँ तक एडवाइस किया, आपको चोरी का डर है, आप वहाँ पे अंदर से कुंडी लगा के उसके अंदर आप कपड़े से सील कर दीजिए। कोई एम्प्लॉई सील तोड़ के नहीं जाएगा, बिकॉज वो मालिक ने साइन करके रखा है। इमरजेंसी में वो कपड़े का सील तोड़ के बाहर निकल जाएगा। ऐसे ऐसे हम लोग के लिए अवेलेबल ईजी सॉल्यूशन भी देते हैं।
ये तो सर जैसे यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे, कॉलेज लेवल पे ऐसे कोर्सेज हमें
डेफिनेटली
देने चाहिए ताकि आगे आए यूथ आए और कोर्सेज को करे और आगे इंडस्ट्री में।
डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में, यूरोप में ये ऑलरेडी डेवलप्ड हो चुके हैं। स्कूल में ऑक्यूपेशनल सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाए। आई वॉज डूइंग ILO प्रोजेक्ट्स इन इटली फॉर 2 years, तो उसके अंदर हम लोगों ने काफ़ी स्कूल्स विजिट किए हैं और उनको कैसे डेमो दिया, कैसे स्कूल सेफ्टी इज अनदर एग्जाम्पल। आप वहाँ बम का थ्रेट आया, वो पूरा स्कूल कैसे इवैक्यूएट करेंगे। अगर आपकी जीना छोटा है, आपको एक एक स्टूडेंट को मॉनिटर बना के हर कॉर्नर में खड़ा करेगा, वो डिसाइड करेगा कैसे इवैक्यूएट करना है। इस टाइप के छोटे छोटे हर जैसे सिचुएशन है ऐसे कैसे इवैक्यूएशन होगा, इसकी ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है। ये सब धीरे धीरे डेवलप होगा। इंडिया में स्कूल सेफ्टी, स्कूल के अंदर सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ को लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है। लाइक अभी जैसे डिजास्टर लिया गया है, धीरे धीरे इसको भी हमें लेना चाहिए। मैं तो रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा इस टाइप की कॉन्फ्रेंस और एग्जीबिशन के बाद रिकमेंडेशन मिनिस्ट्री को चले जाना चाहिए, जिसके ऊपर डेफिनेटली दे विल टेक एक्शन ऑन इट।
जैसे अभी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है सर, उसमें कोर्सेज करने चाहिए।
डेफिनेटली आई एग्री टू दैट। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
एक बार सरकार ने शुरू किया था, अप टू क्लास 8 they had introduced the topic of disaster management in the school curriculum, but it was not continued for long. जो आपने जो कहा कि जो सिस्टम काम नहीं करते जब इमरजेंसी होती है, अभी क्या है, थोड़ा सा टेक्नोलॉजी ने इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। एक तो हमारा अपना माइंडसेट है, जैसे जब हम अपने 2 व्हीलर खरीदते हैं, उसके साथ जब मुझे हेलमेट खरीदना है तो मुझे कौन सा ब्रांड लेना है वो मेरा डिसीज़न है। अब ये आने वाली है रेगुलेशन की 2 व्हीलर मैन्युफैक्चरर ही आपको ISI मार्क्स हेलमेट देगा और वो आपकी कॉस्ट में ऑलरेडी इंक्लूडेड है। तो यू आर लेफ्ट विद नो चॉइस बट टू हैव ए गुड क्वालिटी हेलमेट टू प्रोटेक्ट योर सेल्फ। ऐसे ही जब हम सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो उसमें नेचुरली एक NOC कंप्लायंस टू रेगुलेशन तो एक टारगेट है, सभी का होता है, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली जो मैं इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ वो मुझे कहाँ मदद करेगा। अभी जितने भी हमारे इंटेलिजेंट स्मार्ट फीचर आया है सिस्टम्स में, जैसे आपका एक फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर है, ये एक लोड सेल के ऊपर बैठा हुआ है और जब ये कभी इससे गैस डिस्चार्ज होगी तो ये हल्का हो जाएगा। तो जैसे ही इसका वेट कम होगा, ए रेड LED विल स्टार्ट ग्लोइंग। So while passing in the corridor, you can notice a red LED on your fire extinguisher that it has discharged to a threshold, beyond the threshold. Say 10% CO2 गैस अगर निकल भी जाए तो फायर बुझ सकती है, लेकिन अगर 10% से ज़्यादा 15%, 20% गैस एक्सटिंग्विशर से निकल जाए तो वो काम नहीं करेगा। ऐसे जो फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम है, आपके फायर पंप काम करते हैं कि नहीं करते, तो आप उनके फेलियर को प्रिडिक्ट कर सकते हैं। तो योर फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम हेल्थ इज बीइंग मॉनिटर्ड, सो द होल सिस्टम हैज़ बिकम सेल्फ असेसिंग। अपनी असेसमेंट वो खुद करता रहता है और अपने क्लाइंट को वो उसकी रिपोर्ट देता रहता है। सो इफ योर फायर डिटेक्शन सिस्टम इज नॉन फंक्शनल, the system will generate an alarm that I will not be able to protect you. तो जैसे हमारी हर डे टू डे लाइफ में, वॉक में टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमारी लाइफ को कंफर्टेबल किया है, मोर रिलायबल किया है, वैसे ही फायर फाइटिंग और सेफ्टी फीचर में भी बहुत सारे टेक्नोलॉजी का इन्वेंशन और इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ है एंड इट हैज़ बीन वेरी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव। पहले ये होता था कि अगर ज़्यादा हाई टेक है तो बहुत महंगा होगा, लेकिन अब वो वाला मिथ भी ख़त्म हो गया है कि अगर बहुत हाई टेक है तो बहुत महंगा होगा। दे कम एट ए वेरी वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइस। सो नाउ थिंग्स आर एब्सोल्युटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट इट यूज्ड टू बी 15 years or 10 years before.
एक लाइन में इसमें ऐड करूँगा, ये जो भी क्वेश्चंस आपने पूछे हैं या आपने पूछे थे, इनको एड्रेस करने के लिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी एक स्पेशल सेशन है। रीजन बीइंग कि ये एक बड़ा इशू है, इट्स नॉट ए स्मॉल इशू, इज़ ए लार्जर इशू। अगर देखेंगे आप तो ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का सेफ्टी कल्चर पे रिफ्लेक्शन आता है इसका। हाउ इज़ द सेफ्टी कल्चर ऑफ दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन? So we have on day 2 we have a panel discussion on this topic, which is named as behavior based safety, a tool to develop world class safety culture in organizations. होता क्या है कि जैसे आपने कहा ना कि इवन दी इंडस्ट्रीज़ में कई बार इंसिडेंट हो जाता है, आप उस पर सडनली रिएक्टिव मोड में जाते हैं और कुछ प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स लेते हैं, कुछ एडिशनल मिटिगेशन मेजर्स लेते हैं और कुछ दिनों बाद आप फिर से भूल जाते हैं। सो दैट इज़ कॉल्ड रिएक्टिव सेफ्टी कल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। देयर आर 4 types of such organizations. The second one is called the dependent safety culture organization, जहाँ पर कि you are driven by certain rules and regulations. You don't go beyond that. आपको कुछ रूल्स रेगुलेशन दिए, उतने आपने किए, उसके आगे नहीं जाते हैं। उसके ऊपर बेटर है, वो कहलाता है इंडिपेंडेंट सेफ्टी कल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जहाँ पर कि आप उससे भी आगे जाते हैं, जो गिवन रूल्स रेगुलेशंस हैं, बट यू पुट योर ओन ब्रेन एंड माइंड एंड पीपल सिट टुगेदर, ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग करते हैं और उससे आगे की बात सोचते हैं। और द टॉप वन विच एवरीवन एस्पायर्स टू हैव, दैट इज कॉल्ड इंटरडिपेंडेंट सेफ्टी कल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जहाँ पर कि अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर 100 लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो यू नो दैट 99 people, I am one and 99 others, they are also worried about my safety. It's not only about my own safety, but 99 other safety also I am worried. So that is a kind of culture which every industry must develop. So आजकल conferences में भी इस topic पर काफ़ी good news is that काफ़ी deliberations हो रहे हैं और अच्छे measures निकल के आ रहे हैं, leadership इसमें involve हो रही है, जिस तरह का उनको engagement होना चाहिए different levels पे, वो धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है. So this will be addressed there. Thank you.
I have a question to the panel. How do you see the role of the emerging technologies like the AI, IoT and drones shaping the future of fire safety and industrial safety?
I think it's really important. It's happening. AI is, Mr. Gill has mentioned that we are having now facilities that you are sitting in your house, we will be having about the health of the system. If it is not functional, we'll be getting that information. So to that extent, process controls, even in the which pump is running, which is not running from so many days, what is the efficiency of our air conditioning system. You can, from the remote areas, we can switch off certain things if it is not required, if we are not within the premises. So AI is going to be extremely useful in future because it will, the maintenance part which was mentioned by him earlier, that maintenance is something which is, you get to know something is wrong with the system, then you send somebody to maintain. But if there is a built-in mechanism somehow that it gives an indication that something is gone wrong and we have to attend. So that's how it is there. Earlier we had the fire alarm system that if there is a fire on a floor, you have to go to that floor, you will find a panel there, then you see which room is the fire. Now a control panel, you see that and you can know that which room number, which detector number has operated. So that is the latest technology. So that way things are happening now. Things are already, they are like operating so many things. There is a fire, smoke is there is an alarm, start the mechanical ventilation system. It is all happening without somebody coming into that. So AI and that's, technical capabilities, they are playing a lot of good role in this thing, and we are going to have, at least the people should not die. If these things are properly used and we get an indication, then we start evacuation and managing the things.
Even
that's what it is going to be.
Drones as well.
Drones are, it's not very really useful in firefighting and this. Surveillance, yes, certain areas.
Yeah,
But that's what is there. There are limitations, but yes, it can be for surveillance, etc.
Yeah, I can add on this. Practically, I have seen, I was in Singapore last 2 months back. I have seen the, say, how this fire is happening. Say in a tank farm, the Indian Oil big installation, somewhere there fire may take place. How it is going to? Either evaporation of the solvent. That solvent evaporation will be detected by the hydrocarbon detector. That signal will be taken care. And secondly, the temperature. The parameters, the either temperature by temperature meter, or by evaporation by hydrocarbon meter, or by camera. These three things can be detected through by camera as well as the instrumentation, and that will be transmitted to the programming through AI, and that can be helpful in prevention. And that drone is making a very good role for big premises, taking a vigilance in every part of the. Now, how we are going to give the input to the drones? Drones is just a mechanism for flying over this. But what mechanism we were adopting in that system, it will work. Definitely that can be connected to our main panel, and this is very easy and very fruitful exercise for getting this AI involvement in fire preventions rather than other accidents.
Today everybody is talking about AI participation or AI contribution. I'll give you 2 examples. Any office building, a fire getting detected. Now this building is an intelligent building. The moment a fire is detected, on certain fixed numbers, telephones, mobiles, the message will go about the location of the fire. So every detector is now numbered. So they are identified by a specific number. So you need not have to search around that where the panel is showing your light. So it will show you 17th floor, this section, there is a smoke detector which has sensed an excessive smoke. The building is an intelligent building. It will react in a way to create a safe environment for the occupant to escape out. So what will happen? All access controls will be stopped. So you have all doors which have been locked due to access control. So that access control will be stopped. So anybody can open the door even if he is not having a card, access card. So he can just push out and go. The exit routes and the exit signages will start illuminating. The staircase which is pressurized will have an excessive flow of air so that smoke does not enter into the stairwell, so that people who are escaping out has a tenable environment. Your fire pump will also start so that your line gets pressurized so that you can quickly discharge out water. So there are multiple action. All lifts will come to the ground floor automatically so that lifts are not used. This is one example. This is only few features which have been incorporated in our intelligent building management system. In this premises, this place of public assembly, this hall, during night time when there is nobody, the detector is extra sensitive, is oversensitive. It will create an alarm. It can be programmed in such a way that when it is non-occupied, its threshold value will come down. And when it is occupied, like now we are talking, it can be little less sensitive because human presence is there, and human eyes can also detect, nose, eyes, ears can also detect the products of fire. So your detector can be made less sensitive during occupied area and more sensitive in the non-occupied area during night hours when it is locked. Similarly, the same premises is converted into a live concert of a singer, and then you have a lot of fog on the stage. Then your detector will be made little less sensitive again, so that you do not create false alarm. And this can be done by any simple command. So a lot of technology which has come up, and it has made our life much safer. And 10 years before when it was introduced, it used to come at a cost, but now it's very competitive. Anybody can have this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And those agencies are flouting BIS norms grossly. My simple question is, what role these conferences can play to tide out that means controlling the substandard material supply. This is immensely required, particularly for iron and steel items, sir.
Well, iron and steel item, they belong to a civil area, engineering area, in that in fact fire safety doesn't come into that. That is confined to only the fire safety facility. But yes, well, everywhere quality control has to be there. That's a part of the building material, building construction. Everywhere the quality control has to be there, because the bridges falling and other things happening, that is because of something has gone wrong somewhere. Technical engineering skill has not gone into that, or material of the right quality has not gone into that. As you said, it is necessary that things have to be to the right material, right quality. It is cannot be compromised, and there are built-in standards into that for everything. So when you are handing over, taking over, nowadays things are available. Even the concrete is there, whether it is going to have that much of strength, the force, capability of holding that or not. So things can be done, they can be tested. I'm not expert on that, I'm on the fire side, but yeah, my basic understanding is that there are tests for each and everything, because we have been seeing that retrofitting of the building, assessing what is the old buildings, whether there is going to stand or not, what is the quantum of things have to go into that for retrofitting. Things are feasible, I think. I think we'll be having something on that area also.
Yes, sir. The other thing which I can add one dimension to it is that such conferences and such gatherings, and especially the deliberation, brings in the confidence and the understanding in the masses and general public and stakeholders that this is a topic which needs to be discussed. So when you discuss out the problem, solution will definitely come up. And the other thing is the confidence. Every one of us now know that this technology is available in India. It is something which is possible. We might have seen this in movies which are English movies or international movies. But now all those technologies and all those things are available in India. So such conferences provide an opportunity for many people to come at common platform and discuss and gain that confidence.
One last question.
Sir, we heard a lot about the forest fire, explosion of cylinders, but these days, due to high of temperature, we have seen a lot of accident caused due to explosion of air conditioner, like AC explosion. So what will be the preventive measures to get rid of this kind of situation?
I think we don't have anything which we can add on to that, whatever is bought by us and paid by us. Only thing is, what I understand as a fire officer is that normally something goes wrong in an air conditioner, then some safety devices are supposed to be there which will cut off the electric supply, like miniature circuit breakers. So normally all these equipments which we are using in a hospital, it is very, very critical, because in there we have seen a small thing happening into a ventilator machine, and it has suddenly created so much of big problem. There are many incidents like that. Air conditioner also, Not only the window AC, I have seen 3 or 4 incidents in Delhi Fire Services during firefighting in a government, our secretariat building. The split unit, I mean, it looks very simple. Nothing is there to really burn in that. But it remained on Friday evening through Saturday and Sunday evening. That caught fire. Split unit AC in a Mantri ji ke kamre mein. And then suddenly it was burning, but luckily there was a sprinkler system. Fire was there, something falling from that burning thing. Because it's the plastic things which are there inside. Got heated and got jammed, then started burning. Burning material fell onto chair, 2 chairs got fire. So that sprinkler came in operation and controlled the fire. Water came out below the door into the stairs, and there was a complaint by the security people. Pani ka hydrant leak kar raha hai, sir. It was a fire inside. It was controlled by the sprinkler. But call was that fire system, water system is leaking. When they came there, they found it was fire. So thing is, when we talk about the quality is something, we have to buy the material of good quality, standard qualities which are there nowadays. We do have different things, 5-star, 4-star. So far, energy consumption is there, but safety-wise also. But one thing I'll suggest at this point, for the window ACs and other ACs, if we have a MCB switch put on that, suppose that we are switching on the AC, then MCB, through MCB it is on. If there is a problem inside, MCB will trip. Because otherwise what is happening, MCB, if it is overrated, then it may not trip. But if you have a standard material, whatever is the capacity of that AC, same capacity, if we put the your safety devices, then it will trip automatically if something goes wrong. That is there.
And to deliberate more on this subject, we have a separate dedicated panel discussion, number 4. So once you are in the conference, there electrical safety preventing electrocution and fires. This is going to be deliberated. All electrical experts will be there. So you are most welcome.
Yeah. The statistics shows that around 70% of urban fires are of electrical origin. They are electrical fires, 68-70%. But the irony is that we as engineers know that all electrical fires are preventable. So all electrical fires are preventable. Sharma sir has very rightly said, right quality, proper workmanship, and most important is the safety devices, tripping devices. Actually, these are the most neglected devices, because in electricity, anything which is not as per the design or as per the nature of that appliance, the supply should cut off. So generally all these incidents happen because of the overheat and overload. So when my tripping devices are not in place, they are overrated, they will allow the equipment to run in overload condition or in a faulty condition, and all that will result into a overheated appliance which can lead to flames and fire. But Mool mantra is all fires due to electricity are preventable.
So thank you very much indeed, and I thank you all the panel members for answering all our queries, and as rightly said by each and every domain expert that we have series of workshops and technical sessions on 10th and 11th July. I invite all of you to be there and to actually witness, like, it's not only about talking, it's about walk the talk, because there are around more than 100 exhibitors also, and most of the technologies like AI, drone, and like even BIS is also there. We have a lot of government department, participation also. They are putting up their stalls, they are putting up their, booths to showcase that what are the best practices that are being done both by the private bodies as well as public bodies. So I invite all of you to kindly be there on 10th and 11th July at hall number 1, India Expo Center and Mart, Knowledge Park, Man, Greater Noida. And the timing is 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And since we'll be having many subject matter experts as well as domain experts on that day, I am sure like whatever query you are having in your mind, each and every query will be 100% resolved on any of these 2 days. So thank you very much. And before I invite everybody for a cup of tea, I will like to present our green plants from Phdcci, to all our eminent panelists for sparing their valuable time and being part of this very, very important deliberation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So thank you so much for the wonderful deliberation. I request you all for a group photograph with the brochure. Can we have a group photograph, please?